Chapter 2230. After understanding this, Lin Jingyuan couldn't help but be surprised. What was so attractive about Yang Chen that he had another person from the celestial world by his side? Lin Jingyuan remembered that one of Yang Chen's wives, the zither player Zhu Xianying, was also from the celestial world. Zhu Xianying's cultivation and memories were sealed, so she didn't show much. But who was Lin Jingyuan? He immediately knew that she was from the celestial world. Now there was another Madame Bai, but it was obvious that Madame Bai's cultivation was higher. She hid her aura better. Otherwise, Lin Jingyuan wouldn't have realized it so late. But in the next moment, Lin Jingyuan was stunned again. He suddenly realized that Madame Bai wasn't alone. She had thousands of beautiful maids by her side. The aura of those maids was exactly the same as Madame Bai's. More than 1,000 experts from the celestial world. No matter how famous Lin Jingyuan was in the celestial world, he knew what it meant in the spiritual realm. If Yang Chen wanted to, he could sweep through the entire spiritual realm right now. What about the trouble that Yang Chen told him about the Zhao family? Yang Chen could make the Zhao family disappear with a wave of his hand. What was the Shentian sect? What were the big sects? In Yang Chen's dragon palace, all these powers added up wouldn't be enough for Madame Bai to kill. Lin Jingyuan only knew that Madame Bai's surname was Bai. He didn't know her real identity, but he knew one thing. Madame Bai's cultivation in the lower realm was definitely higher than his and Zhu Xianying's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden herself so well. Madame Bai was looking for Yang Chen now. Perhaps asking Madame Bai's identity would help Lin Jingyuan make the right decision. Madame Bai was indeed looking for Yang Chen. After accepting the heavenly essence pills from Li Cheng, even if Madame Bai lost all her memories, she knew that she owed him a huge favor. But luckily, Li Cheng had made it clear that when they went to the celestial world in the future, she would find that person to return the favor. That way, she wouldn't have any psychological burden. Even so, Madame Bai was still worried. Madame Bai had always felt that the man was heartless and had banished her to a grave. But when she heard that Li Cheng was going to make trouble for her, she still felt her heart ache, especially when she knew how powerful Li Cheng was. Knowing that Yang Chen and Li Cheng were close friends, Madame Bai was smart. She did not break through Li Cheng's side. Instead, she specifically looked for Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's help in the future, that person might be able to be blackmailed less. This time, he was looking for Yang Chen for no other reason than Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. Because of their relationship with Madame Bai, the two of them also received 2 heavenly vitality pills. As soon as this miraculous pill entered their stomachs, the 2 women understood that this was a true treasure of heaven and earth. Of course, Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian gave Yang Chen the credit for refining the heavenly yuan pill. Yang Chen was originally an alchemy grandmaster, and this time, in the hearts of the 2 women, his title of alchemy super grandmaster was solidified. Although the 2 women obtained the heavenly yuan pill, and their cultivation levels increased rapidly, they were different from Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Yang Chen's wives and concubines had fought their way through battles, and with Yang Chen's help, they could go through all kinds of training. Their mental states were extremely strong. But Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian did not have such experiences, so naturally, it brought about the problem of insufficient mental states. Unfortunately, Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian were the key to nurturing Hong Zhuang's heart, so there could not be any problems. This put Madame Bai in a difficult position. She could only look for Yang Chen to help solve this problem. How difficult can it be? Yang Chen was not concerned about this. Send them to the demon realm to be killed. First kill hundreds of thousands of living beings, then place them among the aborigines. Just like the game that the seniors played, take it slowly. Madame Bai valued Hong Zhuang's heart too much, and protected the 2 women very well. Even when they were training in the demon realm, she did not forget to settle the 2 women down, and did not let them risk their lives in the demon realm. This was also because his heart was too tense. It was like loving an exceptionally exquisite porcelain, and immediately protecting it, but forgetting that the porcelain was still meant to be used. Madame Bai was also an intelligent person, and understood immediately. It was just that she was blinded by Hong Zhuang's heart, and immediately understood what Yang Chen meant. She waved her hands at Yang Chen, then swaggered away with Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian, heading straight for the demon realm. As long as she protected them secretly, it would be a good thing to let them kill and train. After Madame Bai left, Lin Jingyuan slowly came over. He did not hide his purpose, and curiously asked about Madame Bai's identity. "You mean Madame Bai?" Yang Chen was stunned. He thought that Lin Jingyuan was looking for him for something important. Lin Jingyuan nodded. He wanted to know Madame Bai's identity. Yang Chen frowned, and did not know if he should tell Lin Jingyuan. After a while, Yang Chen still spoke with reservations. "Madame Bai is from the celestial realm, I believe Senior Lin already knows." Yang Chen first said the most general thing about her identity. Lin Jingyuan nodded. If Madame Bai was not from the celestial realm, he would not care who she was. That was why he was curious. Madame Bai's situation is special. A powerful expert sealed their memories and cultivation, so they cannot remember their own identity. Yang Chen still chose to tell him about Madame Bai's situation. Even the memories of that expert are sealed, so they cannot remember the identity of that expert. This was not surprising. Whether it was Lin Jingyuan or Zhu Xianying, didn't they all have their memories sealed? Lin Jingyuan was lucky that his cultivation wasn't sealed. It was just hidden so that others couldn't detect it directly. This was basically the way the celestial realm sent people down, so Lin Jingyuan was already used to it. In addition, Madame Bai's surname is Bai. Yang Chen once again solemnly said nonsense. Nonsense? Would Madame Bai's surname be He? Lin Jingyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did Yang Chen really think of him as an idiot? Madame Bai only remembers her maiden name. Yang Chen ignored Lin Jingyuan's dissatisfaction and continued, "Her maiden name is Peony. Junior can only say this much. I can't say any more. By Peony." Lin Jingyuan understood what Yang Chen meant. If he knew, then he knew. If he didn't know, then Yang Chen would not say anything. So, he began to think about the name By Peony. The more Lin Jingyuan thought about it, the more familiar the name became. However, he had just returned to normal, so his memory was still very messy. He really could not remember who Bai Peony was. Yang Chen didn't care and walked away, leaving Lin Jingyuan alone to rack his brains to recall who the white peony was. "So it's her." A few days later, Lin Jingyuan suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. Then, he shouted in shock, "How can it be her?" Chapter 2231. Lin Jingyuan did remember who Bai Peony was. However, he soon remembered who Bai Peonist Man was. When Xiao Chen thought of that person, he could not help but let out a mournful wail. Xiao Chen had nothing better to do than to be curious about Madame Bai's identity. Now that he knew, he could not ascend. It was not because his cultivation was not high enough, but because Lin Jingyuan did not dare to ascend. If Xiao Chen did not know Madame Bai's identity, he would not ascend. No one would say anything. However, Xiao Chen insisted on being curious. In the end, after learning Madame Bai's true identity, he did not ascend. If that person knew that Xiao Chen watched Madame Bai get trapped in the battle between the Zhao clan and the other sect factions and did nothing, even though Xiao Chen's father was a major character, if that person pursued the matter, both of them would not be able to bear the consequences. Others might not know how powerful that person was, but how could Xiao Chen not know? If Xiao Chen dared to do that, when that person recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Lin Jingyuan still held on to a glimmer of hope. He whispered to Yang Chen, "Did you meet that person at the immortal slaying platform? What do you think?" Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Jingyuan. He did not show Lin Jingyuan any respect just because Lin Jingyuan was a golden immortal senior. He still had the necessary etiquette, but it was completely different from the respect he showed to Madame Bai. No matter how stupid Lin Jingyuan was, he could tell many things from Yang Chen's attitude. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he could ascend after recovering his consciousness and not get involved in the spiritual realm's matters. However, he no longer had that opportunity. It was not that he could not ascend, but that he did not dare to. No matter what, he had to help Yang Chen take care of Madame Bai. He did not want to burden himself for no reason. "Senior, there is no need to worry. Yang Chen could tell that Lin Jingyuan was vexed. He smiled and advised, "Just do what you need to do. This junior can take care of Madame Bai." Lin Jingyuan did not doubt Xiao Chen's words at all. Not to mention anything else, just the two dragon race experts on Yang Chen's side, Ao Lan and Ao Lai, were sufficient to do that. They might not be able to attack a city, but they were more than enough to protect Madame Bai, who was in the Mountain River geographical map. However, as mentioned before, Lin Jingyuan wasn't a fool. Being able to leave a huge favor for that person was much more worthwhile than ascending 1,000 years earlier. Moreover, he had always owed Yang Chen a favor. Staying behind to help was also a way to repay the favor. Lin Jingyuan was influenced by what he saw and heard in the immortal world, so he understood it better than ordinary cultivators. "I think I'll stay." Lin Jingyuan smiled. "Ask your wife to prepare good wine and dishes for me. I want to enjoy a few meals." As he spoke, Lin Jingyuan also revealed a drooling expression. Thinking back to the time when his consciousness was sealed, the delicacies that Gong Sunling brought him were still memorable. With the help of a true tribulation transcending golden immortal, it seemed like an additional tribulation transcending golden immortal could speed up the refinement of the demonic world. Naturally, Yang Chen was happy. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Jingyuan purposely befriended Xiao Chen, and the gap in seniority between the two disappeared. It was like the relationship between Lin Jingyuan and Yang Chen of the past. Yang Chen was very happy to have an additional tribulation transcending golden immortal, Lin Jingyuan, by his side. This was no longer the Lin Jingyuan of the past, who only reacted to killing qi. Instead, this was the Lin Jingyuan of the past, a true expert who could communicate and take the initiative to make a move. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was different from Madame Bai and the others. Madame Bai and the others could only do their best to serve Xiao Chen. They could only make a move when they had no other choice. Lin Jingyuan was different. He could be pulled out to fight at any time. He owed Yang Chen a huge favor, so he had to repay it. When the favor reached a certain point, it would become karma. Lin Jingyuan's situation was more or less like this. It was the same for Madame Bai. It was just that the favor Madame Bai owed was repaid by another person. He originally thought that Lin Jingyuan would ascend, but he stayed behind out of curiosity. This was a great help, and Yang Chen was very happy. As for how to arrange Lin Jingyuan's life, Yang Chen was still a little worried. It wasn't that it wasn't easy, but he was afraid that Lin Jingyuan would think that he was arranging his life. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingyuan didn't need him to worry at all. Lin Jingyuan took the initiative to request to go to the demon realm. Although he wouldn't face much danger in the demon realm with his tribulation transcending golden immortal strength, the atmosphere would still make him feel a sense of urgency in battle. What Lin Jingyuan really needed now was to slowly digest the life experiences he had during this period of time when he lost his active consciousness. From there, he could improve his state of mind. In such an intense training, he could maintain sufficient pressure, and at the same time, he could slowly digest what he had learned. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Yang Chen was very happy with this initiative. He satisfied all of Lin Jingyuan's requests. He even specially reserved a guest room in the five-element dragon palace for Lin Jingyuan, the one he used to live in. Only now did Lin Jingyuan realize that he had been living in the five-element dragon palace with Yang Chen all this while. Great, another favor. In any case, if Lin Jingyuan thought about it carefully, there would definitely be many such favors. Right now, Lin Jingyuan was like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. He would swallow the benefits that Yang Chen sent and slowly repay them. On this point, he had already become somewhat similar to Ao Lan. As Yang Chen's family cultivated in the deep sea, Yang Chen did not forget to give Yang Lan a hint. He only gave Yang Lan some information about the Valley of No Return in the spiritual sense imprint that Yang Lan left behind. Valley of No Return. Super powerful magic treasure. Killed a perfected golden immortal. Refining in progress. It was just a few short and connected words that allowed Yang Lan to immediately understand what Yang Chen was doing. After sending these words over, Yang Chen completely closed the connection with Yang Lan again and began to cultivate on his own. He believed that Yang Lan would help him settle the rest of the matters. Sure enough, Yang Lan instantly understood what Yang Chen was doing. Moreover, he could feel that these intermittent expressions of Yang Chen were very true. There was no sign of lying at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Valley of No Return was not wrong. The immortal beheading platform was a super powerful magic treasure. Killing a perfected golden immortal was not wrong. Refining it was also not wrong. It was completely made up of the truth. How could it feel fake? Aside from the profound heaven sect, Yang Chen was the second person that Yang Lan wanted to kill. Over the years, the more famous Yang Chen became, the greater the things he did, and the higher his achievements, the more Yang Lan hated him in his heart. Yang Lan could not stand a tenant's son climbing over his head. If Yang Chen wanted to do something, he would definitely destroy it. Chapter 2232. The Valley of No Return was not an ordinary place, and all the cultivators understood this. In particular, none of the people who entered the Valley of No Return had come out, which confirmed this statement. When he thought that Yang Chen had found a magic weapon in the spiritual world that could kill a great principal golden immortal, the imbalance in Yang Lan's heart became more and more serious. The jealousy in his heart was burning. If he didn't destroy Yang Chen's wishful thinking, Yang Lan couldn't even sleep. However, Yang Lan didn't have the courage to go to the Valley of No Return by himself. He had just recovered his cultivation base, and at most, he was at the level of a human immortal. How many heaven immortals and Shen immortals had entered the Valley of No Return and did not come out? He was just a little human immortal. How could he dare to rush in? Don't look at Yang Chen being able to go in, but Yang Lan didn't know how Yang Chen got in from Yang Chen's mind. Not to mention going to the Valley of No Return, now Yang Lan didn't even have the possibility of leaving the Zhao family. Therefore, naturally, the task of destroying Yang Chen's good deeds fell on the head of the Zhao family. Yang Lan was now the advisor of the current Zhao family master, and he could make suggestions on many things. But there was one thing that Yang Lan couldn't let the Zhao family know, that he had slowly controlled a group of people, so he could only use the method of beating around the bush. The source of the news was impossible for Yang Lan to directly say that he controlled Yang Chen. He could only think of ways from the intelligence collected from the outside, and at the same time, he did not forget to control several masters of the major sect to send him the information he wanted. It was said that it was intelligence, but in fact, it was all constructed by Yang Lan with his own ideas, which could make the Zhao family master feel that it was necessary to make a move. The most important point was that it could kill a great principal golden immortal. This was leaked from the hands of important figures in the Shentian sect and several other sect. When it was concentrated in the Zhao family master was completely unable to control his greed. The news from the monster beast space was that the major sect had sent masters, one of whom was a great principal golden immortal. They already knew Zhu Sheng's identity, but sometimes when facing Zhu Sheng, they had to temporarily avoid him. Now that a super magic weapon that could kill a perfected golden immortal had suddenly appeared, it would be strange if the Zhao family's master could still sit still. They thought that Yang Chen had just found a treasure recorded in some things, but they didn't expect that it was a super magic weapon that could kill a Zenith Heaven golden immortal. Moreover, it was being refined by someone. This made them feel a sense of urgency. Yang Chen was definitely on the side of the major sects, even if Shentian sect had long been displeased with Chunyang Palace, and Chunyang Palace did not like Shentian sect either. The Zhao family was the common enemy of all the sect, so Yang Chen was definitely an enemy of the Zhao family. No matter what, they couldn't let Yang Chen have his way with this super magic treasure. The reason why the cultivators who entered the Valley of No Return couldn't come out was because their cultivation level wasn't high enough. At most, they were at the Shen immortal stage. Perhaps for the cultivators in the spiritual world, the Valley of No Return was a forbidden place for cultivation, but for the real golden immortal stage experts, it was another matter. The Zhao family had a lot of backups. Although Lin Zhongshuan killed half of the golden immortal stage experts in the Zhao family's lair, there was more than one golden immortal stage expert in the Zhao family. Otherwise, how could they resist Zhu Sheng and a group of golden immortals? When necessary, they also needed to send a golden immortal stage expert into the Valley of No Return. With so many cultivators paying attention to the Valley of No Return, how could the Zhao family let it go? Even among the cultivators who had entered the Valley of No Return, there were people from the Zhao family. It was just that after entering, they never came out, so they didn't know what happened inside. However, according to the information sent by Yang Lan from the outside, it was estimated that it was a disaster. But this did not prevent the Zhao family from sending a golden immortal stage expert into the Valley of No Return. No matter how strong the spiritual world was, it was useless against a real golden immortal stage expert. Without reaching that level of strength, it couldn't cause any harm to a golden immortal stage expert. Only an opponent who had reached the same golden immortal stage could deal with a real golden immortal stage expert. Soon, the Zhao family sent a golden immortal stage expert. He wanted to quietly leave the trial ground without alarming anyone from the major sect. He wanted to slowly sneak into the vicinity of the Valley of No Return and then sneak in. The first task was to get that super magic treasure, and the second was to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen's divine perching jade and elixirs had brought a lot of trouble to the Zhao family. If he killed Yang Chen, he might even be able to get his family's wealth. The Zhao family, including Yang Lan, were actually a little regretful. If they knew that Yang Chen could find the treasure in the Valley of No Return, they should have taken a step earlier. Now that the trial ground had been cracked, it was the Zhao family's lair. There was a super magic treasure in the Valley of No Return. Then what was the third dangerous place, Mount Tianju? If they went in earlier, would they be able to find some treasures too? Therefore, there was a secret task in the Golden Immortal Stage Expert's task, which was to go to Mount Tianju if there was a chance after coming out of the Valley of No Return. After all, he had obtained the super magic treasure, so Mount Tianju should be safer. The reason why he didn't treat it as a task that had to be completed was because Yang Chen had given him a deadline of 1,000 years. If Yang Chen needed 1,000 years to refine it with his earthly immortal cultivation, then a golden immortal stage expert would need at least 100 years. Who knew what would happen in 100 years? If there was a war with the Zhao family, then it would naturally be the Zhao family. This golden immortal stage expert would only go to Mount Tianju when there was no interference. For a golden immortal stage expert, it was a piece of cake to avoid the surveillance of some heaven immortals and Shen immortals in the hundreds of thousands of miles of defense line. Very easily, he left the trial ground and rushed towards the Valley of No Return. The Valley of No Return was not far from the trial ground, only a few 100,000 miles. Even if he hid, it would only take a few days to reach the place. Since Yang Chen had already opened the way in front, this golden immortal stage expert didn't need to be so unconventional. He followed to the small town that was formed later on, disguised himself as a heaven immortal cultivator, and began to ask about the Valley of No Return nonchalantly. He thought that the cultivators here would be very sensitive and would act as if they were facing a great enemy when they heard him asking about it. However, when he carefully drank with another cultivator for a long time before leading the topic to the Valley of No Return and Yang Chen, he was immediately despised. "You just came." It wasn't the cultivator who answered, but the waiter of the hotel next to him. This one sentence caused this golden immortal stage expert to be stunned for a long time. Did he make a mistake somewhere? Should he silence him? If you want to ask about Master Yang, just say it, it's not a secret here. The waiter said with a smile. What does this customer want to know? Basically, I know everything about Master Yang from the moment he came here to the moment he went in. Chapter 2233. The Golden Immortal Master was not surprised. After all, he had been here for so many years. It was normal for him to know some things. Since the other person had pointed it out, he simply threw a large piece of spirit stone to the shop assistant and asked him to explain in detail. It didn't matter if he didn't listen, but after listening, even the Golden Immortal Master couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This shop assistant knew a lot. Not only did he clearly explain when Master Yang went in, how did he go in, how did the people behind him follow and why didn't they come out, but he also said something even more surprising. He actually knew what was the situation in the Valley of No Return now. How was this possible? But it sounded fake. Could it be that the Valley of No Return was now open for people to enter and exit? What the Golden Immortal Master didn't know was that it had been more than 10 years since the last batch of hundreds of cultivators went in. During these years, there were already cultivators with high cultivation who began to explore the Valley of No Return. However, these cultivators were more cautious. They would go in and explore for a while before returning. Because there was no blood corpse and the blood river was also swallowed by the Earth Dragon, as long as they could withstand the killing intent overflowing from the immortal beheading stage, they could naturally return easily. The Valley of No Return was no longer the Valley of No Return of the past, as long as one did not enter the Valley of No Return, as long as one did not enter the corpse dump entrance. If the cultivators wanted to leave, they could almost leave at any time. Hearing this, the Golden Immortal Master's face couldn't help but change. If one could come and go freely inside, then he was afraid that the purpose of this trip would not be achieved. It's just that the shop assistant didn't say many things in detail. The Golden Immortal Master knew when to use tough means and when to give out benefits. Without hesitation, he threw a large piece of spirit stone over and asked the shop assistant to explain in detail. With a large piece of spirit stone, the shop assistant's attitude became more and more enthusiastic. He described the situation inside from beginning to end, including what kind of big pit it was, a square opening floating in the air, and from the opening, he could see the broadsword on the double dragon brackets and so on. He described it clearly and clearly. The Golden Immortal Master finally understood. The Valley of No Return was actually the Valley of No Return, but what everyone entered was not the real Valley of No Return. Only the inside of the square entrance was the real Valley of No Return. Entering without exiting and leaving without returning referred to the inside, not the outside. In fact, the people who entered later could not see any valley terrain at all. There was only a deep pit. In the past, be it mountains or rivers, they were all swallowed by the Earth Dragon in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, the cultivators who entered later naturally regarded the entrance floating in the air as the Valley of No Return. There were already cultivators who proved that as long as one could withstand the killing intent outside the entrance, they would be able to move freely. But once they entered, they would not be able to come out in a short period of time. Those who could enter this place were at least heaven immortals. Many earth immortals could not withstand the extremely terrifying killing intent within a few hundred miles and hurriedly retreated. Even so, there were still many cultivators who were unwilling to give up. Back then, Grandmaster Yang had entered the town with the cultivation base of an earthen immortal. Thus, the town was still very lively even now. Many cultivators treated the town as a supply base. Unwilling to give up, they kept going back and forth to search the town. At this point, the Golden Immortal Expert had already understood a lot, and he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the news the family had received was not false. That super magic treasure had not been refined by anyone yet. At the very least, there were quite a number of cultivators who had entered the real Valley of No Return. There were even heavenly immortals and arcane immortals there. If he were to be late in entering, not even dregs of the good items would be left behind. Without further ado, the Golden Immortal Expert did not care about anything else as he got up and left. The shop assistant had seen countless cultivators like this over the years. Almost all the cultivators who heard the news for the first time were like this. This allowed the shop assistant to earn quite a bit. However, he did not know if this person could come back or not. The Golden Immortal Expert did not want to know any of these things. After understanding the details, in less than half an incense's time, he had already appeared in the array of the Valley of No Return. The moment he entered, he knew that the shop assistant was not lying. The Golden Immortal Expert tried to enter and exit the array a few times. Indeed, he was able to advance and retreat freely. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction and headed towards the depths. Even though there were no more blood corpses and blood rivers, the killing intent within was already terrifying enough after decades of seeping out. Even the Golden Immortal Expert could not help but shiver when he first entered. It took him a while to adapt before he could move freely. Fortunately, there were no enemies here. Otherwise, the battle would not have been so smooth. The Golden Immortal Expert was a cautious person, otherwise, he would not have such achievements. His speed of advancement was not fast, just like Yang Chen's walking speed in the past. It was not that he was not in a hurry to snatch the super magic treasure. On one hand, walking slower would allow him to observe the surrounding situation. On the other hand, he could also take the opportunity to adapt to this place. Those who rushed forward as soon as they entered were destined to not have a good ending. The Golden Immortal expert firmly believed this. After cautiously walking for a few thousand miles, the Golden Immortal expert finally saw the floating opening that the shop assistant mentioned. It was a very magical place. With one look, the Golden Immortal expert could almost determine that this was the entrance to a space. Through that opening, the Golden Immortal expert also saw the ghost head broadsword that was placed on top of the twin dragon bracket. Waves of killing intent emanated from the saber. It was as if all the killing intent within the 10,000-mile radius of the array formation came from that saber. This broadsword was probably the super magic treasure that could kill a Golden Immortal. For no reason, the Golden Immortal expert felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, he understood what it was. This was the aura of the immortal world. The aura of that broadsword definitely had the aura of the immortal world. The Golden Immortal expert had been in the immortal world for many years. He was too familiar with this kind of aura. The cautious Golden Immortal expert did not go in directly. Instead, he carefully observed from the outside. At the same time, he released his spiritual consciousness to explore the situation inside. Unfortunately, no matter how much he released his spiritual consciousness, he could not detect the situation inside. It seemed like everything could only be done after going in. There were no cultivators around. The Golden Immortal expert tidied up the magic treasures on his person and prepared himself for battle. Then, he turned to look at the ghost-headed great blade, which was overflowing with killing intent, before flying into the square-shaped hole on the wall. He had already made up his mind. No matter who was inside, no matter what they were doing, he would kill them first. That ghost head broadsword that could kill a Golden Immortal was definitely his. Chapter 2234. The people outside had never seen the figure of a Golden Immortal master, at least not for decades. The town on the outskirts of the Valley of No Return was also missing a stranger who passed by in a hurry. No one would care. The Zhao family did not respond to this at all. They knew that it took hundreds of years or even longer to refine a super magic weapon. Wasn't it normal for there to be no news for a few decades? Yang Lan was still dreaming of Yang Chen being killed and the super magic weapon being taken away. The Zhao family was also dreaming of getting a super magic weapon to kill Zhu Sheng, a great principal Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, this was destined to be just a dream and there would be no time to return to reality. The major sect was still looking forward to the miracle of Zhu Sheng and the others. Those ancestors would defeat the masters of the Zhao family and then return to their respective sect. As for Zhu Sheng and the others, they were now fighting hard and hiding hard. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family had such a big scene in the demon beast space. Even with Zhu Sheng's great principal Golden Immortal cultivation base, he could only be on par with them. It was already the limit to ensure that the Golden Immortal masters who followed them did not die. As for destroying the arrangements of the Zhao family, they could only take one step at a time. If there was a Golden Immortal master outside the demon beast space at this time, it would probably be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Zhao family originally had this opportunity, but unfortunately, they cared too much about the super magic weapon that could kill a great principal Golden Immortal, so that the Golden Immortal master plunged into the beheading immortal platform and never came out. No one didn't know that with just a thought of Yang Chen, the Zhao family, who originally had the upper hand in the top combat power, inexplicably lost a Golden Immortal master, so that the combat power between the Zhao family and the major sect once again reached a balance. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. During these 50 years, no one knew how many cultivators had come to explore the Valley of No Return, but there was still a very obvious rule. More people went in, and less people came out. Only the cultivators in the town who lived here were spared. Those who wanted to try their luck basically entered the array formation and saw the entrance. Almost all of them went in. Everyone felt that they were the protagonist of life, and all the good things should be enjoyed by themselves. Even if everyone fought for it, maybe they had a chance. Everyone believed that they were blessed with good fortune, and that there would be times when a golden pie fell from the sky and fell into their hands. Their disappearance once again spread the reputation of the Valley of No Return, attracting more and more people to come. Young Chen was now a sky immortal expert. More than 10 years ago, he had already attained the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, but he had been forcefully suppressing his tribulation. Now, young Chen finally felt that there was no need to suppress it anymore and began to face the tribulation. Before young Chen, all the girls had already passed their heavenly immortal tribulations. Under the effect of the heavenly Yuan pill, everyone's cultivation was still advancing by leaps and bounds. If anyone could see them, they would definitely be shocked. In a mere 100 years, everyone's cultivation had actually surpassed the celestial immortal realm. What kind of concept was this? The tribulation clouds in the sky had begun to condense, and young Chen was ready. Apart from transcending the tribulation this time, young Chen actually had two other intentions. One was to thoroughly cultivate the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman to the peak of the sky, and the other was to thoroughly refine the golden bell of the dragon clan. For young Chen, the heavenly tribulation was no longer just a heavenly tribulation, but a means for him to temper his body and magic weapon. This is the real attitude towards the heavenly tribulation. Elder brother Li Cheng was very appreciative of this. When discussing with young Chen before, he said such words: "If you regard the heavenly tribulation as a test and tribulation, it will always be inferior. Even if you can get through it by luck, your future achievements will not be high. Cultivation is to face everything with a normal mind. The same goes for the heavenly tribulation, it is just a tool for your cultivation." With such a mentality, when facing the heavenly tribulation, young Chen found that he was not nervous at all. Even if the earth immortal tribulation for him was at least 100 times more powerful than the Shen immortal tribulation, young Chen did not panic at all. Instead, he took the initiative to face the heavenly tribulation. His body seemed to be bathed in the heavenly tribulation, and even the golden bell in his body was completely integrated with his body. The extra part was used to temper his body, and the immortal beheading blade was also tempered again. From the beginning to the end, young Chen was very calm and relaxed. However, the more he behaved like this, the more tame the heavenly tribulation seemed to be. There were so many heavenly tribulations, but young Chen just stretched out a finger and then reached into it. The mighty heavenly tribulation dissipated easily under a finger, and not even a speck of dust was blown away. That's it. This was the first time Lin Zhengyuan saw young Chen transcend the tribulation. Seeing this scene, he could not believe his eyes. The heavenly tribulation just now was not normal, and it was definitely not an ordinary earth immortal tribulation. Lin Zhengyuan could even sense the power of a few golden immortal tribulations. Even Lin Zhengyuan did not dare to say that he was sure that he could withstand such a powerful heavenly tribulation, but young Chen took it so easily that Lin Zhengyuan, a golden immortal, thought that he was hallucinating. What else do you want? Husband has always been like this when transcending tribulations. Sun Qingxue used to like to tease Lin Zhengyuan, and at this time, she did not change her attitude and said it casually. The girls had seen young Chen transcend tribulation many times, so they did not find it strange at all. The last time there was a golden immortal tribulation, young Chen easily swallowed it in one gulp. This time, his cultivation was higher, so what was the difference? Worry. Was that necessary? Lin Zhengyuan suddenly realized that he could not understand the spiritual realm. How could this be? When an earth immortal junior transcended the heavenly tribulation, he attracted a golden immortal tribulation, but the surrounding people did not find it strange at all. Could it be that he was behind the times, and did not understand that the world was changing quickly? However, this heavenly tribulation also made Lin Zhengyuan see himself clearly. In terms of seniority, he might be a very high golden immortal senior, and in terms of cultivation, his realm was definitely high, but in terms of combat power, a golden immortal senior like him was probably not in the eyes of the family in front of him. Lin Zhengyuan had seen geniuses, but he had never seen such monstrous geniuses like young Chen's family. If any of the women were taken out alone, they would be the most outstanding disciples that could make the major sects fight over them. Unexpectedly, they were all young Chen's wives and concubines. Wasn't young Chen's luck too good? With your cultivation and strength, You can do anything in the spiritual realm. Lin Zhengyuan had also learned about the discord between Yang Chen and the Xiantian sect these days. You can just kill your way to the Xiantian sect and destroy it. Why are you still cooperating? On the one hand, there are some things that I want to wait for the higher-ups to resolve completely. Yang Chen did not hide this from Lin Zhengyuan. He replied with a smile, on the other hand, I actually have my eyes on the foundation of the Xiantian sect. Chapter 2235. In his previous life, the enmity between Yang Chen and Profound Heaven sect was as deep as the sea. In this life, Yang Chen had been taking revenge ever since he was in the mortal world. But now, Yang Chen seems to have rarely made a move. Naturally, it wasn't because Yang Chen had let go of this enmity. Just as he answered Lin Zhengyuan, he had his eyes on Profound Heaven sect's foundation. If Profound Heaven sect was still led by Sect Master Wang or Sect Master Li, Yang Chen couldn't see any hope of controlling Profound Heaven sect. Thus, he would naturally think of ways to exterminate Profound Heaven sect. But now, Yang Chen had changed his mind. With Sect Master Wu, the new Sect Master of Profound Heaven sect who had unknowingly helped him, he might be able to dig the entire foundation of Profound Heaven sect into his hands. This was the first time Yang Chen had expressed his wishes to others. Lin Zhengyuan didn't comment on this. He didn't have a good or bad impression of Profound Heaven sect, so it didn't matter. This was the first time the girls heard Yang Chen say this. Of course, their attitude was definitely to support and not to oppose. Only Dao Junki was from Profound Heaven sect and had a lot of feelings for Profound Heaven sect. In the past, she already knew that Yang Chen's attitude towards Profound Heaven sect wasn't friendly. She was stuck between her husband and the sect, so it was very difficult for her to choose. However, Sect Master Wu's recent actions made Dao Junki hate Profound Heaven sect more and more. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Dao Junki's first reaction was that her husband was thinking about her so that she wouldn't become a traitor. For a moment, Dao Junki didn't know how to express her gratitude to her husband for his consideration. She threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and hugged him tightly without saying anything. Everyone's cultivation had a huge increase, including golden immortal experts like Aolan and Lin Zhengyuan. In just a few decades, Lin Zhengyuan even felt that he had broken through 2 small realms. One had to know that at golden immortal level, it would take about 200 years or even longer to break through a small realm. Furthermore, all of this happened in the spiritual realm where the spiritual pressure was incomparable to the immortal realm. Lin Zhengyuan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculousness of the heavenly essence pill. Ao Lan and Ao Lai had both improved greatly. Even Madame Bai and the others, who were sealed, had improved greatly. Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian, the two with the lowest cultivation, were almost at the peak of the earthly immortal stage. The two women's experience in the devil realm over the years had directly improved their combat effectiveness by several levels. The process of refining the demon world had also improved. Under the influence of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends formation laid out by the heavenly Yuan pill, almost half of the demon world had been refined. According to this speed, Big Brother Li Cheng estimated that he could completely refine the devil world in another 300 years. The reason for the difference was that the closer the devil realm was to the connection point of the heavenly court, the more difficult it was to refine it. Right now, Big Brother Li Cheng had yet to completely refine all the natal magic treasures from the immortal world. He had yet to complete the magic treasure that sealed the connection point. Maintaining this speed was already his limit. In the Mountain River geographical map, there were already tens of millions of human immortal disciples. The ascension of the natives of the spiritual realm, the ascension of the demon race in the super cave abode, and the ascension of the demonized demon beasts in the demonic tribulation caused the number of cultivators in the spiritual realm to increase. If this powerful force was taken out, no matter which sect in the spiritual realm, it would be impossible to compete with it. The absolute advantage in quantity brought about a further improvement in the Mountain River geographical map. Under the complementarity, the speed of refining the demon world was a bit faster. The outside world was also like Big Brother Li Cheng's estimation. There was no news in the demon beast space. Zhu Sheng also brought a bunch of golden immortal masters to fight with the Zhao family. The Zhao family was also harassed. In the spiritual realm, the Zhao family and the major sect were still in a relative balance. Although some small-scale battles were inevitable, the two sides were also evenly divided, and no one dared to relax their vigilance. Everyone understood that the real decisive game was in the demon-beast space, between Zhu Sheng and those golden immortal masters. No matter which side won, it meant a complete victory. The major sect were also anxiously waiting for the result of the battle in the demon-beast space, and at the same time, they were preparing in their respective sect. The gadget that Yang Chen left for the palace master in an emergency had never been activated. This also showed that the Chunyang Palace was now calm. Occasionally, there were small frictions, and the sect would solve them themselves. From the moment the mountain gate was rebuilt for the 5th time, Chunyang Palace actually had the qualifications to stand in the spiritual realm. Even without the protection of the major sect, Chunyang Palace could also stand in the spiritual realm with its own strength. This was the independent and self-reliant Chunyang Palace that Yang Chen wanted to see. Everything was normal in the outside world, so Yang Chen's family continued to do their own things on the deep sea side. The second primordial spirit never stopped refining the immortal beheading stage. Because of the integration of tens of thousands of merit rings, the control of the immortal beheading stage had increased by tens of thousands of times. After decades, almost 1/8 of the refining had been completed. Counting the days, it was estimated that when the demon realm was almost refined, it would also be the day when the immortal beheading stage was refined. In addition to cultivation, Yang Chen's body was integrating the cultivation methods. Yang Chen was already very familiar with the heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art, so in the first 50 years, he had almost completely integrated the heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art into the golden body secret art. Now the golden bell had completely integrated with Yang Chen's body. Whether it was the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, or the heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art, they were all refining methods, refining Yang Chen's body more and more refined. Even if Yang Chen entered the demon realm and did not move, those demonic beasts could not hurt Yang Chen. During the integration, Yang Chen's merit value flowed out like it was free. It was indeed worthy of being a refining method passed down by the Taoist ancestor. It was dangerous to fuse them together. Fortunately, he had the merit chapter to protect him, so he could go from barely combining them to proficiently fusing them in a few decades. However, the consumption of merit had almost reached an unbelievable level, 10 to the 64th power. The peak of the sky-reaching strength was already the secret cultivation method of the Kwa-Yi family. Before, Yang Chen did not begin to integrate the complete yellow turban strongman body refining method, because the golden body secret art had not reached that stage. Now that he had the conditions for cultivation, Yang Chen could rest assured and completely integrate the secret cultivation method of the Kwa-Yi family. However, before the integration, it was still the old way. Yang Chen would simply cultivate for a period of time, and then integrate it after thoroughly mastering the mystery. Since Brother Li Cheng had set a deadline of 1,000 years, it was estimated that he was impatient with the actions of the Zhao family. When these were completed this time, Yang Chen would definitely go on a killing spree and would never hold back. It was worth mentioning that under the efforts of the second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit, and under the dual cultivation of Yang Chen and the girls, Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation had soared again, reaching the middle stage of Almighty Immortal. Even Yang Chen could challenge the difficulty of refining an 8-revolution pill at this stage. Chapter 2236. The reason for this was that Yang Chen realized that Ao Lan seemed to be a little impatient. Ever since she knew that Yang Chen's alchemy came from the Tao ancestors' inheritance, she no longer doubted that Yang Chen could refine the fusion pill. Now, Ao Lan no longer planned to wait until everyone ascended to the immortal world before letting the fire dragon be reborn. She firmly believed that Yang Chen could refine the 8 revolutions fusion pill in the mortal world. Although she did not rush him these days, it was very obvious sometimes. Yang Chen also understood Ao Lan's feelings. It was not easy for her to endure until now after being separated from the person she loved for so many years. Yang Chen knew the pain of missing Gaou. In his previous life, he had never forgotten Gaou for even a moment. Therefore, He did not blame her. Give me 200 years. Yang Chen gave Ao Lan a clear time limit. When my cultivation increases again and my cultivation makes a breakthrough, I will start refining the fusion pill. Ao Lan finally felt relieved. With Yang Chen's guarantee, she understood that it would not be long before she met the fire dragon again. She could count the years. With Ao Lan's urging, Yang Chen immersed himself in fusing Kwa Yi's secret cultivation method. Relying on the merit absolute ability to protect his life, Yang Chen used the most unreasonable method to forcefully fuse Kwa Yi's secret cultivation method into the current golden body scripture. Even if some meridians would conflict with each other, even if the spiritual energy would reverse, he did not care. He would first solve the problem of being able to cultivate together, then straighten out the coordination. While Yang Chen and his family were immersed in cultivation, Yang Lan was very busy. Most of his thoughts were on the Profound Heaven sect, trying his best to make the Profound Heaven sect the target of public criticism. The battles between the Zhao clan and the other sect never stopped. There would be some small-scale conflicts from time to time. Almost all the sects were involved, and everything seemed normal. There was no doubt that the Profound Heaven sect's cultivators were also attacked. The hidden members of the Zhao clan would often attack the disciples of the other sect. Some succeeded, some failed, and there were casualties. Usually, the ones who were attacked were the disciples who were out. The Zhao family was not arrogant enough to attack the disciples of other sects in their own territory. However, the few super sects that had been paying attention to the Black Heaven sect had discovered that the Black Heaven sect's recent situation was too suspicious. There was a very elusive phenomenon, and that was, as long as it was a disciple loyal to sect Master Wu, when they were attacked outside, there was an 80% chance that they would survive. As for those disciples with unclear attitudes or who had expressed opposition, less than 10% of them survived when they went out and were attacked. Looking at the situation as a whole, the Black Heaven sect was the same as the other sects. They had all been attacked by the Zhao family, and nothing unusual could be seen. But as long as there was a simple distinction, the majority of those who were loyal to sect Master Wu were alive, and the majority of those who opposed were dead. This situation really made people suspicious. Everything was arranged by Yang Lan. He knew the identity and position of these people who went out through the elder he controlled. He specifically arranged some targeted attacks, so that the result of this attack was very coincidental and indirect to help Sect Master Wu clear the obstacles in the sect. Sect Master Wu did not notice this. He simply thought that this was a harassment method of the Zhao family. Sect Master Wu was even secretly happy that some people who did not know how to appreciate favors were attacked and killed. Right now, he could almost control more than 70% of the Black Heaven sect. If he continued to work hard, he believed that he would be able to firmly control the Black Heaven sect in less than a few hundred years. At that time, wherever Sect Master Wu's troops went, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect would come one after another. Just thinking about it made people fascinated. Sect Master Wu, who was immersed in controlling the Black Heaven sect, did not notice that the other sects had already started to drift away from the Black Heaven sect. No matter how Hall Master Tong of the External Affairs Hall contacted the various parties, this feeling of alienation was getting more and more serious. However, on the surface, the other sects still maintained their respect for the Black Heaven sect and did not explode out. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Yang Chen and his family, who were immersed in cultivation, almost did not notice the passage of time. If not for Ao Lan coming to remind Yang Chen would still be immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, Yang Chen and his family made preparations to not undergo their heavenly immortal tribulation and ascend. Hence, no one would undergo their tribulation for a long time to come. Hence, their cultivation would not be interrupted. However, Ao Lan was very anxious from waiting. However, he still remembered the 200-year time limit that Yang Chen mentioned. Once the time was up, he immediately rushed over to urge Yang Chen. 200 years was already sufficient for Yang Chen to completely merge the golden body art. At this point, the golden body art could be considered to have reached great perfection, becoming the only cultivation technique that Yang Chen could cultivate. The demonic world was still being refined, and so was the immortal killing platform. Yang Chen only paid attention to the current progress before preparing to refine the medicinal pill for Ao Lan. Ao Lan had already prepared all the herbs needed for the foundation merging pill long ago. Although Xiao Chen had said that the 8 Revolution Foundation merging pill could only be refined in the immortal world, there were herbs of sufficient age in the spirit realm. However, before refining the foundation merging pill, Yang Chen needed to refine a few body tempering pills. This was for the sake of raising the dragon puppet's 5 elemental attributes to the maximum. This was also one of the agreements that Xiao Chen made with Ao Lan back then. Furthermore, starting with simple medicinal pills was also a way for Yang Chen to familiarize himself with the process of refining 8 revolution pills. In the past, when Yang Chen refined an 8 revolution pill, he did it to give Ao Lan confidence. He did not use a cauldron and refined the simplest qi-nourishing pill empty-handed. At that time, Yang Chen had not yet comprehended the real secrets of the alchemy path. Now that he was going to open the furnace for alchemy, and to attack the real 8th grade medicinal pill in one fell swoop, Yang Chen was not completely sure. The purpose of the 8 Revolution Virtuous Body Tempering Pill was to raise the dragon puppet's acquired attributes. Among the herbs that Yang Chen usually used for the body tempering pill, he added some of the blood from the blood pool that he kept. One had to know that this blood was a mixture of cultivators of various levels in the immortal world. With the integration of Yang Chen's Virtuous chapter, this blood was even more effective than many ordinary herbs. Back then, Yang Chen refined a pill that allowed Xiao Tian to awaken his Yazi bloodline because of the essence blood of the howling celestial dog. Among this blood, there was definitely the blood of the howling celestial dog. At the same time, there was also the blood of some stronger immortals. For the first revolution, Yang Chen used his alchemy skills to the extreme. Under the strong support of the Virtuous chapter, the first revolution pill did not take too long and was completed. After all, it was just a simple body tempering pill. However, Yang Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued with the second revolution. Although Yang Chen had already discussed it with elder brother Li Cheng, the effect of a high revolution pill might not be very high. However, it could still increase it by a small amount. The most important thing was to give the consumer confidence. What Yang Chen was doing now was calming Ao Lan's heart. Chapter 2237. In the process of refining pills, the difficulty would multiply with every increase in refinement. The refinement required precise control of the flame, and the effort required was far greater than the previous refinement. When the difficulty accumulated to a certain level, the alchemist would be unable to continue. Hence, ordinary cultivators could easily determine the rank of an alchemist based on the number of refinements they could make. When it came to medicinal pills, this would be reflected in the number of pill inscriptions. With every increase in refinement, the number of pill inscriptions would increase by 1. This did not mean that one's cultivation could support such exhaustion. This was just a prerequisite. The higher the refinement, the more difficult it was to control the flame. If one got distracted or made a mistake with the flame, they would end up with a cauldron of slag. Yang Chen was no longer refining pills for the sake of increasing the number of refinements. To Yang Chen, every refinement was a small breakthrough in his alchemy Dao, a small accumulation of experience in the alchemy Dao. When one's cultivation realm was different, the nature of things would be different. The closer one was to the essence. Right now, Yang Chen basically had such a cultivation realm. Every time he refined a medicinal pill, he would be able to advance to a higher ranked alchemist. When this foundation was firm and thick enough, Yang Chen would naturally be able to advance to another level. This was something that Yang Chen had never comprehended in his previous life. This also clearly indicated that Yang Chen's current alchemy realm had already surpassed that of his previous life. The increase in control also meant that the time required to refine pills decreased. When Yang Chen executed the pill withdrawal technique and stood up, Ao Lan, who had been watching from the side, was startled. He failed. How can this be? Yang Chen put away the entire cauldron of virtuous body tempering pills. Without even looking at them, he placed them in a jade bottle and handed it to Ao Lan. Ao Lan quickly opened the bottle and took out the virtuous body tempering pills to check. This time, Yang Chen had refined more than 30 virtuous body-tempering pills for the fire dragon. The fire dragon's body was huge, so it definitely needed a lot of pills. Also, if the fire dragon wanted all 5 elements, it would need even more pills. The 30 physique tempering pills cost Yang Chen almost 1 Ganges river sand, 10 to the power of 52, worth of merit points. Even though it was just a simple body tempering pill, the number of pill refinement masters in the immortal world who could concoct such pills could be counted on one's fingers. Those who were capable did not have Yang Chen's merit, and those who had merit might not necessarily know how to concoct pills. One had to know that this was much easier than using old Demon Yi's demonic technique to raise his acquired 5 elements. Each pill had a neat and tidy 8 pill veins, but this time the pill veins were not dragon-shaped pill veins. Aolan did not mind. Yang Chen passed the profound spirit furnace to his disciple. Mo Chuanmei's pill furnace should not have dragon-shaped pill patterns. However, wasn't this speed a little too fast? Aolan checked the medicinal pills one by one, counting the pill veins one by one. Only then did she carefully put away all the physique tempering pills. It was not that she did not believe in Yang Chen. It was just that these medicinal pills were used for her beloved. She could not afford to be careless, lest it led to irreversible consequences. Concern led to chaos. This was not just something that happened to human cultivators. It was the same even for the royal members of the dragon race. This point was displayed vividly from Aolan's action of checking the medicinal pills. Yang Chen did not blame Aolan for being so serious. As he said, the existence of the pill veins was to increase the confidence of the consumer. Wasn't Aolan's careful counting of the pill veins the best interpretation of his principle? The body-harmonizing pill was a medicinal pill specially used by the dragon race. According to Aolan, she wanted Yang Chen to start refining it immediately. However, Yang Chen rejected this request. Instead, he intended to refine a few cauldrons of 7th and 8th Revolution Lingji Jade Dew pills first. I am already refining such a difficult medicinal pill right off the bat. I am not familiar with many of the techniques and fire control required for refining high-grade medicinal pills. It is better to use low-grade medicinal pills to practice first and familiarize myself with them before refining them in one go. Yang Chen had his own reasons. However, at this moment, he had to explain things to Aolan. Otherwise, she would misunderstand that he was not willing to refine medicinal pills or that he was making things difficult for her. Aolan accepted Yang Chen's explanation because it made sense. Yang Chen was also thinking for Aolan's sake. He had not prepared many of the original herbs for the body-harmonizing pill. If he failed a few times, he would have to start searching again. Yang Chen also had his own considerations. After all, refining an 8th Revolution medicinal pill surpassed the standards of his previous life. Yang Chen did not have much experience in this area. This was not like refining a 6th Revolution medicinal pill or a 7th Revolution medicinal pill. In his previous life, Xiao Chen had a lot of experience with this. Whether it was for his own reputation or for the sake of the fire dragon who was taking the medicinal pill, he should be cautious. Lingji Jade Dew pill was the most medicinal pill that Yang Chen had refined. From the 1st Revolution to the 7th Revolution, Yang Chen could now close his eyes and turn off his spiritual sense. However, Yang Chen still meticulously and carefully refined it. He felt the subtle differences in the fire control in each refining. Sometimes, he would even deliberately adjust the fire control within the permitted range of the refining, so that he could get different medicinal pills to compare the effects. When it came to the 8th Revolution medicinal pill, Yang Chen was even more careful. He was fully focused and did not dare to relax. This time, he did not use the merit chapter to support him, nor did he use the profound spirit furnace, which had a bonus effect. It was completely his own pure alchemy level. Only in such a refining method could he find and solve the problem. Sure enough, without the merit chapter to support him, the success rate of the alchemy was much lower. This was the first time that Yang Chen had refined an 8th Revolution medicinal pill in a real sense. The raw materials of 100 Lingji Jade Dew pills. When he finally collected the medicinal pills, Yang Chen got more than a dozen complete Lingji Jade Dew pills. The others all turned into slag. Aolan did not know the reason. Seeing that Yang Chen's success rate in refining the Lingji mushroom jade dew pill was so low, she did not dare to urge him to refine the fusing embryo pill. It was better to let Yang Chen refine the Lingji mushroom jade dew pill first. When he refined again, the success rate increased a lot. There were more than 30 pills, which almost doubled. However, there was only a little more than 30% success rate. Yang Chen was still very dissatisfied and immediately prepared the materials to refine again. A long time ago, Yang Chen discovered that these simple basic medicinal pills were actually not simple. Each of them was the most simplified and easiest to refine after many years of tempering by the predecessors. It was also the most cost-effective pill formula. However, the things behind the pill formula were worth careful consideration. Why did these medicinal materials were used? Why did they use this ratio? When he really reached the point where he knew how it was and why it was used, he had really learned something. Don't look at how Aolan was not satisfied with the success rate of Yang Chen refining the medicinal pill. However, Yang Chen himself was quite happy. The two refinements made him understand a lot of things. This was a harvest that he could not get even when refining the most difficult profound marrow pill in the past. Chapter 2238. Refining 2 batches of Lingji mushroom jade dew pills already gave Yang Chen sufficient experience. When he came out of the furnace for the 3rd time, he produced more than 90 pills in one go. His success rate was above 90%. Aolan was already stupefied. Even though she knew that Yang Chen's pill refinement came from the Dao ancestor, when she saw such a rapid increase in success rate, she still had a look of disbelief on her face. Yang Chen did not continue refining the Lingji mushroom jade dew pill, nor did he start refining the embryo fusing pill. Instead, he refined all the medicinal pills he learned before, starting with the simplest essence nurturing pill and qi nourishing pill, 3 batches of each. The first time, the success rate was extremely low. Aolan could not believe that this was Yang Chen's standard. However, there was a clear improvement in the second batch. By the third batch, Xiao Chen's success rate was above 90%. There was no exception for every medicinal pill, all of them were like this. The reason why Yang Chen dared to attempt refining medicinal pills at the 8th cycle was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. In the past 200 years, Yang Chen's cultivation had already reached late-stage heavenly immortal. If not for Aolan's own cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, she would not have believed that Xiao Chen could cultivate at such a crazy speed. Basically, by the time Yang Chen refined all the medicinal pills he knew, 100 years had already passed. In the past 100 years, Aolan had been waiting patiently. She did not complain about Yang Chen continuously refining the embryo fusing pill. Aolan was very clear that this was Yang Chen's true responsible attitude. Otherwise, if he casually opened the furnace and used the embryo fusing pill to test the 8th cycle, he would be a wastrel that would make Aolan cry in the Divine Dragon Palace. The success rate of every medicinal pill increased Aolan's confidence. To Yang Chen, this also meant that he had gained more experience in refining more medicinal herbs to the 8th cycle. All of this was the preparatory work before the concoction of the union pill. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood, everyone understood this principle. Now, I finally understand why you have such a strong alchemy standard. When Yang Chen finally prepared to refine the embryo fusing pill, Aolan sighed emotionally. It is not because you have the Dao ancestors' alchemy inheritance. Instead, it is because of your seriousness and focus. Big sister praises me too much. Yang Chen smiled and said humbly. Just as he was about to say something, he opened his eyes wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. The dragon race royal big sister Aolan, who had never been willing to change her form and had always maintained her dragon race form, was currently turning herself into a charming woman. Having just completed the transformation, he seemed to be very unused to this form. He kept moving his body about, and it took a while before he slowly became more natural. Aolan, of dragon. Yang Chen opened his mouth wide. His flabbergasted expression caused Aolan to smile sweetly. Then, she casually posed in a very seductive posture as she asked Yang Chen. If Dragon Ao Chen had not heard the same voice, he would not believe what was, Lan, Yang Chen would dragon, long ago, he would not would Lan. In the past, Yang Chen had not even dared to imagine that the proud dragon race would turn into a human. But this scene happened in front of his eyes, and Yang Chen didn't even know why it happened. The dragon race has been proud for too long. Even we ourselves think that we are unrivaled in everything. Ao Lan gracefully walked over to a chair not far from Yang Chen. Then, she smiled and said, "Actually, that is not the case." It sounded like Ao Lan had comprehended something. However, Yang Chen was still immersed in shock, not daring to imagine it. "Because of my alchemy? What a joke." In the past, when the Dao ancestor was around, not many dragon race members were convinced by the Dao ancestor's alchemy standards and turned themselves into humans. "That's right. It is because of you." Ao Lan did not deny Yang Chen's influence. "You let me see a true miracle. Your innate attributes of the 5 elements are not outstanding. However, you are able to do this. It is clear that one's background is not important. What is truly important is your perseverance, seriousness, and focus. The dragon race has been proud for too long." Ao Lan repeated this sentence again. "It is because we thought that we were blessed by the heavens. However, when we think about it carefully, these things are the true shackles that bind us. They make us look down on the cultivators of the world, making us look down on everyone. In the past, Long Yuan, and not long ago, both made such mistakes. Since you have already realized your mistakes, you should change them immediately. There is always time." Ao Lan smiled. "From today onwards, the dragon race's mistakes will be corrected. Do you think Big Sister is pretty now?" "Beautiful." Yang Chen nodded heavily, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. When a female asked if you were pretty enough, this was the only correct answer. There was no other answer. This was the truth that Yang Chen thoroughly understood and insisted on implementing from the time when Madame Bai regarded the heart of a beauty as more important than the sky. The news of Ao Lan changing into human form quickly spread throughout the Dragon Palace and the Mountain River geographical map. After that, Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Madame Bai's group, Big Brother Li Cheng, Lin Zhengyuan, and Ao Lai quickly appeared in the Dragon Palace. When everyone saw Ao Lan's current appearance, their faces filled with shock. "Ao Lai, you should change as well. You are the only one here who looks abnormal." Ao Lan was very friendly to the others. She only used a commanding tone with Ao Lai. However, this time, she was not particularly cruel. Instead, she explained to Ao Lai the principle that she had just comprehended. At the same time, she also explained to everyone why she did what she did. Ao Lai had already been beaten into submission by Yang Chen long ago. However, Ao Lan had been suppressing him, so he did not dare to disobey. Now that Ao Lan had changed like this, naturally, Ao Lai followed suit. He quickly turned into a strong and handsome youth. Yang Chen's wives and concubines rushed forward and surrounded Ao Lan. Then, they started talking about women. In the past, when Ao Lan was in dragon form, it was impossible for her to talk about such things. Now that she had become a great beauty, naturally, they had many common topics to talk about. Lin Zhengyuan also hit it off with Ao Lai. Soon, he brought out a large pile of meat and wine from the Dragon Palace. He ate and drank to his heart's content, feeling extremely happy. These stubborn fellows actually have a day where they become enlightened. How rare. Big Brother Li Cheng slowly walked over to Yang Chen. He also had a trace of astonishment on his face. After Big Brother Li Cheng sighed, he asked Yang Chen, "You started refining pills 100 years ago. How is it going?" Without saying anything, Yang Chen showed Big Brother Li Cheng all the pills he had refined from the start to now, asking him to comment on them. "What do you think?" After Big Brother Li Cheng looked through them one by one, he did not comment on them. Instead, he asked Xiao Chen a question. "Nothing much. Success comes naturally when the conditions are right." Yang Chen thought for a while before replying, "Actually, everything is the same. It is just a process where the conditions are right." Chapter 2239. Yang Chen had just learned the phrase, "When the conditions are right, success will come when the conditions are right." It was also comprehended from the process of alchemy, but the direction was different from Aolan's. These words were suitable for alchemy. Yang Chen started from the foundation of alchemy, persisted step by step, and finally had enough foundation to successfully become a rank 8 alchemist. This was a typical process of success when the conditions were right. It was the same for cultivation. Regardless of whether Yang Chen raised his acquired attributes, cultivated the great yin-yang 5 elemental art, or merged the golden body art, they were all accumulating water. When the water was right, the canal would naturally form. Similarly, it was the same for dealing with the profound heaven sect. The Taishanmen of the mortal world took the wrong steps and finally became the public enemy of the world. Similarly, when the water accumulated to a certain point, the Taishanmen would be exterminated. Now, the profound heaven sect in the spiritual realm was also accumulating water. With the tacit cooperation between Yang Chen and Yang Lan, the profound heaven sect was being isolated and viewed as an enemy by the other major sect. The Zhao clan was also watching from the side. Once these accumulations reached a certain point, the profound heaven sect would be exterminated. All right. Big brother Li Cheng nodded, seemingly approving of Yang Chen's comprehension. Then, I will wait for the day when the demonic realm and Yarrow realm are dealt with. Although Big Brother Li Cheng's words were simple, it meant that Yang Chen's comprehension was not wrong, or rather, there was no deviation. Getting Big Brother Li Cheng to nod was much more difficult than killing a few Xian immortal experts. Speaking of this, our Ying's accumulation is about the same. While Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng were talking about this, he suddenly thought of Zhu Xianying. Continuing to cultivate in this state will not be of much benefit to our Ying. Let her truly start cultivating. Indeed, it's about time. Big brother Li Cheng still nodded in agreement. The two of them did not speak much, but the surrounding women heard it. However, they did not understand what their husband and Big brother Li Cheng were talking about. What did it have to do with our Ying? Zhu Xianying was even more confused. She did not understand what her husband meant. How could she not know what kind of state she was in? Since Yang Chen and Li Cheng talked about Zhu Xianying, the women stopped talking about women and turned their attention to Yang Chen and Zhu Xianying. Husband, I don't understand. Zhu Xianying was no longer the grumpy granny Tian Qin. She thought that she had been reborn, but she didn't think that her current state was still not right in her husband's eyes. Ying, it's not your problem. Yang Chen smiled and comforted her. He reached out and held her soft hand in his hand. He asked softly, do you remember what I told you in the past? When you are in danger, you have to use your spiritual awareness to make a few secret arts. After Yang Chen and Zhu Xianying got married, Yang Chen and Zhu Xianying talked about this problem. At that time, Zhu Xianying also knew those few incantations. They were deeply buried in her memory, as if she had known them since she was born. It was just that Zhu Xianying had never encountered any life or death battles all these years, so she never had the chance to use these incantations. She had long forgotten about these things. Now that Yang Chen suddenly mentioned it, what did he mean? A Ying, your cultivation base is sealed. Yang Chen explained aloud, those few spiritual awareness secret arts are the keys to unlock your spiritual awareness seal. With this explanation, Zhu Xianying immediately understood. The women also understood the reason and all came to a sudden realization. The longer you cultivate in a sealed state, the more solid your foundation will be. Yang Chen then explained, but now that you have cultivated to this stage, there is no need to suppress it so strongly. Zhu Xianying was the strongest among Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Before entering the Valley of No Return, she was already a peak heaven immortal. After hundreds of years of using heavenly yuan pills to cultivate, she had already reached the third stage of Xian immortal. Even in the spiritual realm, Zhu Xianying could be said to be one of the few experts. But such a cultivation realm was actually in a sealed state in Yang Chen's eyes. Everyone couldn't help but be a little curious. If Zhu Xianying really unlocked the seal, what realm would she be in? I can unlock it. Zhu Xianying was really used to living in the spiritual realm and cultivating with this kind of cultivation. She never thought that she would be in such a situation. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she even felt that it was unreal and asked doubtfully. Of course. Yang Chen smiled and encouraged her. When have you ever been wrong? What's more, Brother Li Cheng also said so. Everyone was almost certain that Brother Li Cheng was the disciple of the Dao ancestor who had obtained the inheritance of the Dao ancestor. His knowledge and his words were naturally like golden rules. Zhu Xianing's heart immediately calmed down after hearing Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen gestured for everyone to keep a distance, then gave Zhu Xianing an encouraging smile and let her act according to the law. Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Xianing stood in the central square of the Dragon Palace. She took a few deep breaths and began to construct the spiritual art in her sea of consciousness. Boom! Zhu Xianing's body seemed to suddenly explode like a huge bomb, and the spreading airwaves pushed the spiritual power in the Dragon Palace far away. Everyone seemed to be able to feel that there seemed to be an invisible shackle on Zhu Xianing's body that was shattering, and then a strong aura came from Zhu Xianing's original position. The spiritual power that was just pushed away seemed to be attracted by a strong force at this moment, and frantically rushed towards the central area. In the tranquil Dragon Palace, a spiritual energy hurricane was formed. An aura of complete freedom was emitted from Zhu Xianing's body, and everyone inexplicably felt a sense of relief in their hearts that the pressure was dispelled. After a while, the spiritual power hurricane slowly calmed down, and everyone saw the changes in Zhu Xianing in the center. It seemed that Zhu Xianing was still the beautiful Zhu Xianing, and there was no change in her appearance. However, her temperament and cultivation were completely different from before. In just a short while, Zhu Xianing had become a peak Xian immortal cultivator. This was not the kind of Xian immortal that stayed in the spiritual realm and did not ascend, but a true Xian immortal cultivator that was sent down after transcending the heavenly immortal tribulation. In other words, this was Zhu Xianing's true cultivation when she was sent down to the spiritual realm. Thinking about it, it was normal. A true peak Xian immortal cultivator could do whatever they wanted in the spiritual realm. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert like Aolan might not be defeated if they encountered one. The possibility of them being evenly matched was at least 50-50. Of course, with Lin Zhengyuan around, it seemed that Zhu Xianing's cultivation was not enough. Zhu Xianing's eyes seemed to be clearer, and from the expression on her face, she seemed to have recalled a lot of things. Chapter 2240. She had just broken the seal. Whether it was regaining her memories or digesting all these years of experience, it would take some time. Everyone understood and didn't disturb Zhu Xianing. They just watched and felt happy for her. After a long while, Zhu Xianing let out a long sigh. A smile blossomed on her face. She turned to Yang Chen and slowly walked over with a smile. "Husband, I've remembered everything." Zhu Xianing was a woman who followed traditional etiquette. She always called herself a concubine in front of Yang Chen. This time was no exception. Although Sir Taishan's arrangements weren't perfect, he did it for your own good. Yang Chen smiled and nodded at Zhu Xianing. He then began to speak up for his father-in-law. Back then, Zhu Xianing had never understood why she had been sealed into such an ugly monster. She had always been brooding over it, and with no way to vent it, she had become the cynical Granny Tian Qin. If she hadn't met Yang Chen, she would have remained in that state until she ascended. Yang Chen had done many things in the past. At that time, Zhu Xianing already understood her father's painstaking efforts. After marrying Yang Chen, her life had been very happy, so she didn't have too many grudges. Now that she had regained all her memories, even the last bit of resentment was gone. "I understand," Zhu Xianing replied gently and allowed Yang Chen to hold her in his arms. She no longer had any resentment. As long as she was by her husband's side, she was filled with happiness. This scene made Madame Bai very envious. She interrupted Yang Chen and Zhu Xianing and asked loudly, "How do you undo this seal? Help me undo it too." Yang Chen was stunned. He turned to look at Brother Li Cheng. Brother Li Cheng had the same expression. "Madam, this is good enough. Why do you have to do this?" Yang Chen smiled and said to Madame Bai, "Ah Ying's cultivation is about to catch up to her original cultivation. That's why she undid the seal." "Madam, the time isn't right yet." "I'm afraid it's not right. I don't need you to undo the cultivation seal." Madame Bai seemed to be very confident in her cultivation. She did not care about this at all. She just said, I just want to unlock that person's memory seal. I want him to remember who he is. As Madame Bai's voice grew softer and softer, Yang Chen's heart trembled. Only the women around him were touched. Even though Madame Bai had forgotten who that person was, she did not forget her tender feelings for that person. Everyone noticed that whenever she talked about that person, she would always use that kind of loving tone. One could imagine the depth of her feelings. Sometimes, Yang Chen really didn't understand what Ancestor Lu was thinking. He sent Madame Bai to the spirit realm to protect her, but why did he seal her memories? Even Big Brother Li Cheng, who had never been close to women, could not bear to see Madame Bai like this. But on the other hand, Yang Chen could understand Ancestor Lu's actions. There was probably only one reason for him to do this, and that was Madame Bai's safety. If he didn't seal Madame Bai's memories, Madame Bai would probably know what Ancestor Lu wanted to do and what kind of danger he would face. How could she, who was in the spirit realm, be at ease? She would definitely ascend and chase after him. To put it bluntly, Madame Bai missed Ancestor Lu because she was deeply in love. But Ancestor Lu sealed Madame Bai's memories for the same reason. Both of them were very emotional, and that was what made people sigh. Madame, Ying already knew the method to undo the seal. Yang Chen could not undo Madame Bai's seal. He didn't have the ability to do so, but he didn't want Madame Bai to be even sadder. He could only explain in a roundabout way. Back then, Ying's father was afraid that she would be in danger, so she would undo the seal whenever she was in danger. But Madame's sealed disciple was really helpless. Madame Bai now understood the principle behind Zhu Xianying's seal, so she was also racking her brains to see if there was a similar technique in her memory that she had to use in a life-and-death situation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find anything related to it. Sigh. I don't know when I can see him again. Madame Bai had no other choice but to sigh bitterly and slowly return to her bedroom in the Dragon Palace. Because of Madame Bai's actions, all the women were a little depressed. They were all women, so they naturally understood the feeling of longing. But no one could do anything, and no one could help. Zhu Xianying needed to cultivate in seclusion for a while, so everyone returned to their rooms in the Dragon Palace after chatting for a while. The women also returned to the Devil Realm to train and cultivate. Big Brother, do you have a way to deal with Madame Bai? Yang Chen found an opportunity to secretly ask Big Brother Li Cheng. It doesn't matter if I have a way or not. Li Cheng sighed and asked, even if I have a way, would you dare to use it? This question stumped Yang Chen. From his previous life's memories, Ancestor Lu had not appeared until his rebirth. That was to say, even if he had a way to restore Madame Bai's memories of Ancestor Lu, Madame Bai would not be able to see Ancestor Lu for the next few thousand years. However, Madame Bai, who was worried about Ancestor Lu, would definitely ascend to the immortal realm and be embroiled in all sorts of unknown dangers. This was the opposite of Ancestor Lu's original intentions. Even if he had a way, whether it was for Madame Bai's safety or for Ancestor Lu's arrangements, Yang Chen did not dare to undo Madame Bai's seal, much less tell her the truth. Thus, Yang Chen's question was a meaningless question. Since Ancestor Lu made such arrangements, he would definitely have a backup plan. Yang Chen just had to do his best to protect Madame Bai. As for the rest, it was better not to do anything unnecessary. The Dragon Palace regained its peace and everyone busied themselves. Yang Chen also intended to start refining the embryo merging pill. However, the strange thing was that when he practiced refining other pills, Ao Lan stayed by Yang Chen's side and watched. However, when it came to refining the most important embryo merging pill, Ao Lan seemed to be afraid to face it. It was as if she was afraid of bearing the consequences of failure. She was also afraid that she would not be able to bear the pressure on Yang Chen, causing him to make mistakes. She actually took the initiative to leave. Of course, Ao Lan did not do nothing. She rushed back to Chunyang Palace, intending to bring Yang Chen's disciple, Mo Chunmai, here. The last remaining dragon spirit of the fire dragon was in the profound spirit furnace. If she wanted to revive, she needed to destroy this dragon spirit. It was impossible to do it without the profound spirit furnace in her hands, so she had to bring the profound spirit furnace over. In addition, the artifact spirit of the profound spirit furnace disappeared for no reason. Ao Lan had to find a new artifact spirit for the profound spirit furnace. He believed that by the time she came back, the embryo merging pill would have already been refined. Chapter 2241. It was very difficult for human cultivators to refine the embryo fusing pill used by the dragon race. Not to mention other things, just the ingredients alone were enough to kill. For the embryo fusing pill used by the dragon race, it was best to use items from the body of the dragon. Furthermore, it had to be of the same attribute. However, this was not difficult for Yang Chen. Be it the original body of the dragon or the new body, he could obtain sufficient ingredients at any time. After dealing with the ingredients, it was time for the refining method and grade. The body of the dragon race was huge, much larger than that of humans. Hence, the number of medicinal pills required was not small. Yang Chen even needed to accurately calculate how many medicinal materials were needed to refine the fusing embryo pill according to the current body weight of the dragon puppet and the original cultivation base of the fire dragon plus the strength of his spiritual awareness after his rebirth to accurately calculate how many medicinal materials were needed for the fusing embryo pill. When necessary, he even had to consider the influence of the purple sun dragon fire, the life flame of the dragon puppet. During the preparation, Xiao Chen first refined an extremely accurate giant scale. He weighed the weight of the dragon puppet to the exact unit of 2. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would definitely refine a small medicinal pill and consume many of them. At most, the difference would be within 1 medicinal pill. This was nothing to the huge body of the dragon puppet. However, now, Yang Chen was no longer the alchemist of the past. In that case, he had to pursue a different level of perfection. With just 1 embryo fusing pill, Xiao Chen would be able to perfectly possess the dragon puppet, leaving no flaws. When Mo Chunmai rushed over, Yang Chen was in the midst of calculating all this. Ao Lan had not only brought Mo Chunmai but also Hannah Mengyu. There were sufficient medicinal ingredients in her herb garden for Yang Chen to choose the best. When Mo Chunmai rushed over, she still did not know what Yang Chen was going to refine. Now that she saw her master, she naturally had to ask for guidance. Yang Chen also had the intention to nurture her. He explained the medicinal pill recipe and how he planned to refine it in detail to Mo Chunmai and Hannah Mengyu. When the 2 women heard that Yang Chen was actually going to refine an 8 revolution pill, they were completely stunned. Mo Chuanmei's first reaction was that Yang Chen wanted to use the power of the profound spirit furnace to refine it. Otherwise, the alchemist master of the spiritual world refining the 8th grade medicinal pill sounded a bit fantastical. Looking at Mo Chunmai, who couldn't wait to take out the profound spirit furnace for himself, Yang Chen smiled and threw Mo Chunmai a bottle of the 8th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that he had refined and let her share it with Hannah Mengyu. Mo Chunmai opened the jade bottle doubtfully. When she saw the pill inside, she was immediately stunned. Hannah Mengyu was puzzled. She stepped forward to take a look and was stunned as well. The 2 women stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. "Master," Mo Chunmai called out after a long time, her voice filled with indescribable shock. The profound spirit furnace had always been in her hands, but her master could take out this bottle of Lingji mushroom jade pill. How was this possible? Mo Chunmai was also a master of alchemy. Now she had only ascended for a few hundred years and she was already a proper 5th grade alchemist master. She asked herself that with the profound spirit furnace, she would definitely be able to enter the 6th grade after a period of time. She didn't expect her master to be faster than her. Now she has surpassed the limits of the spiritual world and became an 8th grade alchemist master. The problem was that all the cultivators in the spiritual world now thought that Yang Chen was just a 6th grade alchemist master. Even Mo Chunmai was so shocked. She didn't know how incredible it would be for the cultivators outside to know it. You must know that before Yang Chen announced his retreat, the Profound Heaven sect was still looking for 8th grade medicinal pills all over the world. But now, the bottle of dozens of pills that her master threw over were all 8th grade medicinal pills. The Profound Heaven sect spent a lot of money to get Yang Chen's combination medicinal pills. If they knew the current level of Yang Chen, they didn't know if they would go crazy. When she thought that she could see her master open the furnace to refine the 8th grade fusion embryo pill, Mo Chunmai was full of expectation. Not to mention Mo Chunmai, the alchemist master, was like this. Even Hannah Mengyu, a disciple who was not an alchemist master, was like this. One could imagine the expectations of the 8th grade alchemist master. Ao Lan still seemed to be a little unable to face Yang Chen directly. When he was refining the fusion embryo pill, he stayed in the Dragon Palace with the profound spirit furnace alone, feeling the last breath left by the rebirth of the fire dragon. With the help and observation of his 2 apprentices, Yang Chen finally began the refining of the fusion embryo pill. In order to maximize the success of the rebirth of the fire dragon, Yang Chen also used the scales and flesh of Ao Lai's body and the scales and flesh of the dragon puppet's body in addition to using the merit chapter to escort him. The fire used in the refining was the original life source of the fire dragon, the purple sun dragon fire. Mo Chunmai stared at Yang Chen's movements and techniques intently. Although Yang Chen had explained all the steps to Mo Chunmai in detail before refining, when she really saw her master's hands, Mo Chunmai couldn't help but let out a burst of speechless admiration. The master's control of timing, the accuracy of the materials, the steadiness of the technique, and the grasp of the fire were simply amazing. Mo Chunmai was also a very high-level alchemist master, but she had never seen such a refining technique. In particular, the control of the fire seed simply made Mo Chunmai admire him. Mo Chunmai really came into contact with thousands of fire seeds after she got the profound spirit furnace passed down by Yang Chen. During this time, it took her most of the time to familiarize herself with the various fire properties. Because of this, she knew better than anyone how great it was to master all kinds of fire seeds. She had to rely on the profound spirit furnace to barely do this, but Yang Chen did not need it at all. The fire seed that was revealed must be the most suitable fire seed, as if all the fire seeds in the world were on her master's body. Sometimes Mo Chunmai had to sigh that the gap between her and her master seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It was simply a moat. Although Yang Chen explained the process in detail, there were many things in it that were not explained thoroughly. Some things, if they were not realized by themselves, they would not be understood by themselves, and even the actual operation would not be really understood. Yang Chen did not want to lead to the destruction of the famous alchemist master Mo Chunmai in his previous life because of his own indoctrination. Hannah Mengyu was not an alchemist master, and Yang Chen's guidance to her was also somewhat different. He told Hannah Mengyu how many differences there were in the efficacy of each part of each medicinal material, and how different the years were. In short, let Hannah Mengyu cultivate medicinal materials with consistent properties as much as possible. The alchemist pursued the perfection of medicinal pills, and a master of cultivating medicinal materials like Hannah Mengyu should also pursue perfection in cultivation. Just this time, observing the alchemy process of their master, the 2 women had the harvest of being reborn. The 2 women stared at their master's movements while thinking about the reason why their master did this in their minds, and they could not extricate themselves from it. Chapter 2242. The embryo fusing pill was very important. With Xiao Chen's full concentration, he managed to complete the first cycle without any mishaps. This was also thanks to Yang Chen's experience in refining all sorts of foundational pills in the past 100 years. The Dragon Race's pill was extraordinarily difficult to refine. Furthermore, there were no more ingredients for Yang Chen to practice with. Unless Yang Chen could carve out a large piece of flesh from Ao Lai and the dragon puppet. However, even if Yang Chen could do such a thing, Ao Lan would definitely not allow him to do so. Successfully refining the first cycle actually meant that Xiao Chen had the experience to successfully refine the 8 revolutions embryo fusing pill. What Yang Chen needed to do was to use the experience from refining the first cycle to complete the remaining 7 cycles. This was Yang Chen challenging his limits. At the same time, it was also a process to raise his level of pill refinement. Even with the protection of the merit chapter, Yang Chen still completed the refinement very carefully. There was no helping it. The difficulty of refining the Dragon Race's pill was not small. It was even more difficult than refining the marrow accumulation pill. One embryo fusing pill took Yang Chen 50 years to refine. Yang Chen used at least a dozen spirit veins in the central plaza of the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. At the same time, he used at least several thousand kilograms of origin spiritual liquid and spirit crystals to complete it. When Yang Chen successfully collected the pill, Mo Chunmai and Hannah Mengyu saw a huge pill the size of two people hugging it. The pill inscriptions on it were as wide as a palm. There were 8 neatly arranged pill inscriptions on the pill, looking very round and perfect. However, the two girls did not feel like they were looking at a pill. This was clearly an incomparably huge ball. However, they had seen the entire process of refining the pill from start to finish. Be it the refining process or the medicinal qi after it came out, if they did not consider the size, this was indeed an 8-revolution pill. Ao Lan rushed over immediately. When she saw this incomparably huge pill, she was similarly speechless. However, she also knew that if she wanted to have a complete effect and distribute the medicinal effects to all parts of her body, she might really need such a large medicinal pill. In that case, are the body-tempering pills that you refined earlier enough? When Ao Lan saw this medicinal pill, she recalled the tens of body-tempering pills that Yang Chen refined at the start. That was a normal size. If it was calculated according to body size, it might not be enough. 2 different types of pills. Yang Chen expressed his meaning very directly. The body refining pill is the body refining pill, and the embryo fusing pill is the embryo fusing pill. Don't compare them. Yang Chen was an expert in this aspect. Ao Lan would definitely listen to Yang Chen's words now. Since Yang Chen said it was okay, then it must be okay. In fact, it was indeed so. The main effect of the physique tempering pill was the merit that Yang Chen injected into it, not the size of the pill. As for the embryo fusing pill, it was a medicinal pill that allowed the fire dragon's spiritual body and physical body to merge into one. Only then would it bring out the greatest medicinal effect of the herbs. After the embryo fusing pill was refined, Gaou and the others rushed over when they heard the news. They all wanted to see how the dragon race was reborn and how strong a dragon race with all 5 elements was. Big sister, the medicinal pill is ready. When do you want to proceed? Yang Chen asked as he handed the embryo fusing pill to Ao Lan. Ao Lan had to decide on all these. Yang Chen would not take the initiative to participate. Ao Lan hugged the profound spirit cauldron with a reluctant expression on her face. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision, and her expression turned resolute. Yang Chen, Long Quang was very proud in the past. His temper was also a little irascible. Ao Lan did not immediately start to revive the fire dragon. Instead, she explained to Yang Chen, hence, after he was injured, I sealed him in ice. I hope that he can remain calm during the long years of being sealed in ice. Clearly, Long Quang was the name of the fire dragon. Surnamed Long, not a member of the royal family of the dragon race. In that case, he was definitely the person that Ao Lan liked. However, what Ao Lan said was somewhat different from when Yang Chen discovered the fire dragon's physical body. Big sister, are you mistaken? Yang Chen quickly interrupted Ao Lan's big sister. When Ao Lai and I saw him, he no longer had any active consciousness. It seemed like a joke to expect a fellow without active consciousness to calm down and reflect on himself. However, Ao Lan did not have any intention of joking. She seemed to be immersed in her memories, not saying anything for a long time. As I said, he is a proud fellow. Ao Lan recalled for a while before continuing. At that time, his injuries were not fatal. However, I had no way to treat him. On one hand, I sealed him in ice to calm him down. On the other hand, I wanted to extend his life until I could find a way to treat him. Ao Lan emphasized once more that Long Quang was very proud. Yang Chen somewhat understood that there had to be a reason for this. However, he did not intend to interrupt Ao Lan's big sister. Telling her about it now was a form of relief and relaxation for her. It was very beneficial. However, his pride made him unable to endure this kind of waiting that was worse than death. Ao Lan's voice turned somewhat gloomy. Sometimes, he would rather die than struggle at death's door. Everyone here was a cultivator. They could all understand the situation that Ao Lan was talking about. Not to mention the high and mighty dragon race, even if a cultivator were to suddenly become an ordinary person, some people might not be able to accept it, much less a half-dead person without any ability to move. When that time came, most cultivators would rather die. Of course, he knew that he would not die. He would be reborn. Ao Lan smiled bitterly. There was no need for further explanation. The effects of the dragon soul fragrance were even stronger than the divine perching jade. There was no period of weakness. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally knew that he would not die. However, he gave me the time to decide his rebirth. Following that, Ao Lan's big sister answered, he took the initiative to erase his consciousness so that I could fully accept his pride before letting him be reborn. After saying all this, Ao Lan's big sister seemed to have put down a stone in her heart. She looked much more relaxed. Of course, everyone also understood the ins and outs of the situation. They could not help but sigh to themselves. There were love and hate conflicts among humans. The dragon race was no exception. Big sister, this fellow really does not know what's good for him. While the women sighed, Yang Chen directly gave a very unpleasant evaluation. For the princess of the dragon race to lower herself to take a fancy to a poor fellow is already a great blessing. Yet, this fellow still dares to be so arrogant. In little brother's opinion, it is best that he changes his bad temper. Just as Ao Lan was about to explain, Yang Chen interrupted her. Big sister, I know that you are telling us all this so that we can be more tolerant of him after he is reborn. However, sometimes, being too indulgent will harm him. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony at all. He said in an old-fashioned manner, aside from Long Xian, it seems like the rest of the people with the surname Long all need to be taught a lesson. Chapter 2243. When Yang Chen said that everyone with the surname Long needed to be taught a lesson, he was not just talking about Long Quang. This included the 6 old fellows with the surname Long who came to the Dragon Palace to get used to the dragon coiling grass. It was just that they did not take the initiative to make a move back then. Instead, they pushed out that hothead Long Yuan. They only became obedient after seeing Lin Zhengyuan, Li Cheng, Shishanshan, and Yang Chen teach them a lesson. If Yang Chen had not suppressed those fellows back then, the Dragon Palace's geographical map and what not would have been taken back by those fellows. They would have used the pretense that the dragon race's treasures could not be left outside. They did not have any good intentions from the start. Now, there was another fellow who was so arrogant that he could not even tolerate big sister Ao Lan searching for a cure for him. He even said that he would leave the decision to big sister Ao Lan. Yang Chen's first impression of him was that he was very unhappy. How arrogant was big sister Ao Lan? She was the princess of the dragon race. She was one of the top experts in the spiritual realm. Yet, she was willing to compromise with a junior like Yang Chen. She even greeted Yang Chen's family like this before he reincarnated, afraid that he would cause Yang Chen and the others to be unhappy. One could imagine how arrogant that fellow was back then. Yang Chen did not know how big sister Ao Lan's eyes worked. Why did she choose such a fellow as her partner? However, love was hard to say. It was hard to guarantee that someone would fall in love with someone. Back then, Huolong's physical body cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. To the people now, this cultivation realm was nothing. It was probably because of this that big sister Ao Lan greeted them in advance, afraid that they would harm Long Quang. Hearing Yang Chen say that everyone with the surname Long needed to be taught a lesson, big sister Ao Lan did not get angry. Perhaps she thought so in her heart. Big sister, after so many years, you might have changed a lot after dying once. You don't have to take it to heart. Only Gao you could comfort Ao Lan like this. She addressed Ao Lan as big sister like Yang Chen. Although Xiao Chen saw that elder sister Ao Lan was usually aloof, he did not expect her to have such worries in her heart. It must have been hard on her for so many years. They were all women. Gao Yu and the others could understand Ao Lan's torment over the past few years. Seeing that his beloved was about to be resurrected, it was understandable that he would be a little nervous. The women also came forward, and after comforting him for a while, everyone slowly quietened down. Although that was what Ao Lan said, everyone understood that Ao Lan had not revived Long Quang for so many years before she met Yang Chen. She must be very familiar with Long Quang's character. Even if Long Quang was revived, he might not change much. That was why she had not made up her mind yet, slowly waiting for the right opportunity. Ao Lan also calmed down and prepared to revive Long Quang. The Murong sisters had also expected this day to come. After obtaining the heavenly Yuan pills, they no longer needed to rely on the dragon puppet, so they easily gave up on it. If necessary, wasn't there still a puppet that Elder Feng forged? That was a true golden immortal expert who had passed the tribulation, stronger than the dragon puppet. This was to revive Long Quang. Hence, the size of the dragon puppet could not be changed at will. It could only be released according to its original size. With this, the dragon palace could not be placed down. Everyone directly went to the mountain river geographical map and placed the dragon puppet. Previously, the dragon puppet had been forcefully refined. To be safe, Yang Chen even got Xiao Tian to swallow up all the aura that did not belong to the dragon puppet. Right now, the dragon puppet was a pure white dragon. What should we do next? Ao Lan asked Yang Chen as she held the dragon soul incense containing Long Quang's life primordial spirit. Reviving Long Quang was very simple. They just had to erase the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace. However, it was not that simple to possess the dragon puppet. Ao Lan had no experience in this aspect, so she could only consult Yang Chen. If we revive him directly, the dragon soul incense will immediately grow a new physical body. We cannot leave it here. Yang Chen explained to Ao Lan, we just need to revive his spiritual body and occupy the physical body of the dragon puppet. Big sister, place this dragon soul incense into the dragon puppet's brain palace. Yang Chen was the absolute authority in this aspect. This included when to use the embryo merging pill. She needed Yang Chen's guidance. Place the embryo merging pill in the mouth of the dragon puppet, Yang Chen instructed. Now that the Murong sisters had completely given up on controlling the dragon puppet, Ao Lan had to do everything herself. Ao Lan did not find this kind of work tiring or troublesome, quickly completing it. Afraid that Long Quang would feel choked when he woke up, she specially chose a place in the huge mouth of the dragon puppet that would not cause him any discomfort. Big sister, when Long Quang left his life primordial spirit, he was only a peak heavenly immortal. Now that he suddenly has a middle-stage golden immortal physical body, he will definitely feel uncomfortable. Yang Chen warned carefully, furthermore, it is not his own physical body. It might be very painful when he possesses it. So, big sister, you have to restrain him when necessary. Don't let him struggle too much. This was a serious matter, so Ao Lan nodded vigorously. As long as Xiao Chen could resurrect Long Quang and possess him, everything else was a small matter. Ao Lan handed over another large jade bottle. Inside it were the 108 Revolution Beneficent Ganoderma Jade Dew pills that Yang Chen had refined. With the Beneficent Ganoderma in them, the medicinal energy of these 100 medicinal pills could rival that of 9 Revolution medicinal pills. Unfortunately, these were just herbs from the spirit world. In terms of medicinal energy, they were much weaker than those from the immortal world. Xiao Chen had no choice but to use quantity to make up for it. The dragon puppet is already dead. There is no longer any life force in it. Yang Chen had to explain everything clearly. He could not let Ao Lan think that he was waiting for an opportunity to deal with Long Quang. Hence, Yang Chen explained in detail, the dragon soul fragrance will bring life force to the dragon puppet's Niwen palace. However, that is not enough. At that time, the dragon puppet will be in a severely injured state, with only a bit of life force left in its Niwen palace. Yang Chen pointed to the bottle of Beneficent Ganoderma Jade Dew pills and said, at that time, we have to use these medicinal pills to treat its injuries. This is equivalent to letting the entire dragon puppet's physical body regain life force. At that time, the embryo merging pill will be effective. Hearing Yang Chen's instructions, Ao Lan nodded vigorously. At this moment, Ao Lan did not seem like the all-powerful dragon race princess. Instead, she seemed more like the family of a patient who remembered the doctor's instructions. After he uses all these medicinal pills and consumes the embryo merging pill, give him the body tempering pill, Yang Chen instructed carefully. After that, he will sleep for a long time. This will take at least a month. After he wakes up, everything will be more or less done. Chapter 2244. Ao Lan remembered every word that Yang Chen said and rechecked all the arrangements. She looked at the dragon puppet in the distance with a complicated gaze and then looked at Ao Lai beside her before picking up the profound spirit furnace. The dozens of 8 revolution merit Lingji mushroom jade pills were not for the resurrected Long Quang to eat, but to dig out the flesh of the dragon puppet and bury it in the whole body of the dragon puppet. As long as Long Quang had consciousness, he could use his spiritual power to stimulate the efficacy of the pill and heal all the physical injuries around the pill. I hope that after you die once, you will really comprehend something, Big Sister Ao Lan muttered in a low voice and directly erased the spirit of the profound spirit furnace. Just as the action was completed, the back of the dragon puppet's head flashed with brilliance. After the brilliance flashed, there was a dense smoke rising over there. The smoke was very thick, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped the huge head and neck of the dragon puppet in it. Nothing could be seen anymore. The dragon had just been reborn, so everyone did not use their spiritual sense to explore for fear of arousing Long Quang's hostility. They just waited quietly. However, they were all cultivators, and they could all sense that the dragon puppet that was originally a dead dragon now had a trace of vitality. Ao Lan was directly opposite the dragon puppet, a few steps away. Others did not dare to use their spiritual sense to explore, but she was not afraid. Seeing that the dragon puppet had more and more vitality, suddenly, the dragon puppet's Niwen palace in the smoke emitted a familiar berserk spiritual sense. It's me. Ao Lan's spiritual sense instantly connected with that spiritual sense, and a thought was transmitted over. The berserk spiritual sense seemed to calm down in an instant, as if he understood that Ao Lan was protecting him by his side. He did not have to worry about any danger. He calmed down, and in a short while, his spiritual sense became stronger and stronger. The dragon puppet's vitality also became more and more. An 8 revolution merit Lingji mushroom jade pill was directly buried behind the Niwen palace. At this time, Long Quang's spiritual sense had recovered, and he also had a little spiritual power. When he came into contact with the pill, he immediately stimulated the efficacy. The merit Lingji mushroom jade pill was an elixir that could regenerate flesh and bones in the spiritual realm. In a moment, the dragon body, which was dozens of feet around the pill, recovered its vitality. Long Quang's spiritual power immediately followed Ao Lan's instructions and quickly circulated throughout his body. One by one, the virtuous Lingji mushroom jade pill was stimulated, and the dragon puppet's long body recovered its vitality bit by bit. After the dozens of pills were stimulated, Long Quang's body that was already hundreds of feet long became full of vitality. His vital organs and brain were all revived. Even if the effects of the medicine hadn't taken effect on other parts of his body, they were only minor injuries. In these places, there was no need to dig up the flesh to bury the pills. As long as Long Quang swallowed the pills, it was enough. Ao Lan sent the remaining tens of Lingji Jade Dew pills into Long Quang's mouth. However, Long Quang still remembered Ao Lan's instructions and did not swallow the embryo merging pills. Right now, Long Quang clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. However, due to his trust in Ao Lan, he still followed Ao Lan's instructions. After the pill entered his stomach, it was as if a spring of vitality had suddenly formed in his stomach. Countless spring water silently gushed out from the mouth of the spring and slowly flowed to every part of his body. Each time, the dragon puppet had long ago, he felt, it would awakened one place and every places. Aside from the discomfort, the dragon soul fragrance also slowly flowed to the places he did not feel before. His body seemed to be regenerating bit by bit. Could this be the feeling of using the dragon soul fragrance to regenerate? Soon, Long Quang felt that his body was complete again. However, for some reason, it felt like there was still some distance between his spiritual body and his physical body. Even when he wanted to do something, he felt powerless. Long Quang was clearly doing something with all his might, but his body did not seem to belong to him. The anxiety in his heart and the sudden pain in his physical body caused Long Quang to spasm uncontrollably. Just as Long Quang's body moved, Ao Lan was already prepared. She revealed her dragon form and wrapped around Long Quang, firmly controlling his body and preventing him from moving. This was to prevent Long Quang from getting injured and affecting the effects of the possession. Endure. Swallow the pill in your mouth. Ao Lan's instructions came in time, stopping Long Quang from letting his thoughts run wild. He did his best to control his tongue, which did not listen to him, and swallowed the pill. Long Quang firmly believed that Ao Lan would not harm him. If it were someone else, Long Quang would definitely not be so obedient. However, Long Quang was not very happy at this moment. It seemed like there were some unfamiliar people around. Why would Ao Lan revive him when there were outsiders around? After Long Quang swallowed the pill, he felt a little more comfortable. Although his body was still in pain and was still spasming, as the pain intensified, his control became better. It was like all the parts of his body were returning to his control bit by bit. Although the process was slow, he could clearly feel it. Even so, Long Quang could not feel happy. He discovered that his body was innately earth attributed. How is this possible? I am a fire dragon. Could it be that after relying on the dragon soul fragrance to be reborn, my innately elemental attributes would change? Consume these pills. Ao Lan watched as Long Quang's body became more and more normal. The excitement in her heart was indescribable. However, she still remembered Yang Chen's instructions and placed the body-tempering pill into Long Quang's mouth. Long Quang did not resist, and obediently swallowed the few pills. Soon, Long Quang's mind became muddled and he could not help but fall into a deep sleep. Long Quang's long body lay on a huge empty space in the mountain river geographical map, snoring like thunder. Even in his dreams, Long Quang's body still twitched. When everyone saw this, they could imagine the pain his body was in. Ao Lan stared at Long Quang anxiously, afraid that something was wrong. From the start until now, all the changes were within Yang Chen's expectations. This was also the reason why Ao Lan was at ease. Finally, Long Quang fell into a deep sleep. Even though his body was in pain, he could not feel it. Hopefully, Long Quang would be like Yang Chen said and return to normal after a good sleep. Ao Lan had already experienced the torment of Long Quang's death once. She did not want to experience it again. This was also the first time the girls saw a dragon reincarnating and possessing another body. While it was an eye-opener, the girls were also very proud of their husbands. Such a miracle, aside from their own husband, who else could do it? Even though Long Quang was in a deep sleep, Ao Lan did not leave him at all. She kept staring at his body, listening to his snoring as though it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Chapter 2245. The crowd did not disturb Ao Lan and Long Quang. After they quietly returned to the Dragon Palace, they started chatting happily. One had to know that the scene that happened not long ago completely overturned everyone's common sense. It was not an exaggeration to say that Long Quang had come back to life. The dragon puppet had been dead for who knew how many years. It had even been forcefully refined by an expert into a magic treasure. However, her husband had used the dragon soul fragrance of the dragon race and stuffed the reborn Long Quang into the dragon puppet's body, allowing the dragon puppet's body to regain vitality. This was many times more brilliant than saving a dying person or regrowing a severed limb. According to the legends, the 9 revolutions golden pill of the immortal world could achieve such an effect. However, that was only a legend. No one had seen it before. However, everything that her husband had done had happened in front of everyone. Now, no one was in the mood to cultivate again. They all wanted to wait for Long Quang to wake up and see the final effect. When they thought about how they were one of the participants, all the girls felt honored. Long Quang's sleeping time was clearly much longer than Yang Chen had estimated. Originally, Yang Chen had estimated that it would be about a month. However, 2 months had passed and he was still sleeping. This was the first time a situation had occurred that was not within Yang Chen's control. Ao Lan was also somewhat anxious and rushed over to find Yang Chen. After Yang Chen observed the scene carefully, he concluded that Long Quang was fine and was just sleeping. As for why it took so long, it exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. It was probably because he had changed to a body with a completely different innate attribute. Long Quang's snoring was very regular. Ao Lan was also worried and could tell that Long Quang was fine for now. However, she did not dare to gamble with Long Quang's life. Thus, she asked Yang Chen to come and take a look. Since everyone was fine, they might as well wait here. It could be considered as witnessing the process of Long Kwong's resurrection. Everyone knew that the spiritual pills that their hubby gave them were all mixed with dragon soul fragrance and divine perching jade. If there was such a day, this would also be an experience. Long Kwong finally woke up. Under everyone's attention, he suddenly stopped snoring and opened his eyes. Long Kwong, how are you? Ao Lan simply used her fastest speed to rush in front of Long Kwong. Xiao Chen did not know if she had such speed when facing a strong opponent. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar woman rush in front of him. However, her voice was the one he was familiar with and would never forget for the rest of his life. Her aura was also the same. Long Kwong, who had just woken up, was still a little confused about the situation. His large dragon eyes shone with a doubtful light. I am Ao Lan. Ao Lan was stunned. Then, he immediately understood. His body trembled, and he revealed his dragon race body. This time, Long Kwong immediately understood, and a lot more gentleness appeared in his eyes. But very quickly, Long Kwong's eyes stopped on Ao Lai's body and stopped moving. At the same time, there was a sign that he was about to get angry. The aura of this robust man was so familiar. It was as if he was another him. What was going on? Big sis, you guys catch up first. He can look for me after he figures it out. Yang Chen was a tactful person. He immediately called out to Ao Lan. Then, he led the girls and disappeared instantly. Ao Lai stood there foolishly, not moving. It was like he was planning to watch the show. In the next moment, Yang Chen, who had already disappeared, suddenly appeared beside Ao Lai. He grabbed Ao Lai and pulled him along. The two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Are you stupid? They have reunited after a long time. What are you doing standing in the middle? Although the two of them had already disappeared, Ao Lan and Long Kwong clearly heard Yang Chen's scolding of Ao Lai. Even though Ao Lan was already in his dragon form, he still nearly blushed. What's going on with me now? Long Kwong's mind was still filled with confusion. He pointed to his body and asked, also, why did you turn into a human? Yang Chen and Ao Lai drank a large jug of wine in the Dragon Palace. The concubines that served Yang Chen changed every day, a total of 10. Only then did Ao Lan and Long Kwong arrive. What surprised Yang Chen was that when Long Kwong came over, he actually turned into a human like Ao Lan and Ao Lai. This surprised Yang Chen. Didn't they say that this fellow was very proud? The proud dragon race turned into a human? Long Kwong's appearance was completely different from the muscular man that Ao Lai turned into. At first glance, he looked like an elegant scholar. His every move seemed to be filled with a kind of knowledgeable foundation, and his entire person also seemed to be full of scholarly aura. The moment Long Kwong entered the Dragon Palace, his gaze landed on the Fire Dragon Palace. At this point, Yang Chen felt a little guilty. This Dragon Palace belonged to him in the past. He did not even say a word before forcefully occupying it. Now that he saw the original owner, he felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Long Kwong only took a glance before he started to carefully observe the 5-element Dragon Palace. This was especially so when he saw the Dragon Pagoda. His eyes lit up. As long as it was a member of the dragon race, they would pay special attention to the Dragon Pagoda. This was a special characteristic of the dragon race. If it was not so, he might not even be a member of the dragon race, or his dragon race bloodline was not pure enough. Yang Chen, this time, Long Kwong intends to personally thank you for your hard work over the past few years. Ao Lan's face was filled with smiles. It looked like he had been very happy over the past 10 days. There was an unprecedented radiance on his face. It was a smile that only came from the joy in his heart. Well said, well said. Since Long Kwong came to express his thanks, Yang Chen also had a smile on his face. He said politely, actually, it is all because of Big Sister Ao Lan. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Big Sister. Naturally, I will not fall behind on Ao Lan's side. Long Kwong performed a cupped fist salute and bowed politely to Yang Chen. Many thanks, Great Master. Every action of Long Kwong's seemed very serious. Even the way he bowed deeply was very natural. It did not look like he was being forced. Previously, when Ao Lan mentioned Long Kwong, Everyone was misled by his pride. They thought that Long Quang would be arrogant. They did not expect him to be so humble. Instantly, their favorable impression of him increased greatly. Yang Chen quickly helped Long Quang up. No matter what, this fellow was the most likely husband of big sister Aolan in the future. Yang Chen could not be rude. Big brother Long has come back to life. This can be considered a blessing and a curse. There will definitely be good fortune in the future. Long Quang and big sister Aolan were very close. So, Yang Chen followed big sister's way of addressing Long Quang, calling him Big Brother Long. This little brother does not have much here, just good wine and delicacies. Yang Chen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He said to Aolan and Long Quang, Big Brother Long is safe and sound. Everyone should celebrate. Please. Chapter 2246. Following that, the host and guests enjoyed themselves. Regardless of whether it was Yang Chen's family, Aolan, Ao Lai, or Long Quang, they were all filled with joy and laughter. The host was hospitable and the guests were well-mannered. It could be said that it was a joyous occasion. Long Quang had always appeared to be a knowledgeable person, speaking wittily. His attitude was also very humble. No matter who he spoke to, he always had that kind of polite attitude. Even the most picky teacher would not be able to find any problems with Long Quang in this aspect. Yang Chen wanted to ask big sister Aolan what was going on. However, big sister Aolan's attention was currently on Long Quang. How would she notice the looks Yang Chen gave her from time to time? Yang Chen could not help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. How could a woman immersed in love see others? Human women were like this, dragon women were like this, even the princess of the dragon race was like this. No matter what happened to Long Quang, at least he came back to life. Furthermore, he successfully possessed the dragon puppet's body. This was a joyous matter. Wasn't everything big sister Aolan did previously for this purpose? As long as she was happy, it was fine. Long Quang would not be able to provoke him. Yang Chen could not be bothered with other people's business. During the banquet, Long Quang thanked Xiao Chen many times. He was well-mannered and this fellow's alcohol tolerance was pretty good. This celebration for Long Quang was very carefree. After drinking, everyone was more or less familiar with each other. Only then did Aolan let Yang Chen carefully examine Long Quang's body. After all, Long Quang had just been revived and possessed the body of the dragon puppet. Even with the help of the embryo-fusing pill, the specific effects still required Yang Chen, the alchemist, to carefully examine it. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. He immediately released his spiritual sense and carefully examined Long Quang. This was actually very rude to cultivators. However, no one would care about it in this situation. This was Long Quang's request, so how could it be considered rude? After the examination, Yang Chen carefully asked Long Quang about his various feelings. In the end, he did not forget to use the method of checking his postnatal attributes. As expected, he had all 5 elements, and all of them were maxed out. With regards to this result, Yang Chen was still very confident. With so much merit given out, if he couldn't even achieve this, then the merit chapter wouldn't live up to its name. The overall results of the examination showed that everything was normal. Long Quang had recovered very well without any flaws. The effect of the fusion embryo pill was exceptionally outstanding. It tightly connected Long Quang's spirit body and fleshly body together without the slightest bit of rejection. If there was a problem, it would be Long Quang himself. Of course, he was referring to Long Quang's spirit body. His spirit body had just been resurrected in the dragon puppet's flesh body, and he was still not used to the sudden change of the 5 elements. In addition, when Long Quang left his natal primordial spirit behind, his cultivation was only at the peak of the heaven immortal stage. However, the dragon puppet's current cultivation level was at the mid-golden immortal stage at the very least. This was similar to Ao Lai in the past. His physical body cultivation was high, but his mental state cultivation was low. It was normal for him to not adapt. If he could control it freely, that would be a big problem. However, this was not a problem that Yang Chen's medicinal pill could solve. Long Quang needed to slowly adapt to it. In any case, the dragon race had a lot of lifespan. After a long time, he would get used to it. At that time, there would not be such trouble. Back then, when Ao Lai encountered such a situation, Yang Chen had unkindly asked Ao Lai to refine a dragon palace for himself. Firstly, it was to create a home for himself. Secondly, it was to slowly get used to his current cultivation through refining the dragon palace. Things had to be done step by step, they could not be rushed. Yang Chen analyzed the situation for Ao Lan and Long Quang using the same logic, so that the two of them could clearly understand their current problem and not let their imaginations run wild. Of course, the one who let their imaginations run wild was Ao Lan. Long Quang also understood where his current problem was. However, Ao Lan was still worried. Even though her cultivation was much higher than Long Quang's, when she encountered such a problem, she still wanted to let Yang Chen, the strongest alchemist, confirm it. Big sister is still too concerned about big brother. Long Yang Chen smiled and evaluated, causing Long Quang's face to be filled with happiness. Ao Lan also nodded her head shyly. Ao Lan had never revealed such an expression before. This made Yang Chen feel fresh. After obtaining the result that they wanted, Ao Lan and Long Quang did not stand on ceremony and entered the demonic world. Regardless of whether Long Quang's personality had really changed or not, going to the demonic world to massacre would allow him to vent the frustration that had accumulated over the years. At the same time, fighting was also an effective way for Long Quang to merge his spirit and body. Of course, going to the demonic world to massacre would also allow the Mountain River geographical map to refine the demonic world faster. Right now, the demonic world was only several million kilometers in radius. However, it was only the core region that connected to the immortal world. Based on the current speed, it would be completely refined in a few decades. Yang Chen and the girls remained in the Dragon Palace. Everyone still wanted to exchange their views on Long Quang. After all, with big sister Ao Lan's face, they would have to interact more or less in the future. He probably really understood after dying once. Gao Yu recalled big sister Ao Lan's very serious explanation and wanted to laugh. How could the current Long Quang look like a proud fellow? In the past, those proud experts with the surname Long refused to transform into human form. Even big sister Ao Lan only accepted this change a while ago. However, Long Quang actually transformed into human form the first time he met everyone. It could only be said that he was indeed not the proud fellow that big sister Ao Lan spoke of. No one had much contact with Long Quang. It seemed that this was the only explanation. A cultivator's mental state would indeed increase after dying once. This was reflected in many experts who had used the divine dwelling jade. Long Quang was no exception. No matter what, this was a good thing for big sister Ao Lan. At least she did not have to be stuck between two sides. Yang Chen did not have to provoke the anger of the dragon race for no reason. With Long Quang like this, it was easy for everyone. A few days later, Ao Lai was captured by big sister Ao Lan and was quickly released. After asking, he found out that this fellow had given some purple sun dragon fire to Long Quang. Originally, Long Quang's life true fire was the purple sun dragon fire. If he changed to a dragon puppet, he would not have a fire seed. He specially asked Ao Lai for some to refine his life true fire. It was just a small interlude. It was no big deal. Everyone cultivated on their own. Yang Chen waited for the immortal beheading stage and the demonic realm to refine. It seemed that everything was on track. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 30 years had passed. On this day, Yang Chen was helping his second primordial spirit refine the immortal beheading stage. Suddenly, Ao Lan came to see him alone. This time, Ao Lan planned to take her leave for a period of time. The main reason was to help Mo Chunmai find a suitable artifact spirit for the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 2247. Before Yang Chen refined the fusing embryo pill, Ao Lan promised to help the profound spirit furnace find a new item spirit. However, she was still busy with the fusing embryo pill, so she rushed back with Mo Chunmai. Only now that Long Quang's condition had stabilized did Ao Lan set off with ease. Ao Lan was from the dragon race. At this time, she would definitely not take the initiative to find a dragon spirit to be the item spirit. In the past, when Yang Chen used it, he had no choice. If Aolan took the initiative, she would definitely find another race. However, with Aolan's pride and the huge favor she owed Yang Chen, she would definitely not be happy to find an item spirit. She would definitely find an item spirit that was not inferior to Long Quang's dragon spirit. Only then would she be worthy of Yang Chen's intention of resurrecting Long Quang. Long Quang is with you. Yang Chen was not afraid of big sister Aolan acting shamelessly. Long Quang had not been reborn for long. Big sister Aolan should be very close to him. Was she willing to part with him? His cultivation is not particularly stable now. I will borrow your place to stay for a while and wait for me to come back. Big sister Aolan seemed to have some regret in her eyes. It seemed like this was not what she wanted. However, it was just a period of separation. Big sister Aolan would not care too much. She had waited for thousands of years. Now that Long Quang had been reborn, she did not care about a few years of separation. Long Quang had been very diligent over the years. Maybe he knew the gap between him and Aolan, so he worked hard to make up for it. Most of the time, Long Quang trained in the demonic world. Especially after he knew that the demonic world would not have too much territory soon and that there would not be too many powerful demonic beasts, he cherished his time even more. He basically trained in the demonic world all these years and never left. Everyone was already used to this and did not take it to heart. Now that Aolan was leaving, Long Quang was still training in the demonic world. It did not affect Big Sister, so no one would pay attention. Big Sister Aolan left quickly. Yang Chen could see her reluctance. This made Yang Chen unable to understand. At most, they would be separated for a few decades. He had been separated from his wives and concubines for more than that period of time during his cultivation. Perhaps it was because he and the girls did not experience the kind of death separation. Yang Chen could only use this reason to explain. Everyone was still cultivating in the deep sea. Yang Chen had spent more than 100 years concocting pills. At this time, he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, if his cultivation was insufficient when he needed it, it would be bad. Fortunately, Yang Chen's cultivation was only in the Dragon Palace. The recently completed Golden Body secret art was simply flying, and Yang Chen's cultivation base was also steadily improving. The women's cultivation was also very calm. 2 months after elder sister Aolan left, Long Quang suddenly left the demonic world without a word and came to the Dragon Palace to look for Yang Chen. Due to his relationship with Aolan's big sister, Yang Chen naturally welcomed him warmly. However, without waiting for Yang Chen to serve the wine and delicacies, Long Quang waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. He wanted to say a few words to Yang Chen. This time, I came mainly to express my gratitude to Master Yang in my own name. Long Quang was rather polite. After sitting down, he drank half a cup of tea and spoke with a smile. As he spoke, he did not forget to cup his hands towards Yang Chen. So it turned out that he had come to thank him alone. It seemed like Long Quang was truly grateful. Yang Chen quickly declined. Since the other party was so polite, Yang Chen had to be even more polite. Speaking of which, I do have some similarities with Master Yang. The two of them were polite for a long time. After sitting down again, Long Quang spoke again. However, this time, the topic of conversation was much more relaxed. The relationship between the two of them seemed to be closer. Would you like to hear the details? Yang Chen's interest was piqued by Long Quang's words. What did he have in common with this fellow? I've seen masters' wives and concubines. This time, Long Quang was not polite at all. He even said that he had seen Yang Chen's wives and concubines. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that masters' wives and concubines have a higher cultivation than masters. So that's what he was talking about. Yang Chen laughed involuntarily. If it was about this, Yang Chen was indeed the same as Long Quang. In terms of cultivation, they were not as high as their respective women. The way this Long Quang spoke was rather interesting. It was impossible to tell that he was the proud person that Aolan mentioned. Others might not have the experience of coming back to life, but Yang Chen did. When he asked himself honestly, it seemed like he had indeed changed a lot in this life. In the past, he found it unacceptable. Now, he did it with relish and did not find it difficult at all. Perhaps Long Quang really did have a new understanding because of his rebirth. If Long Quang still had this kind of character, Yang Chen would not mind having a deeper relationship with him. Not to mention the fact that Yang Chen had occupied his dragon palace, just his relationship with Aolan's big sister made it so that he could not treat him as an outsider. Considering all these, Yang Chen greeted Long Quang even more warmly. After chatting for a while, Long Quang officially said, "Actually, I still have a request this time. I hope Grandmaster can agree to it." No wonder Long Quang came to thank me for no reason. It turned out that he had a request. Yang Chen finally understood. Since Long Quang spoke so directly, Yang Chen did not mind and let him speak directly. It's like this. I know that Aolan owes Master a lot of favors because of my matter. Long Quang had come for a reason in the first place. Naturally, he would not keep his mouth shut, so he spoke straightforwardly. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Even if no one said anything, everyone knew about this. Aolan did not owe a small favor. She owed Yang Chen a lot of favors. The dragon puppet, the body merging pill, the body tempering pill, and the heavenly essence pill. Any one of them was something that could only be found by luck in the immortal world. Aolan owed so many favors in the spirit realm. This was no longer a simple favor but a huge karma. Aolan had seen through this long ago. Hence, she had never mentioned this to Yang Chen. She did not even mention how to repay the favor. In any case, if Yang Chen needed anything in the future, all he had to do was call out. If he could do it, he would do it. If he could not, he would think of ways to do it. Yang Chen did not even mention this matter. However, why did Long Quang bring it up at this time? What I mean is, no matter how many favors Aolan owes you, Long Quang stared into Yang Chen's eyes. Long Quang stared at Yang Chen's eyes and said very seriously and decisively, "As long as she owes you, count it on my head. You just need to look for me in the future. Everything related to her will be paid by me." When Long Quang said this, Yang Chen had a whole new level of respect for him. After sizing up Long Quang from head to toe, he impolitely nodded his head and evaluated, "To be honest, Long Quang, only now do I think of you as a real man. At least you didn't embarrass yourself." Chapter 2248. However, Long Quang acted as though he did not hear Yang Chen's praise, treating it as though it was an extremely casual matter. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this attitude. Now, he acknowledged Long Quang even more. No matter what, at the very least, this fellow had a sense of responsibility. He was not a pretty boy who relied on his own woman to advance. For Long Quang to be able to say this, he was many times better than those fellows who took advantage of others but still tried to act obedient. However, these words also showed that Aolan was right when he said that Long Quang was very proud. He did not even want to owe his own woman a favor. He was truly extraordinarily proud. Long Quang did not like Yang Chen's praises. He frowned and said stiffly, "Can you or not say something?" Long Quang felt that this was not enough to express his meaning, so he added, "Whether I am a real man or not, whether I am embarrassing or not, is not something you have the right to judge." This sentence truly exposed Long Quang's character. Long Quang was in Yang Chen's territory. Even though he came over to ask Yang Chen to do something, he did not acknowledge that Yang Chen had the right to judge him. Long Quang was truly extraordinarily proud. He must have given face to Aolan in the past. Hence, he performed very well. Now that there was only him and Yang Chen, Long Quang revealed his true character. Yang Chen raised his head and started to seriously examine this fellow in front of him. Speaking of which, Long Quang's feelings for Aolan were really good. For the sake of making Aolan happy, this fellow could tolerate Xiao Chen turning into a human scholar and being very respectful to Xiao Chen's family. He endured it all the way until Aolan left to handle some matters before showing it. Thinking about it, it was not easy. Just by looking at Long Quang's words, Xiao Chen could tell what he thought of Yang Chen. Even the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm, who could refine 8 revolution medicinal pills, had such an attitude. It was easy to imagine what he thought of other human cultivators. This fellow was simply a bastard who was good at pretending to be the same as those fellows with the surname Long. Of course, you can pay it back. Yang Chen gave a concise and comprehensive answer. However, his doubtful attitude was exceptionally obvious. However, I do not think that you alone can pay it back. You can calculate whether I can pay it off or not. Although Long Quang's words suddenly displayed arrogance, his actions did not change at all. He still had the appearance of a scholar, and his actions were still as gentle and refined as ever. There was not the slightest change in his tone. If not for the previous sentence, the two of them would definitely be very harmonious. Unfortunately, the current Long Quang seemed to be exuding an aloof air from head to toe. He was like a completely different person from when he was in front of Aolan. Before that, let me ask you a question. Yang Chen did not intend to fall out with him immediately. He wanted to see what kind of trump card this guy had, so he just asked curiously. No wonder your cultivation can't even compare to your woman. Long Quang picked up his wine cup, drank a full cup, and said slowly, "What's the problem? Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on us human cultivators?" Yang Chen asked the question he was curious about. If it's the latter, why do you still look like this? Because Aolan likes it, Long Quang answered this question without hesitation. Actually, he only answered the latter question. However, it already explained a lot of things. For the sake of Aolan, this fellow was actually able to endure the discomfort in his heart and maintain this appearance, all for the sake of Aolan. This meant that this fellow knew what was good for him and knew who was truly good to him. Yang Chen nodded, very satisfied with this answer. He nodded and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, there is still hope." "What do you mean?" Of course, Long Quang heard Yang Chen muttering to himself. He immediately became somewhat angry. Right now, what he disliked the most was Yang Chen evaluating him, or rather, human cultivators evaluating him. Yang Chen saying this was taboo for him. "It's nothing. We can calculate it properly now." Yang Chen ignored his anger and asked directly, "Where do you want to start?" "My physical body." Long Quang seemed to have planned this long ago. He did not even think about it and raised his bargaining chip. "I exchanged it for a new mid-stage golden immortal physical body with full attributes. If you are not satisfied, I can help you exchange it back." Yang Chen could not bear to see Long Quang still acting obedient after getting a bargain. He said coldly, "I'll help you pay for the extra embryo merging pills, Lingji Ju pills, and body tempering pills. How about that? Then it's a draw." Long Quang's expression did not change as he stated his conclusion. "You might even earn something. Remember all this. You have to know that to be able to personally experience all this and help a noble dragon is the glory of your life. This glory is worth giving up everything in exchange. If you can swear a great heart demon oath and these two can really fight to a draw, then it doesn't matter to me." Yang Chen snorted coldly and threw out a great heart demon oath, letting Long Quang deal with it himself. This guy was really arrogant to the extreme. He actually thought that what he had sacrificed was his own glory. If not for big sister Aolan, Yang Chen would not have any interest in talking to this fellow. If not for Ao Lai, a mere peak sky immortal physical body would have long become a material for Yang Chen to refine. Would it still be there until now? Furthermore, Long Quang had the dragon soul fragrance. After his rebirth, he would naturally grow a new physical body. This was completely an opportunity to renege on the debt of the dragon puppet. In order for Long Quang to merge with the dragon puppet, Yang Chen had refined the embryo merging pill, over 100 virtue Lingji Ju pills, and dozens of virtue body tempering pills. Any one of them would cause the sect to go bankrupt to exchange for it. Long Quang actually wanted to use his original physical body to erase it. What a good plan. However, the moment Xiao Chen mentioned the Great Heart Demon Oath, Long Quang was immediately stunned. It was not that he wanted to renege on the debt. He just did not want to owe a human cultivator so much, especially not Aolan. Furthermore, in his heart, he really thought that letting a human cultivator witness and participate in all this was an honor bestowed by him. This kind of honor was enough to offset many things. However, Long Quang was not a complete fool. He knew that he still had a great advantage. After Yang Chen said this, Long Quang had no choice but to seriously consider it for a while. Then, he added another bargaining chip. Add in my dragon palace and the treasures in it. You can discount the price of the dragon palace and the things in it. I will pay you on the spot. Yang Chen did not fall for this. He directly used spirit stones to smash down Long Quang's arrogance. You don't believe me? There are 6 fellows with the same surname Long. They are willing to help me refine a new dragon palace at any time. Long Quang believed these words because Aolan had told him before. However, he was still unwilling. He clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "What if I add in your lives? The lives of your entire family should be enough, right?" Chapter 2249. Hence, Long Quang became a mute. Not only did he become a mute, but even his altruistic tone and expression froze on his face. He felt an indescribable discomfort. The cultivation of your entire family is very low. On account of Aolan, I can give each of you some pointers in cultivation. Long Quang suppressed his anger and said in an exceptionally furious tone, "Teaching you a life-saving technique can be considered saving your lives. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. Even in death, the proud dragon race would not be willing to be criticized by others." Long Quang was an incomparably proud fellow of the dragon race. He could not tolerate having such a reputation on his head. That was even worse than death. Yang Chen still had a smile on his face, as though he did not think that Long Quang's words were a threat. If it were any other cultivator, they would have jumped up no matter what. The other party directly said that he wanted the lives of his entire family. Could it be that he would still be amiable? That's right. Long Quang nodded with a livid expression. The dragon race will never repay kindness with enmity. Take back your word. Long Quang shook his head. There was nothing much to say. Only after Long Quang made these actions did he realize that his performance was too inferior. What was he doing here? He wanted to use force to make Yang Chen lower his head, to make him take the initiative to get rid of the favor that Aolan owed him. How could he let Yang Chen owe him a favor? This time, Long Quang no longer said anything. He looked straight at Yang Chen. The answer was already obvious. There was no need for Yang Chen to confirm anything. I am very clear on the consequences. Yang Chen did not care about Long Quang's angry roars. He said very calmly, a dragon race expert who repaid kindness with enmity. Long Quang wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. If he could make Yang Chen turn against him, he could take advantage of the situation. Even if Aolan returned at that time, both sides would have their reasons and would not be able to distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, at that time, Long Quang believed that his relationship with Aolan was much closer than that of Yang Chen. He believed that Aolan would choose his side. No matter how much Aolan owed Yang Chen in the past, after this commotion, both sides would probably no longer have any dealings with each other. The dragon race would gain a great advantage out of nowhere, and Yang Chen would suffer a great loss. But this was not the answer that Long Quang was looking forward to. He hoped that Yang Chen would be angry, but Yang Chen asked with a smile. He hoped that Yang Chen would lose his mind, but he was the one who almost couldn't handle it. The more arrogant a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate a situation that they couldn't control. At most, in the future, when Long Quang remembered, he would have the opportunity to compensate Yang Chen. This was already an exceptional grace. The Dragon Clan had always been high and mighty. Human cultivators usually did not even have the chance to see the Dragon Clan in the spirit realm. Long Quang did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he enjoyed this kind of nobility that transcended the mortal world. As for whether the cultivators of other races could see them, or whether they would feel flattered after seeing them, he didn't care at all. However, Yang Chen did not flare up. Instead, he smiled and asked him how he would return the lives of his family. This caused Long Quang to be at a loss. Although he could still flare up on his own and shed all pretense of cordiality, the result would be completely different. All right. Yang Chen nodded his head and said to the little concubine beside him, "Call your sisters and let this expert of the dragon race give them some pointers. This is enough." Yang Chen nodded his head calmly. He looked at the ferocious look on Long Quang's face and smiled. "How do you plan on returning the lives of our family?" Long Quang's anger had already reached its peak, but he forcefully suppressed his anger because Yang Chen's words were already very clear. If he were to make a move, then he would be repaying kindness with enmity. However, if he did not make a move, then he would not have any temper and could only allow Yang Chen to ridicule him. This was not the result he wanted. Just as Long Quang had said before, there were some things that cultivators of other races did not have the qualifications to evaluate. Long Quang used to have this kind of attitude towards others, and it was still the same now. It was just that he was greatly restrained in front of Aolan to make her happy. "All right," Yang Chen said indifferently, "I'll take it back. However, are you sure you want to guide my family in cultivation?" Being looked down upon by Yang Chen, the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm, Long Quang could still barely accept it for the time being. After all, he was planning to use a dishonorable method to renege on his debt. In fact, this kind of thing was not in line with his character. If it was Long Quang, he would rather die than owe Yang Chen a favor. Unfortunately, the favor was owed by Aolan and it was owed for him. Thus, Long Quang had no choice but to use this method that even he himself despised to resolve it. However, being able to reluctantly accept being looked down upon by Yang Chen was one thing, but being looked down upon by a concubine by Yang Chen's side was another matter. Right now, Yang Chen was not facing Long Quang alone. He had a concubine serving him. Previously, when Long Quang said those words, the concubine almost could not help but flare up. However, Yang Chen stopped her in time. Now that Yang Chen said this, the concubine also had a look of disdain on her face. Or this. Without waiting for Long Quang to flare up, Yang Chen immediately opened his mouth and took out a solution. "Why don't you follow us and wait until the day you save enough of our family's lives? Then, this matter will be over. How about it?" "Shut up." Long Quang finally flared up and roared, "It looks like you don't realize the seriousness of treating an expert of the dragon race like this. I didn't hear you clearly." Yang Chen acted as if he had heard an inconceivable suggestion. He asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that each of you will give us some pointers in cultivation and teach us a life-saving technique? In the cultivation of cultivators, you can deceive people, deceive ghosts, deceive demons, but you can't deceive the heavens and earth, and you can't deceive yourself." If Yang Chen flared up, Long Quang could confidently retaliate. However, if Yang Chen didn't flare up and Long Quang flared up, then he would have to bear the reputation of not repaying kindness or even repaying kindness with enmity. However, he could not say that Yang Chen's response was wrong. He was the one who said that he would use the lives of Yang Chen's family to make up for it. Then, wouldn't it be normal for him to ask how to save their families' lives? Nothing to say. Yang Chen admired Long Quang's predicament enough before asking, "If you can't take out anything, could it be that you are here to amuse me? Or are you planning to go back on your word?" Hearing this suggestion, Long Quang's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of joke was this? If that was the case, wouldn't Long Quang become the bodyguard of Yang Chen's family? How could a dignified expert of the dragon race become the bodyguard of a group of human juniors? If it wasn't for the fact that Aolan owed him a huge favor, Long Quang wouldn't even want to come into contact with humans. How could he agree to such a condition? Chapter 2250. The concubine happily agreed and quickly disappeared from the Dragon Palace. After a while, a large group of women arrived at the Dragon Palace. She had heard everything that Long Quang had said when she was serving her husband. When she saw the other sisters, she wished that she could add oil to the fire and magnify Long Quang's arrogance and disrespect towards her husband to the extreme. Not only Lady Fanghua and the concubines, even Gaou and the others were informed. All the women returned to the Dragon Palace aggressively. They all wanted to see how much weight Long Quang had to dare to say such big words in front of their husband. Lady Fanghua returned the earliest. When she saw her husband, she bowed and did not say anything. She cast a questioning look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded his head calmly, indicating for Lady Fanghua to do as she pleased. "I and the 30 disciples cultivate the same cultivation technique. I wonder if Mr. Long can give us some pointers at once." Lady Fanghua was very clear about her own strength. If she fought alone, she would definitely not be a match for the intermediate golden immortal Long Quang. Therefore, She did not hesitate to bring her disciples along. At this moment, Lady Fanghua no longer addressed Long Quang as Big Brother Long when she was with Ao Lan. Instead, she addressed him as Mr. Long. It was as clear as day whether they were close or distant. At this moment, Long Quang displayed the arrogance of a golden immortal dragon expert. He nodded his head in disdain. All of you can come at me together. Lady Fanghua and the 30 disciples, the strongest combat power was the 28 constellation sky-splitting array. If 28 of them went out, together with Lady Fanghua and the remaining 2, they could form a small 3 talents array. Everyone cultivated the 1,000 colors spirit technique. They were all good at illusions. When they went out together, the scene was very impressive. When Jiaoyu and the other women returned, Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines had already surrounded Long Quang. After Jiaoyu and the others knew the whole story, although they were all indignant, they did not rush forward. Only Jiaoyu said to Lady Fanghua, "You have to experience Mr. Long's skills. Don't hold back. Husband, we have the 8th revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill here." Not only that, Yang Chen also added, "Don't worry and learn, as long as you don't die." All the girls knew what the 2 of them were hinting at. When they looked at Long Quang again, it was no longer that kind of fanatical anger. Instead, it was another kind of teasing anticipation. Long Quang did not worry about him. He thought that Yang Chen was afraid that he would be too heavy-handed and beat his concubine to death, and laughed out loud, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. However, since you have a miraculous elixir, injuries are inevitable." Without saying a word, Lady Fanghua and the others started attacking. Long Quang stood on the spot, smiling as he watched the girls surround him. He even arrogantly shouted, "You guys attack first." In the midst of the brightly colored clothes of the women, Long Quang stood motionless, but he had already blocked at least a dozen rounds of attacks from Lady Fanghua and the others. In the beginning, each concubine attacked alone. After so many rounds, they seemed to understand that it was impossible for them to be Long Quang's match in a one-on-one fight. Then, the women joined forces and divided into several groups, once again attacking crazily from all directions. Long Quang still had a guiding expression on his face. After blocking the attack, he did not forget to laugh and point out the inappropriateness of the attack just now. It was as if he really treated this as a pointer to the girls. Unknowingly, from 3 people to 30 people, the attacks of Lady Fanghua and the others were all blocked by Long Quang. Long Quang already had a thorough understanding of the cultivation of the girls. He only needed to wait for a few more chances before he could defeat Lady Fanghua and the others and complete the guidance. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, Long Quang never expected that from the moment the 7 of them started attacking, he had already completely fallen into the illusion of the myriad red spirit technique. The illusion created by the 31 Xian immortal experts at the same time, coupled with the siege of the 28 constellation heaven-splitting formation and the 3 talents formation, made it impossible for Long Quang to distinguish between the real and the fake. The aura that Elder Hai slowly released also caused Long Quang to slowly become intoxicated. What Long Quang thought was an attack was actually an illusion. Unknowingly, Long Quang had already transformed back into a dragon. His huge body was entrenched in the square of the Dragon Palace. Before his rebirth, he was at most at the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage. Even if he had changed into the body of a Golden Immortal, the cultivation of his mental state was not something that could be made up for in a few decades. With the Xian Immortal level Myriad Red Spirit technique, it was simply a piece of cake to deal with a fellow whose mental state was only at the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage. When she saw that the proud expression on Long Quang's face had reached its peak, Lady Fanghua sneered and activated the 2 formations crazily. Long Quang was watching himself defeat all of Yang Chen's concubines in one move. Just as he laughed out loud, a sudden sharp pain invaded all of his consciousness. The scene in front of him instantly disappeared without a trace. His body had already been pierced by more than 30 flying swords. Even though he boasted that his scales were impervious to swords and spears, the flying sword that had been carefully refined by Jiaoyu still easily pierced through his skin and entered his flesh. The 2 flying swords stopped in front of Long Quang's eyes. As long as they moved forward a little more, they would be able to pierce through his eyeballs. Long Quang no longer knew how to express his fear, but he still did not dare to move an inch. The other flying swords could easily pierce through his scales and flesh, but these 2 flying swords pierced through his eyeballs as if it was a piece of cake. Lady Fanghua stood directly on Long Quang's head between the pair of dragon horns. The flying sword in her hand had already pierced through Long Quang's scalp and reached his skull. As long as the strength was greater, it could directly pierce through his skull and enter his brain. At least 7 flying swords were currently surrounding Long Quang's heart. Long Quang could even feel that every time his beating heart trembled, it would touch the tip of a few swords. What's going on? Even now, Long Quang still didn't understand how he suddenly became like this. However, the facts were there, and he couldn't deny it. The pain in his body and the fear of his life being threatened forced him to face the current situation. However, his proud personality made Long Quang completely unable to believe the current situation. How could it become like this? There are enough 8 revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill here. Yang Chen's voice came from not far away. Why don't you hurry up and give it to Mr. Long? Yes, husband. Lady Fanghua agreed and withdrew her flying sword. With a wave of her hand, the women withdrew their flying sword and returned to Yang Chen's side. When Lady Fanghua returned to Yang Chen's side, she didn't forget to throw 2 8 revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill into Long Quang's mouth. His injury was just a flesh wound. With the strong recovery ability of the dragon race and the 2 pills, Long Quang completely recovered in a moment. Please give me some pointers, Mr. Long. Lady Fanghua didn't forget to sprinkle a handful of salt on Long Quang's wound and respectfully asked for advice. Chapter 2251. Advice? What advice? He, a dignified golden immortal expert of the Dragon Clan, was completely oppressed by a group of little girls who had just reached the Shen immortal stage. He didn't even have the chance to resist before falling into their trap. Long Quang was about to die of shame and anger. Standing in the huge square of the 5 Elements Dragon Palace, surrounded by the unfriendly gazes of Yang Chen and his family. In addition, Lady Fanghua looked coquettish but overbearing as she waited for guidance. Long Quang wanted nothing more than to burrow into a crack in the ground. It was useless to brag. Between cultivators, everything depended on strength. Long Quang was very clear about this. Why did the Dragon Clan have the right to be proud? It was because the cultivation of the Dragon Clan was higher than that of the other races since birth. Compared to humans, they were countless times stronger. But now, he was actually defeated by a group of girls' illusion array. In vain, he even boasted that he would guide others. This battle was enough to make Long Quang clearly understand his current situation. Don't think that just because you have a golden immortal body, you can act like a tyrant. A few girls can casually use an illusion array to play with him. This was the lesson that Long Quang learned from this battle. As for the guidance given to Lady Fanghua and the others, that was even more of a joke. My Dragon Clan doesn't have any research on this kind of small trick to confuse others. At this moment, Long Quang could only brace himself and explain. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Dragon Clan had always used their cultivation to crush their opponents. When had they ever used a low-level technique like an illusion array? However, the problem was that when the other Dragon Clan encountered such a problem, they had never been confused by their opponent's illusion array. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Long Quang's mental state was still far from it. Lady Fanghua had followed Yang Chen for all these years and knew what kind of personality Yang Chen had. Therefore, she did not pursue the matter further. She only shook her head with a smile and retreated, waiting for her husband to reply. Since I can't guide them in this aspect, I'm afraid I'll have to recalculate the number of people. Yang Chen did not dwell on this issue as well. Instead, he continued to calculate with Long Quang. Change the method. Long Quang gritted his teeth and said with a lack of confidence. He had lost so much face in front of Yang Chen's concubines. No matter what, he had to make up for it. Otherwise, he would have to lower his head when he saw Yang Chen's family in the future. This was something that Long Quang would rather die than face. Why don't you give the Murong sisters some guidance? Yang Chen already knew that this guy wouldn't give up until he saw the Yellow River and wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin, so he had already prepared a countermeasure. In any case, he had to teach this guy a lesson. Taking turns to deal with him would leave a deeper impression on him. Long Kwong nodded as he watched the Murong sisters, who looked exactly the same, slowly walk out. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to get back at them. If they fought again, they would not be able to fight in the Dragon Palace. Instead, they would be transferred to the Mountain River geographical map. An empty area had already been prepared, with only Yang Chen's family and Long Kwong present. Long Kwong's body used to be a puppet controlled by the Murong sisters, so Long Kwong was a little afraid of it. He thought that the Murong sisters would have a method to deal with him. However, when he saw the Murong sisters summon another puppet, his heart was completely at ease. This way, he would have the strength to fight. However, when Long Kwong carefully observed the puppet, even Long Kwong was shocked. It was actually another golden immortal puppet. How was this possible? Could it be that golden immortal cultivators were everywhere in the spiritual realm? How could one of Yang Chen's 5 concubines casually take out a puppet of the golden immortal rank? This puppet was, of course, Great Desolate Sect's Elder Feng's life treasure. However, it had been refined by Gaou. After changing its appearance, no one would be able to recognize the origin of the puppet. Even if Long Kwong could tell that it was a golden immortal puppet at a glance, he didn't expect it to be a golden immortal puppet. The small gap in their understanding was destined to cause a tragedy to happen. Boom, boom, boom. The new puppet controlled by the Murong sisters fought with Long Kwong. Every time the two sides attacked, it was a head-on collision. Every time, it would cause an earth-shattering commotion. Fortunately, their battlefield was in the Mountain River geographical map. Otherwise, such a huge commotion would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators. The more Long Kwong fought, the more shocked he became. He didn't use any weapons, nor did he use any puppets. However, even with the powerful body of the dragon race, he didn't have the slightest advantage in the battle. In terms of cultivation, Long Kwong already felt that he was a little powerless. How long had it been? His spiritual energy seemed to be insufficient and he was falling into a disadvantageous position. This was only dealing with a puppet. The Murong sisters weren't idle. The 5 of them were scattered in 5 different directions. Each of them held a hook that looked like it was made by the dragon race. Long Kwong had never felt so much pressure since his resurrection. He had to deal with the silent threat of the Murong sisters while fighting the golden immortal puppet. Even though he lost the previous round, he had always been winning in the illusion. After all, Long Kwong wasn't a true golden immortal expert. He was originally only at the peak of the heaven immortal realm. He had worked hard to adapt to the feeling of the golden immortal realm in the past 10 years. However, at most, he could only adapt. He was unable to completely integrate. After so many head-on battles, he already felt a sense of exhaustion. The puppet controlled by the Murong sisters didn't feel this way. Every attack was made with all their might. Even though the Murong sisters were only at the heaven immortal realm and couldn't unleash the puppet's true strength, they didn't have to worry about the puppet being afraid or guilty. The current Long Kwong was still unable to do anything to the puppet. The intense battle lasted for several hours. Long Kwong had to attack with all his might every time. Long Kwong was about to go crazy. Under the head-on collision, even the body of Long Kwong, who had always been proud of the dragon race, began to tremble. The recovery speed of his body could no longer keep up with the consumption. Just as Long Kwong had no choice but to brace himself and withstand the puppet's repeated attacks, he suddenly felt a pain in his limbs. Then, there was a similar pain in his neck. Long Kwong was shocked. Just as he was about to resist, it was already too late. His limbs were locked tightly, and even his head was hooked by an incomparably sharp hook. As he struggled, the hook dug deeper into his flesh, causing him to suffer even more. It was originally a powerful magic treasure of the dragon race, but it was used on Long Kwong. Furthermore, the 5 hooks of the Murong sisters happened to hook onto a spot where Long Kwong couldn't break free and was in extreme pain. The puppet also directly jumped onto Long Kwong's head and assumed an attacking posture. Once the Murong sisters made their move, it would launch a fatal attack on Long Kwong. After struggling a few times, Long Quang gave up under the combination of pain and exhaustion. He quietly remained motionless, allowing the Murong sisters to bring his huge body in front of Yang Chen. Chapter 2252. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, the Murong sisters retracted their hooks and puppets. Then, they returned to Yang Chen's side as if nothing had happened. They did not care about the 5 deep wounds on Long Quang's body that were continuously bleeding. In the end, Yang Chen appeared with a smile. Not only did he throw 2 Lingji mushroom jade pills into Long Quang's mouth, he did not forget to help him stop the bleeding. At the same time, he let the blood demon vine flying sword swallow the blood that had already flowed out. Other than the Lingji mushroom jade pills, there were also more than 10 essence nurturing pills. This was the simplest 8 revolution pill that could allow Long Quang to quickly recover his strength. After a long while, Long Quang finally regained his spirit and returned to his human form. There was no need for Yang Chen to say anything. Long Quang was already a little ashamed. If it was an ordinary cultivator, this level of blow would be enough to make him realize the difference between him and Yang Chen's family and then go back to work hard in cultivation. However, Long Quang was different. After a simple recovery, he was still unconvinced. This is because of the powerful golden immortal puppet. It can't be considered your own ability. Even if this was what he thought in his heart and he was unconvinced, when Long Quang said this, he was still abnormally embarrassed. He could not even raise his head in front of Yang Chen. However, Long Quang had no choice but to hold on. At the very least, he could not let Aolan owe a huge favor because of him. Before Aolan returned, Long Quang had to completely resolve this matter. Otherwise, he did not know if he would still have the face to face Aolan. Yang Chen's family stared at Long Quang and did not say anything for a long time. Long Quang's head was almost lowered to the ground. This was truly a great humiliation. Ever since Long Quang was born, he had never experienced such a humiliating moment. You can rest first. We'll talk about it after you've completely recovered. Yang Chen finally spoke. Without waiting for Long Quang to say anything, he directly blocked the words that Long Quang wanted to say. If you lose again, you will have a reason to say that you are being dragged around. In addition, I'm afraid your guidance will have to be calculated from 0. It would have been better if he didn't say the last sentence. The moment he said the last sentence, Long Quang's eyes turned bloodshot. However, Xiao Chen could not do anything about it. After all, he was the one who started all of this. Since he wanted to help Aolan clear her debt, he could only follow his own suggestion. Enduring this humiliation, Long Quang sat far away and began to recover. Yang Chen was kind enough to give him 2 spirit veins for him to absorb. In less than half a day, Long Quang had already recovered to his original state under the dual effects of medicinal pills and spiritual veins. Junkie, Wushuang, please give me some pointers. Seeing Long Quang coming over, Yang Chen did not waste any more words and directly let Dao Junkie and Shi Wushuang go forward. This was also good. It saved Long Quang the time to speak, and it also made Long Quang less awkward. Dao Junkie and Shi Wushuang were both currently at the peak of the Sky Immortal stage. With the cultivation of such human cultivators, even 10 of them would not be a match for Long Quang before his rebirth. It was the same for the Murong sisters previously. However, the puppets of the Murong sisters were powerful, but Dao Junkie and Shi Wushuang did not have such powerful puppets. Long Quang had a lot more confidence in dealing with the 2 of them. Mr. Long, Junkie has long been familiar with the fire nature of the purple sun dragon fire. However, you have not experienced her pure yin true fire before. Please give me some pointers. Yang Chen did not forget to tell Long Quang what Dao Junkie was best at. He also did not forget to remind Long Quang to be careful of Shi Wushuang. In addition, Wushuang has a few helpers. Mr. Long, please give me some pointers. It was not easy for Long Quang to have absolute confidence. How could he be disturbed by Yang Chen's words? He only said coldly with a sullen face, "Come." Dao Junkie's body was already surrounded by a formless flame. Long Quang was originally an expert in playing with fire. When he saw this scene, he could not help but take it seriously. Pure yin true fire was the purest yin fire among all the fire seeds. His own purple sun dragon fire might not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. Just as Yang Chen said, Dao Junki was very familiar with the purple sun dragon fire, but Long Quang himself was not familiar with the pure yin true fire. However, when he saw Shi Wushuang's helpers, even though Long Quang was already mentally prepared, he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. The 12 Penglai divine wood demons directly formed a formation that he could not understand. Let's not talk about the formation first, but there were 12 Penglai divine wood demons. Wood restrains earth. This kind of guy who claimed that there was no limit to the speed of cultivation was the nemesis of his current body's innate spirit root. Moreover, these tree demons were all at the peak of the Shen immortal stage. Just dealing with the 12 of them was not an easy task. What Long Quang didn't know was that this was only half of Shi Wushuang's helpers. The other half was still in the Dragon Palace. While they were the masters of the house, they were also responsible for the damage suffered by Shi Wushuang and his companions. They were directly rooted in the spirit vein, and with the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen, the recovery speed of their injuries was simply incredible. Now Long Quang was facing this kind of situation that he could not understand. In order to quickly break through this unknown formation, he had to use a quick way to end the battle. No matter how the other people attacked, all the attack power was concentrated on one of them. As long as one of them was eliminated, the formation would break by itself. Relying on his rough skin and thick flesh, the pressure of the pure yin true fire burning outside his body, and the attack of Shi Wushuang on the side, Long Quang directly chased after a Penglai divine wood demon, trying to break the advantage of the Penglai divine wood demon in the shortest time possible. The idea was good, and the method could not be wrong. The only thing that Long Quang miscalculated was the endurance of the Penglai divine wood demon. Obviously, the other party was injured and vomited blood after receiving his full strength attack, but in the blink of an eye, before his second attack was released, the other party had already recovered. What was going on? Dozens of consecutive attacks, the effect was exactly the same, there was almost no change. Long Quang couldn't help but vomit blood. If he continued to fight like this, the other party would not be killed by him, and he would die of exhaustion first. The pure yin true fire had already penetrated the barrier of the purple young dragon fire and began to burn his skin. Long Quang had no choice but to change his target and change it to Dao Junki, who was the biggest threat to him now. However, in front of Dao Junki, there was still Shi Wushuang blocking. He couldn't kill Shi Wushuang, but that didn't mean he couldn't hurt her. Before Long Quang made his move, he first warned loudly, "Be careful," and then made his move. Yang Chen, who was watching from afar, heard this guy's warning and nodded slightly. Finally, he found another acceptable reason. However, even if he told him to be careful 1,000 times, Long Quang probably didn't know that Shi Wushuang could share life with 24 Penglai Divine Wood Demon. Chapter 2253. Boom, Shi Wushuang and Long Quang's fists met face to face. In Long Quang's imagination, Shi Wushuang should have been sent flying by his punch and then injured and unable to fight. Although he did not use his full strength, for a human cultivator at the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm, this punch was enough for Shi Wushuang. However, the scene that Long Quang had expected did not appear. Shi Wushuang and Long Quang punched each other, but they didn't move at all. Shi Wushuang's face flushed red and the sound of spirit force being destroyed came from her body. But in the blink of an eye, Shi Wushuang's face returned to normal and she even had a smile on her face. How was this possible? Long Quang could not believe his eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength, Shi Wushuang, a mere peak Heaven Immortal, was able to withstand the power of a Golden Immortal Expert's punch and act as if nothing happened. Long Quang did not believe it and punched again, increasing the power of his attack. He had to do this, even if it would seriously injure Shi Wushuang. Because the Penglai Divine Wood Demons behind him had brought great pressure to his body, and the pure yin true fire had really begun to offset the purple young dragon fire that he had lost and recovered with great difficulty, and began to burn his dragon scales. The feeling of being burned by the yin fire was not good, especially since Long Quang was originally a master of playing with fire. He knew what kind of damage it would cause to his body. Under such pressure, he could only defeat Shi Wushuang as soon as possible in order to have a chance of winning. Boom! Another punch landed. Shi Wushuang stood in place, still not moving at all. However, this time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of She Wuxiang's mouth. Her arm was directly broken. However, with such an injury, she still stood firmly in front of Long Quang. She did not take a single step back. However, in the span of a breath, Long Quang discovered that She Wuxiang's broken arm had instantly recovered, as if it had never been injured. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his previously disordered breathing had instantly returned to normal. Long Quang's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Even if the recovery ability of a wood-type cultivator was outstanding, it shouldn't be this outstanding, right? A little girl at the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm was not at a disadvantage when fighting against a Golden Immortal Realm expert of the dragon race. With his tail sinking, Long Quang realized that something was wrong. His tail was stepped on by a Penglai Divine Wood Demon, and then it seemed to be rooted, and his tail could no longer swing freely. The dragon race's body was powerful, especially the Earth attribute dragon race. However, even if Quang used all his strength, it would not be to him. Like a chain reaction, just as the tail touched the ground, the lower half of the body was also forcefully pressed to the ground by a mountain-like pressure. What Quang didn't know was that the 12 origin C formation was not only a formation to the formation 2. What Long Quang didn't know was that the 12 primary time C suppression formation wasn't just a formation to guard the mansion. Even the C could be suppressed, let alone a mere expert of the Dragon Clan. No matter how strong Long Quang was, he didn't have Yang Chen's craziness. Especially the Penglai Divine Wood Demon, which completely restrained the dragon puppet's innate Earth attribute. After being suppressed by the 12 origin C formation, most of his body could no longer move. Although Long Quang no longer had a single innate attribute, but he had full postnatal 5-element spirit root. However, the time was still very short. Long Quang had only entered his new body for a mere 10 years. He had not adapted at all, not to mention being able to use the advantage of all his attributes. He could only watch helplessly as his body was suppressed. She Wuxiang finally began to fight back. The moment she took out the flying sword, Long Quang's eyes widened once again. A flying sword refined from an entire Penglai Divine Wood. Could it be that Penglai Divine Wood was so cheap that it could be taken out so easily? At this time, Long Quang remembered how ridiculous it was for him to want to use the treasures of his Fire Dragon Palace to compensate Yang Chen. He couldn't even imagine what he could casually take out. Only the Fire Dragon Palace itself and some dragon soul incense were more precious. As for the other things, they didn't even have the qualifications to be taken out. Of course, this was because Fire Dragon didn't know how precious the black bracelet was. To be exact, the bracelet was very ordinary, but the materials used to refine the bracelet were exceptionally precious. That was the material used to refine the diamond chakram. Unfortunately, Fire Dragon didn't know what it was and thought that it was just a sturdy storage bracelet. Moreover, because it was too heavy, it was extremely inconvenient to use, so he never paid much attention to it. Boom! The last 2 Penglai Divine Wood Demons had already pressed down on Long Quang's neck. Right now, the proud Long Quang could only shake his head left and right. He no longer had the freedom to move. She Wuxiang's Penglai Divine Wood Flying Sword had already pierced more than half of Long Quang's eyes. However, Long Quang didn't seem to feel this intense pain. All that was left in his mind was the dense despair of defeat. It was only a burst of intense burning pain that brought Long Quang back to his senses. That was the yin fire controlled by Dao Junkie. At this moment, it had completely defeated the purple sun dragon fire and burned all over Long Quang's body. Even though Long Quang was an expert in playing with fire, his life fire seed was broken and the pure yin true fire could still bring him fatal damage. This state lasted for more than 10 breaths before Yang Chen coughed slightly in the distance. Hearing her husband's cough, She Wuxiang pulled out the flying sword from between Long Quang's eyes. Dao Junkie also withdrew all of the pure yin true fire. The 12 Penglai Divine Wood Demons quickly disappeared and returned to the Dragon Palace. Under the powerful pressure of the 12 origin star C suppression formation, Long Quang's body suffered great damage. Yang Chen had no choice but to take out 10-8 Revolution Merit Ganoderma Jade Dew pills for Long Quang to consume. Then, he mobilized 5 spiritual veins to nourish him. Only then did Long Quang recover. However, although his body had recovered, the mental devastation brought about by the successive blows was not something that could be alleviated in a day or two. Even though Long Quang was a powerful dragon, when he was defeated by an enemy that was completely impossible to defeat, his strength did not help at all. Instead, it became an obstacle that prevented him from walking out of the predicament in his heart. Mr. Long, it looks like your guidance is not very effective for the time being. Yang Chen was drinking wine not far away. He said to Long Quang unhurriedly, if this goes on, I'm afraid that the favor that big sister Aolan owes will not be repaid in this lifetime. When he said this, Long Quang's despaired heart immediately came back to life. The thought of solving all the problems for his girlfriend once again prevailed. His fighting spirit soared once again. You guys can't always be together. If you fight one-on-one, you will always need pointers. Long Quang did not care about how humiliating his previous failure was. He said loudly. No matter what, he had to get back at the situation. Chapter 2254. I admire your spirit of never giving up. Yang Chen's words were like needles that pierced into Long Quang's heart. However, Yang Chen didn't care about what Long Quang was thinking. He continued, unfortunately, I have to start from the beginning. Long Quang no longer transformed into a human form. He maintained his dragon form. He didn't care about the content of Yang Chen's words. He only said coldly, who is my next opponent? Ari. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head slightly. He called out to Sun Qingxue, Xiao Shui, please give me some pointers, Mr. Long. Sun Qingxue slowly walked in front of Long Quang with a smile. She politely bowed to Long Quang and said, please give me some pointers, Mr. Long. The smile on Sun Qingxue's face was extremely deceptive. At the very least, Long Quang fell for it. He thought that Sun Qingxue was showing weakness. Thinking about it, it was normal. Sun Qingxue was only a late-stage Heaven Immortal Junior. Facing a Golden Immortal expert of the dragon race, her chances of winning in a one-on-one battle were not high. Long Quang was also determined to get back around from Sun Qingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Chen again. If this goes on, Aolan's debt would never be paid off. No matter what, he must win. He can only win. In the face of Sun Qingxue's soft and weak salute, Long Quang also nodded and said with the bearing of a senior, you make the first move. Mr. Long, are you sure? Sun Qingxue couldn't believe her ears. She asked in surprise. Long Quang was really a little angry. Yang Chen's women were really spoiled by Yang Chen. Each and every one of them didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Even if he lost, Long Quang didn't feel that it was his problem. In the 3 consecutive battles, many people fought together. Lady Fanghua took 30 concubines, the 5 Murong sisters plus the puppets, Dao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and 12 Penglai Divine Wood demons. He was alone, so it was normal for him to fail. But what did Sun Qingxue mean by this? Could it be that letting her make the first move in a one-on-one battle was an insult to her? The current Long Quang did not notice in the slightest that he had already accepted his previous failure and admitted that he was no match for so many people. This was something that he could not have imagined in the past. But a series of facts forced him to face up to this situation. He definitely couldn't lose to Sun Qingxue. Sir, please be careful, Little Snow is about to make her move. Seeing how resolute Long Quang's attitude was, Sun Qingxue once again bowed politely. After bowing, he took 2 steps back, indicating that he was about to make a move. In fact, Long Quang was already extremely careful. No matter how arrogant he was, after 3 consecutive defeats, he would no longer underestimate anyone. Although his tone was still the same, he had already made the greatest preparations in his heart. What Long Quang never expected was that Sun Qingxue, this seemingly delicate little girl, would be so powerful when she made her move. Of course, there was also a lot of unexpected things. Aolan had told Long Quang before that Sun Qingxue had the Jasper Dragon entangling demonic vine on her body. Furthermore, she had used it on all the dragon race members that Aolan knew, allowing them to adapt to the dragon entangling grass for a long time and finally break free from the shackles of the dragon entangling grass. Including Long Quang's current physical body, He had experienced the shackles of the dragon entangling grass for 300 years. In theory, he would no longer be afraid of any dragon entangling grass. If Sun Qingxue wanted to rely on the dragon entangling grass to deal with Long Quang, it would definitely be a waste of effort. It was precisely because of this that Long Quang was so confident. This was because other than the dragon entangling grass, Sun Qingxue did not seem to have any other means of attack that could threaten her. However, Sun Qingxue used the dragon entangling grass as an attack. Furthermore, the moment she made her move, it was very powerful. Countless dragon entangling grass wrapped around Long Quang's body tightly. This was not all. The blood-sucking demonic vine also started to drill into Long Quang's skin frantically, wanting to devour Long Quang's flesh and blood. Just as Long Quang thought that he could easily break free from the shackles of the dragon entangling grass, a feeling of powerlessness filled Long Quang's mind. His body actually did not listen to his commands and was completely bound by the dragon entangling grass. Long Quang's body was wrapped like a dumpling. Sun Qingxue did not stand on ceremony at all. She picked up this huge dumpling and started smashing it in all directions. Looking from afar, the petite Sun Qingxue looked like she was swinging a huge chain hammer in her hands, smashing it in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. After dozens of smashes, Long Quang had completely turned from a proud dragon into a limp shrimp that could not move. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? He was limp as he fell to the ground. He was only breathing in but not out. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He did not look like a dragon expert at all. How is this possible? Long Quang's first thought was disbelief. Aolan would not lie to him. Originally, the dragon puppet's body was already used to the dragon entangling grass. It must have been because it was used to the dragon entangling grass. However, why was he feeling so powerless after being bound by the dragon entangling grass? Sigh. In the distance, Yang Chen sighed again. His tone was filled with sorrow for Long Quang's misfortune and anger at Long Quang's incompetence. His words also reached Long Quang's ears. The physical body adapting to the dragon entangling grass is a matter of the physical body. However, your spiritual body has never experienced it before. How could it adapt? Only now did Long Quang understand. So, it was all because of him. Although his physical body was not afraid of the dragon entangling grass, it did not mean that he could endure the feeling that the dragon entangling grass brought to his physical body. In the end, it was because of the time of his reincarnation. Even this body had not completely adapted to it. Against Sun Qingxue's powerful dragon entangling grass, failure was inevitable. At this moment, Long Quang wanted to cry but no tears came out. He felt that he was too much of a failure. He could not even control his physical body that had already adapted to the dragon entangling grass. He could not control that feeling. This made Long Quang, who never lowered his head, unable to imagine how far he had fallen. The pain of all the broken bones in his body could not compare to the pain in Long Quang's heart. He really wanted to shout and ask why, but he could not make a sound. Sun Qingxue had already stopped and retracted all the Jasper dragon entangling blood demon vines. She had only used the power of the dragon entangling grass. Before the demonic devouring vines and blood demon vines could display their might, Long Quang had already become a soft persimmon. There was no sense of accomplishment. However, Sun Qingxue still politely bowed to Long Quang, who had turned into a ball, and said, "Please guide me, Mr. Long." Long Quang was speechless, and Yang Chen quickly threw a few Lingji mushroom jade pills into his mouth, and by the way, he straightened his body, and watched him slowly begin to recover. Only then was he relieved. However, Sun Qingxue did not seem to have any intention of letting Long Quang go. She once again bowed to Long Quang. "Please guide me, Mr. Long." Chapter 2255. This time, all the bones in Long Quang's body were injured. It was not enough for Yang Chen to just use the Lingji Ju pill. He even used 2 broken limb regeneration pills to speed up the recovery of Long Quang's bones. This prevented any accidents from happening to Long Quang. However, when Long Quang faced Sun Qingxue's sincere request for guidance, he could not even raise his head. This time, he did not have much to say. There was no need to fake a one-on-one fight. How could he quibble? It is not a sin for Mr. Long to be unable to defeat the dragon entanglement grass. However, Yang Chen still smiled as he tried to excuse Long Quang. This means that Mr. Long has always been following the teachings of your ancestors. You are worthy of admiration. Yang Chen's words finally made Long Quang feel better. However, he still felt very awkward. It was because the dragon race Princess Aolan made the decision to let the dragon race experts fight against the dragon entanglement grass. If he felt better, it would mean that he felt that Aolan was in the wrong. If he felt that Aolan was in the right, then Yang Chen's praise for him would be full of mockery. It looks like Mr. Long will not have the chance to settle the score for now. Yang Chen did not care about Long Quang's thoughts. He directly said, "How about Mr. Long recuperate for a period of time? When you are completely healed and your cultivation has improved, I will give you some pointers." Aolan would be back after a period of time. She would definitely not approve of Long Quang's actions this time. If Long Quang could not resolve the problem this time, he would not have a good ending waiting for him. It was as he said earlier. In terms of cultivation, he was not a match for Aolan. If he made Aolan anxious, she might personally teach him a lesson. At that time, he would not be able to bear the consequences. No way. Long Quang was thoroughly provoked by Yang Chen's family to the point of going crazy. He had to get back at them, even if it was just one round. He could not lose face for Aolan with a complete defeat. The current Long Quang was no longer thinking about whether Yang Chen's family was qualified or not. What he needed to do now was to get back a victory. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head. He could only suggest, "Then you should rest for a while. We'll talk about it after you've recovered enough." After that, he turned to the girls and shouted, "Shanshan, you can ask Mr. Long later." Shanshan still maintained her iceberg-like expression as she stood up. She looked at Long Quang as if she was looking at an ice-cold dead object. This fellow dared to speak rudely to her husband and even belittled her sisters. If she didn't teach him an unforgettable lesson, she wouldn't be able to show off Shanshan's methods. Long Quang had already restrained himself a lot, and no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. When Yang Chen asked him to rest for a while, he obediently rested. He did not have the slightest impulse to step forward. He now regarded Yang Chen's family as a powerful opponent, no longer the kind of soft persimmon that he could squash. After a long while, Long Quang finally stood up and stretched his body. After being smashed so many times by Sun Qingxue, just the weight of his body and the fact that he was unable to move after being bound by the dragon-entangled grass had caused him to suffer severe external injuries. Fortunately, Yang Chen's pills were very powerful. After such a long time, he felt that he had already recovered to his peak. It could be said that he was at his peak. It could be said that he was at his peak. It was undeniable that after experiencing the previous few failures, the fusion between his body and spirit body had greatly increased. Even the gap between his mental state and physical body cultivation had narrowed. A sufficiently intense and dangerous battle would be able to reduce this gap, and the previous battle had clearly reached this level. Shanshan stood there like an unsheathed sword, the sword qi on her body soaring into the sky. It wasn't that Shanshan couldn't control herself, but that her anger had stimulated her into such a state. She didn't hide her most powerful attack and faced Long Quang head-on. Long Quang wasn't frightened by Shanshan's sword qi in the slightest. On the contrary, he was already a little eager to give it a try. He, Long Quang, finally treated the Heaven Immortal Junior in front of him as a worthy opponent. Therefore, his attitude became serious and he no longer looked down on him like before. One man and one dragon faced each other in such a strange manner. It looked like they were about to launch their next attack. At this moment, something suddenly happened on Yang Chen's side. Wait! Just as Long Quang was about to make his move, Yang Chen suddenly shouted, causing Long Quang to lose almost half of the power that he had accumulated with great difficulty. Long Quang was enraged. He turned to Yang Chen with extreme dissatisfaction and shouted, "What else do you want?" "Nothing, I just wanted to remind you." Yang Chen didn't care about Long Quang's attitude at all, and continued to say, "Shanshan only has the strength to make one strike. If she can't succeed in one strike, then she will admit defeat. Mr. Long, you only promised to give pointers, you can't seriously injure Shanshan. There was also an opponent who told the other party that he only had the strength of one person before making a move. Long Quang didn't know if Yang Chen was being arrogant or if he was deliberately angering him. Could it be that this heaven immortal stage Shanshan in front of him could defeat him with a single strike? When he thought of this, Long Quang's anger increased exponentially. Since that was the case, he would let these children who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth see what the true wrath of the Dragon Clan was. At most, it would just be a slight injury to Shanshan. As long as she didn't die, it would be fine. In any case, Yang Chen had a lot of healing pills. You're still not going to make a move? Long Quang roared at Yang Chen. If you feel like you can't beat him, then change to someone else. Long Quang, who was roaring angrily, didn't notice that although Shanshan's expression didn't change, her eyes flashed with a sharp light. How was Yang Chen's words reminding Long Quang not to be heavy-handed? He was simply warning Shanshan not to kill him. This arrogant fellow actually didn't thank his husband for this and even shouted at him. Good, he originally planned to only injure him 3 times, but now he had to injure him 7 times. Long Quang didn't even know that he had angered the most ruthless female fiend of Yang Chen's family. After shouting at Yang Chen, he turned around and shouted at Shanshan, "Stand here and don't move. Are you going to fight or not? If you're timid, then change to someone else. Please guide me." Shanshan's ice-cold face turned even colder as she spoke to Long Quang first. This was to use diplomacy before force. This fellow was arrogant, but as her husband's woman, she couldn't let others feel that she lacked etiquette. After she finished speaking, Shanshan didn't waste any more words. With a wave of her hand, a sword chi flew straight towards Long Quang. The speed of the sword chi was comparable to lightning. Just as Shanshan raised her hand, the sword chi had already rushed in front of Long Quang's mouth. Before Long Quang could even close his mouth, the sword chi directly rushed into his mouth, passed through his throat, and entered his stomach. Seeing this scene, Long Quang was shocked. He closed his mouth, but it was as if he didn't bite anything. He could only circulate all the spiritual energy in his body, trying his best to block the sword chi that entered his body. Chapter 2256. In an instant, Long Quang felt as if a line of fire had pierced into his abdomen from his throat. Then, it spread towards the depths of his body, through his chest and abdomen, and came out from his dragon tail. With a burning sensation, Long Quang felt as if he had lost all his strength in an instant. Sure enough, it was just a single strike. The powerful physical body that Long Quang was so proud of and his powerful spiritual energy were useless in front of this sword chi. He could even clearly feel that his body had been pierced by the sword chi, like a tanghulu on a bamboo stick. However, the bamboo stick had already been pulled out in the opposite direction, leaving only a hole in his body. Bright red dragon blood flowed out of the hole on Long Quang's back. Long Quang could no longer speak because the dragon blood in his mouth had already filled up his huge dragon mouth. Long Quang's current body was extremely strong, so although the sword chi had pierced through Long Quang's internal organs, it did not directly take away Long Quang's life. Of course, this was also the result of Shanshan showing mercy. She did not directly aim at Long Quang's brain and heart. Otherwise, Long Quang would have directly died. But even so, Long Quang's current state was similar to the time when he was forced to be frozen. If he was not treated in time, he would only be able to hold on for a few years at most and slowly die while struggling at death's door. With Yang Chen present, he naturally would not let such a thing happen. Therefore, in the next moment when Long Quang was still conscious, Yang Chen had already flown forward and threw more than 10 Virtue Ganoderma Jade Dew pills into Long Quang's mouth. The 8 Revolution pills, coupled with Yang Chen's Merit Chapter's refinement, quickly helped Long Quang stop the internal and external bleeding. After the powerful medicinal power stopped the bleeding, it began to repair the injured internal organs and opened up the injured meridians. Although it was said to be a serious injury to the internal organs, it was actually a big hole. However, if Long Quang directly consumed the pill, the medicinal effect might not be enough. Yang Chen's immortal slaying blade lit up and turned into a long and narrow knife. He directly dug into Long Quang's flesh and buried the pellets into his body, just like before he was reborn. Dozens of medicinal pills were buried from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. Seeing that the flesh that Yang Chen had dug open had already begun to recover, Yang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the treatment was timely, and Long Quang was pulled back from the state of being on the verge of death. Turning around, Yang Chen glared at Shashanshan. This disobedient woman's attack was too heavy. It would have been enough to just give him a piercing wound in any other direction. In the end, she pierced through Long Quang from head to toe. Although he knew that she was venting her anger because Long Quang roared at him, Yang Chen still had to put on an act. Shanshan, can't you be a little gentler? Yang Chen directly started to reprimand Shashanshan. Don't tell me that so many spirit pills are free. You clearly only need to use 2 or 3 pills to solve the problem, but you have to spend dozens or even hundreds of pills. If you do this again, I'll let you accompany your husband in concocting pills. Shashanshan's ice-cold face finally changed into a mischievous one. She made a face at Yang Chen, and then returned to her serious appearance. She walked to the front of Long Quang and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Long, I was too heavy-handed, please give me some pointers. Long Quang, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, heard Yang Chen's reason for reprimanding Shashanshan, and then saw Shashanshan's actions, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Of course, the huge dragon body was just a mouthful of blood to him, but when it landed on the ground, it almost formed a lake of dragon blood. Scolding Shashanshan was not because she had hurt him, but because she had wasted too many pills. In other words, in the eyes of Yang Chen's family, a dignified expert of the dragon clan was not even comparable to a few pills. How could Long Quang endure this? What was even more unacceptable was that even he felt that it was a waste now that he thought about it. Yang Chen had clearly warned him that Shashanshan only had the strength to make a single attack. As long as he dodged that sword chi, it would be fine. However, he had to force himself to take it head-on, which was why he ended up like this. Long Quang was very clear about his own injuries. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's quick actions and his willingness to use spirit pills, he wouldn't have been able to pull him back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, not long after he was reborn, he would have to enter that kind of frozen hibernation state again. And this was actually caused by a junior with the cultivation of a heaven immortal. Shashanshan's sword chi had completely shattered Long Quang's illusory pride, causing him to truly begin to look at Yang Chen's family seriously. This wasn't a case of relying on numbers to bully others, nor was it a case of relying on the dragon race's nemesis, the dragon entanglement grass, to suppress them. It was a true crushing of strength. Regardless of whether Long Quang admitted it or not, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to withstand that sword chi. Even if he had already raised his mental state to match his current physical body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand that sword chi. If he met Shashanshan, he could only dodge. There was no way he could fight against Shashanshan face to face. A dignified golden immortal expert of the dragon clan, when he met a heaven immortal human cultivator junior, he could only hide and escape. He couldn't fight. This realization was even more depressing than defeating him. Because this was the conclusion he came to after weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't something that others had instilled in him. Even if Sun Qingxue defeated him with the dragon entanglement grass, Long Quang could still argue that he hadn't adapted to the dragon entanglement grass yet. One day, when he adapted to it, Sun Qingxue's fighting style wouldn't be able to succeed. However, when facing Shashanshan, he didn't have the confidence at all. Even if he was twice as strong as he was now, he still didn't have the confidence to withstand the attack of that sword chi. Shashanshan was still waiting for his guidance. This was truly a huge joke. It was already good enough that he wasn't being guided, but he still wanted to guide her. Long Quang curled his body into a ball. This posture should be the legendary dragon coil. However, Long Quang didn't feel excited at all. He was only thinking about how to face the awkward situation in front of him. Shanshan's attack is heavy and powerful. This is all because of the sword chi she cultivates. It has nothing to do with her own strength. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Chen had already found an excuse for Long Quang. Furthermore, she only has the strength of one attack. She often can't control it well. This match doesn't count. This match doesn't count. Let's start from the beginning. Hearing her husband's words that sounded like he was comforting Long Quang, Even someone as cold and elegant as Shashanshan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Chen. After bowing to Long Quang once again, Shashanshan slowly walked back to the group of women. She didn't even look over. Long Quang's head was so low that it was about to touch the ground. He really didn't have the face to say anything. It looked like he could only accept the lesson this time and wait for Aolan to come back and admit his mistake. How about Mr. Long give a Ling some pointers? Yang Chen, who was at the side, suggested again, a Ling's cultivation is high. She has already reached the Xian immortal level. She should be able to fight evenly with Mr. If Mr. gives her some pointers, she can also save a life. Chapter 2257. Xian Immortal Cultivation. Long Quang's attention was diverted by Yang Chen's words. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "She isn't the one with the highest cultivation among your wives, right?" "The one with the highest cultivation? Ah Ling." "No." Yang Chen shook his head. Although Gong Suanling's cultivation was rising rapidly, she was not the one with the highest cultivation. The one with the highest cultivation was Zhu Xianying. After the seal was undone, Zhu Xianying had the strength of a peak Xian immortal. She was only a step away from entering the golden immortal realm. Furthermore, Zhu Xianying's Xian immortal was a true Xian immortal, a Xian immortal expert who had passed the heaven immortal tribulation. In addition, the heavenly phoenix zither was one of the few magic treasures in the immortal world. It was even personally refined by Big Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen did not plan to use Zhu Xianying at all. There was no need to use Zhu Xianying to deal with Long Quang, who was at most a Xian immortal with a golden immortal physical body. However, Yang Chen did not want to use Zhu Xianying, but Long Quang did not think so. Although he had already suffered enough from the women in front of him, when Yang Chen recommended Gong Sunling, he still tried his best to fight with Zhu Xianying, who had the highest cultivation. No matter what, Long Quang had already thrown his face into the deepest trench in the ocean in the previous few matches. He only wanted to get back the dignity of the dragon race. As for whether or not he could make up for the favor that Aolan owed, Long Quang had already given up all hope. Yang Chen's family was all abnormal, none of them were simple. "I'll ask your wife, who has the highest cultivation, for advice." Long Quang no longer had the arrogant tone from before. It was a tone of seeking advice. If it wasn't for what he said earlier, this would have been a harmonious sparring process. "Are you sure?" Not only Yang Chen, even the other women were stunned by Long Quang's request. He had just recovered from the ravages of the women, and now he was challenging Zhu Xianying, who had the strongest cultivation. Did this fellow's brain break when he was reborn? All of their faces were filled with an inconceivable expression. The music that Zhu Xianying usually played for the girls was basically music that was helpful for cultivation, and she had never used the sound of killing on them. Even so, the girls could understand how powerful Zhu Xianying was. Often when listening to Zhu Xianying's music, they unconsciously entered a state of cultivation. Of course, part of the reason was that they trusted Zhu Xianying, but Zhu Xianying's superb zither skills and powerful strength were also very important reasons. Now that Long Quang wants to challenge Zhu Xianying, he really has a feeling of overestimating himself. That was an expert sent down from the immortal world, not a native cultivator of the spirit world. Of course, Long Quang definitely didn't know about this, so it was understandable that he was confused for a moment. "What's wrong? You only have the looks." At this critical moment, Long Quang's instinct to talk dirty once again appeared, allowing him to successfully win Zhu Xianying's special attention. With Yang Chen's nourishment, her days were comfortable, and the seal had long been removed. She was more beautiful than a flower, and her husband doted on her. Zhu Xianying's character was no longer as perverse as Granny Tian Qin. However, this didn't mean that Zhu Xianying suddenly became a housewife that could be casually bullied. After all, she was the biological daughter of an important figure in the immortal world, and at the same time, she was also a cultivator with a high cultivation. In the past, many people who dared to speak to her like this had already turned into bones. "Ah Ying, calm down. Just give him a little lesson, don't kill him." Yang Chen had no choice but to say some good words to Zhu Xianying, in case she killed Long Quang in a moment of anger, and it would be hard to explain to big sister Aolan. "It's fine, husband, this concubine understands. Zhu Xianying had never gone overboard with young Chen, and she had always called herself a concubine. Now, it was the same. She smiled at young Chen and said, "This concubine will learn from little sister Shanshan and stop after teaching him a little lesson." Young Chen heaved a sigh of relief as he let go of the boulder in his heart. When he turned his head to face Long Quang, he changed into a different expression. His face was filled with sympathy, and he didn't forget to draw a line under his neck as he lectured in a low voice, "You're courting death, don't blame others." Long Quang's expression changed drastically. Previously, no matter who challenged him, Yang Chen and the other girls didn't reveal such an expression. Why did everyone lose their composure when they challenged Zhu Xianying this time? Even a fool would know that he had kicked an iron plate this time. However, it was already too late for him to regret because Zhu Xianying's zither had already started playing. When the beautiful sound of the zither entered his ears, Long Quang immediately became vigilant. However, the expected sound of killing did not appear. Instead, it was a kind of zither sound that made people feel uncontrollably serene and tranquil. Listening to such a zither sound, even the most irritable person would slowly calm down. Especially in this kind of zither sound, one's mood would be completely relaxed. Whether it was cultivation or cultivating one's state of mind, it was an excellent aid. Long Quang didn't expect Zhu Xianying to treat him like this. He thought it was some kind of trap. Only after his mood had completely calmed down did he realize that Zhu Xianying was using the zither to help him recover. Perhaps this was Zhu Xianying's pride and she didn't want to see an opponent who couldn't use 100% of his strength. That was why she made such a decision. This kind of method was very much to Long Quang's liking. He was such a proud person. He didn't even doubt that if he were to encounter such a situation, he would make the same choice. Since the other party had such good intentions, then Long Quang wouldn't refuse. The greatest respect for an opponent was to completely erupt with his own combat strength. Even if he failed, he would die without regrets. However, Long Quang seemed to be happy a little too early. Just when he thought that his state of mind had completely calmed down, a surging zither sound instantly ignited his emotions. The sound of the zither was filled with the raging flames of battle, igniting the humiliation in Long Quang's heart caused by the girls taking turns to ravage him. His blazing emotions rose to the highest point, causing Long Quang to want to roar loudly in an instant, and then use the most hot-blooded method to fight. However, just as his emotions reached their peak, before he could even release them, another depressing zither sound rang in his ears. The zither sound contained failure and discouragement, which coincided with the emotions brought about by Long Quang's previous failure. In an instant, Long Quang's high spirits quickly disappeared, and humiliation, failure, and depression completely took over. Listening to the zither sound, Long Quang was completely unaware. He was trapped in a deep pit of his own emotions for a long time, unable to extricate himself. He was depressed to the extreme, as if in the next moment, he would not be able to get over it and end his own life. Chapter 2258. Perhaps Zhu Xianying felt that it was a little unkind to bully Long Quang like this, so she purposely stayed in the zither music that made Long Quang happy for a long time, so that he could enjoy a little more happiness. Zhu Xianying's zither music only affected Long Quang, but it had no effect on Yang Chen and the other girls. Everyone watched from the side. Zhu Xianying sat there motionlessly, relying only on her hands to control the zither strings, causing Long Quang to cry if he wanted to. If he wanted to be excited, he would be excited. If he wanted to be dispirited, he would be dispirited. When Long Quang's emotions fell to the lowest point, another tranquil and calm zither sound caused him to instantly dispel his desire to destroy himself and turn to another completely different emotion. Large droplets of tears fell from the dragon's eyes, forming two small pools on the ground. Everyone could hear the deep longing and reluctance in the roar. A few of the concubines were emotional. Perhaps it was because they thought of the separation with their husband, they also shed tears. This time, the zither music had a kind of longing that went deep into the bones. The zither music incited the reluctance and longing that Long Quang had when he was seriously injured many years ago, but he did not want to implicate Aolan. Even the arrogant Long Quang's eyes turned red from the zither music. He was just a step away from tears. This, Ah Ying's background is extraordinary, and the power of her magic treasure is not small. It's a bit unfair. Yang Chen smiled and comforted Long Quang. Don't worry, losing to our Ying is not shameful at all. This round doesn't count, it doesn't count. Yang Chen continued to be a good person. You haven't challenged you and our Ling yet. Do you want to give it a try? Long Quang, who was about to attack, lost all his strength. His 4 limbs were injured, and his huge dragon body fell to the ground. Although he immediately used his spiritual energy to fly up, he could not avoid the impact just now. This kind of personal experience caused Long Quang to become more and more immersed in the atmosphere created by the sound of the zither. Regret, self-blame, hate that he did not work hard enough, and so on. Yang Chen and the girls, who were watching him from afar, could feel the difficulty he was in. Long Quang, who was immersed in all kinds of emotions and unable to extricate himself, suddenly woke up. He suddenly felt a strong killing intent, and his battle instincts made him choose to directly attack the threatening direction. After thinking about it, Long Quang's expression became abnormally wonderful. Fear was mixed with sluggishness and disbelief. He stopped in mid-air just like that, not even caring about the blood that kept flowing from his limbs. Under the gaze of Yang Chen's family, Long Quang was affected by Zhu Xianying's zither music. One moment he was crying, the next moment he was laughing, the next moment he was happy, the next moment he was troubled. In short, whatever Zhu Xianying wanted him to do, he would do. He had no strength to fight back at all. It could even be said that before he realized it, he had already fallen into Zhu Xianying's trap without any resistance. In the end, Yang Chen took the initiative to jump in front of Long Quang and threw 2 Ganoderma Dew pills into his mouth. Only when the medicine began to take effect and began to heal his wounds did Long Quang react, and his eyes regained their luster. However, when he saw Yang Chen, he only opened his mouth wide and didn't say a word. At this point, Long Quang still didn't realize that there was any danger. He didn't understand that his emotions had been controlled by Zhu Xianying's zither music and couldn't control himself. Seeing that even her own people were affected, Zhu Xianying immediately changed the tune of the zither, changing her emotions from yearning to self-blame. This was practically designed according to Long Quang's experience. How could Long Quang possibly avoid such a meticulously designed zither music? Long Quang almost wanted to complain that she didn't say so earlier, but when he thought of his performance at that time, he still lowered his head. Then, Long Quang recalled everything that had happened before. Under Zhu Xianying's zither music, he actually didn't have the slightest bit of defense. He didn't have the slightest chance to make a move, nor did he have the slightest chance to resist. If Zhu Xianying wanted him to laugh, he would laugh. If she wanted him to cry, he would cry. To put it bluntly, if she wanted him to commit suicide, he would probably have to slit his own neck. In the end, seeing that Long Quang really didn't have any strength to resist, Zhu Xianying stopped using this method of controlling the zither music and directly played the sound of killing with 80% of her strength. Long Quang tasted all kinds of emotions. The only emotion that Zhu Xianying didn't let Long Quang try was hatred. Under the influence of Zhu Xianying's zither music, all kinds of emotions would be magnified several times. Zhu Xianying didn't want Long Quang to bury his unforgettable hatred for Yang Chen and his family deep in his heart. Perhaps it was because he was thinking of reuniting with Aolan, or perhaps it was because he was thinking of other happy things. In short, Long Quang looked extremely happy. He even involuntarily twisted his body. What else could Long Quang say? He was the one who insisted on challenging Zhu Xianying, who had the strongest cultivation. Originally, Yang Chen arranged for him to face the slightly weaker Gong Sunling. He brought all of this upon himself. Furthermore, Zhu Xianying's attack caused Long Quang to feel extreme fear. He didn't even know when he fell for it. Such an opponent was simply too terrifying. His cultivation was inferior to Aolan's. Even when he was severely injured, he still needed Aolan to save him. Even if he didn't hesitate to commit suicide, he still needed to rely on Aolan to owe countless favors to Yang Chen. In short, Long Quang was a burden in front of Aolan. He was always dragging her down. Under such a situation, it would be strange if Long Quang didn't blame himself. However, the zither music was faster than his attack. Suddenly, 4 bloody wounds appeared on Long Quang's 4 limbs. All of them were instantly injured by Zhu Xianying's sound of killing. Luckily, Zhu Xianying was kinder and didn't target his vitals. Otherwise, the damage brought by this sound of killing would be no less than Shishanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi. After Long Quang continued blaming himself for a while, the sound of Zhu Xianying's zither changed again. Long Quang's self-blame quickly disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. This time, Zhu Xianying gave him joy. Long Quang's emotions were still uncontrollable. This was especially so when he was forced to separate from Aolan after being together for more than 10 years. This made him feel even more emotional. At the start, he could still hold on. After a dozen breaths, Long Quang, who was known as the proudest person in the dragon race, could no longer hold back his tears. If it wasn't for this hidden emotion in his heart, he would not have taken the initiative to look for Yang Chen to help Aolan shoulder the debt of gratitude. He would also not have thought of using such a foolish method to offset the debt. Naturally, he would not have been abused by Yang Chen's women. Chapter 2259. The injuries on Long Quang's limbs quickly healed. The healing effect of the 8 Revolution Merit Ganoderma Jade Dew Pill was astonishing. Even with Long Quang's huge body, this kind of small injury recovered extremely quickly. Today, I've lost. Faced with Yang Chen's suggestion, Long Quang directly admitted his defeat. Your family doesn't need my guidance. However, since it has already come to this point and there are only 2 left, wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity if I don't experience it? This fellow seemed to have been convinced by Zhu Xianying's lesson. There was no longer a trace of arrogance in his tone and his attitude had also become normal. However, it could not be denied that this fellow had a stubborn temper. Even though he had already admitted defeat in his heart, it was just as he had said. Since there was such an opportunity, he naturally had to experience it. He had already bowed 72 times, so he didn't need this last shiver. Ah Ling, spar with Mr. Long. Since Long Quang had already admitted defeat, Yang Chen did not provoke him with words. Even the pointers from before had been changed to sparring. Gong Sunling also obediently walked in front of Long Quang and extended her hand to make a gesture of invitation. This time, he was no longer in the position of being instructed, so he naturally did not need to perform that kind of etiquette. Long Quang was no longer in the form of a dragon and had once again returned to his human form. The expression on his face no longer had the arrogance from before, but was instead extremely serious. The battle prowess displayed by Yang Chen's wives and concubines almost made Long Quang go crazy. Until now, he had no choice but to pay 120% attention to the sparring with Gong Sunling. Of course, he also understood that Gong Sunling was not the one with the strongest cultivation. However, in the previous matches that he had lost, it seemed that the opponent's cultivation levels were not the highest. However, since Yang Chen had always placed Gong Sunling and Gaou at the back, second only to Zhu Xianying, then Gong Sunling and Gaou's strength must be very terrifying. Long Quang was only arrogant, but he was not a fool. How about we use the simplest method to fight head-on and punch each other? Facing the incomparably calm Gong Sunling, Long Quang thought for a moment and made a suggestion that he felt was the most reliable. Sure. Gong Sunling didn't refuse at all and nodded. Not far away, Yang Chen already wanted to cover his eyes and sigh. Long Quang didn't know if he was really stupid or if his luck was bad. Why did he have to come up with such a suggestion? What was the difference between exchanging blows with Gong Sunling and seeking death? Unfortunately, Long Quang didn't know what a stupid suggestion he had made. If it was a normal battle, Gong Sunling would have to rely on defense most of the time and exhaust Long Quang to death. But in a direct clash of fists, victory and defeat could be determined in an instant. Although Long Quang's human form looked very thin and weak, like a bookworm, when his fist came smashing over, it didn't give off such a feeling at all. Instead, it was extremely domineering, which was very compatible with Long Quang's original personality. Gong Sunling did not underestimate Long Quang. After accumulating his strength for a long time, he punched towards Long Quang's incoming fist. 2 fists that weren't too big directly smashed together. Boom, everything within a radius of a few hundred miles was shaken into smithereens. In Long Quang's mind, such a punch should be able to send Gong Sunling flying in an instant. His control over his strength was still all right. It shouldn't be enough to seriously injure Gong Sunling, but minor injuries were unavoidable. A dignified golden immortal expert, if he couldn't win against a heavenly immortal expert, how could he have the face to see others? However, the moment their fists collided, Long Quang realized that something was wrong. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he released 100% of the strength that he had held back. This punch was probably not as simple as it looked. The two fists only collided for an instant, but in Long Quang's heart, it was as if he had punched hundreds, thousands, or even more cultivators. His own strength was infinitely dispersed, but his opponent's strength was completely concentrated. Suddenly, Long Quang's entire body flew up. Like an arrow that had left the bow, he shot backwards. While he was still in the air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before his body could fly out, he had already fainted in the air. Yang Chen had already expected this situation. When Long Quang flew out, Yang Chen also flew out. It was just that one was passive and the other was active. He caught Long Quang's body in midair, but Yang Chen didn't dare to stop him immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum and flew for a while. After dispelling some of the remaining force, he gently put Long Quang down. While flying, Yang Chen had already buried a few Ganoderma jade dew pills in Long Quang's body. Finally, he managed to hang on to Long Quang's life in time. After landing on the ground, there was another large pile of Ganoderma jade dew pills. He stuffed them into his mouth and buried them into his body. From start to finish, he had used up almost 100 spirit pills. Only then did Long Quang slowly start to recover. Finally, after an hour of help, Long Quang faintly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he saw Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who was not far away, with an apologetic look on her face. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This time, it wasn't because of his injuries, but purely because of his own grievance. A dignified golden immortal expert of the dragon race actually lost to a human heaven immortal cultivator in a fist fight. His entire body was almost shattered by the other party's punch, causing him to vomit blood non-stop. This was obviously because the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have long since turned into a pile of minced meat. It was because Long Quang recognized this point that he vomited blood. Of course, Long Quang would never have dreamed that the number of cultivators who exchanged fists with him was not just in the tens of thousands, but in the billions. The refinement of the demon realm was imminent. Just the number of demonic beasts alone had already exceeded billions. It was only because of the heavenly tribulation that it wasn't their turn yet. Otherwise, there would be billions of worldly immortal cultivators who were clear-headed. Even so, the power contained in Long Quang's fist was divided into billions of parts. There wasn't much left in each part. It was all within the range of the cultivators. However, receiving Long Quang's fist was one thing, but attacking Long Quang's power was another. Whether it was Yang Chen or Gong Sunling, neither of them wished for Long Quang to die. Therefore, when the third primordial spirit mobilized the power of the mountain river geographical map, it had done a meticulous calculation. Even so, the power of billions of cultivators had shattered all of Long Quang's confidence, along with his body. If not for Yang Chen's timely rescue, the best outcome for Long Quang would have been to return to the state when he was sealed. Gong Suanling's punch had made Long Quang realize that he had only changed into a stronger and more outstanding body. Nothing else had changed. In front of Yang Chen's family, Long Quang didn't have the slightest advantage. Chapter 2260. Just now, Gong Suanling's punch made Long Quang feel fear. When he was sent flying by the punch, he realized that the other party had been too lenient. If she really wanted to take his life, just one punch would be enough. Now, he understood why Yang Chen had such an unbearable expression when he proposed to exchange punches. It turned out that he already knew that this would be the result. It was laughable that he overestimated himself. He was afraid that the other party would not dare to fight him head-on, so he had to make such a laughable suggestion. Now that he thought about it, he was the biggest fool. All of this was because he looked down on human cultivators from a high position. That's why he did not feel any gratitude towards Yang Chen's family. Not only did he suffer abuse, Even Aolan might be implicated. No wonder Aolan never mentioned these things. Originally, Aolan also had a proud personality. Her cultivation was much higher than Long Kwong's now. However, she did not say much to Yang Chen's family. It turned out that Aolan already knew of their strength. That's why she was like this. If he had known earlier, why would he have done such a thing? Long Kwong's heart was already filled with vexation. He really did not know how he would explain it to Aolan when she returned. What was going on with Yang Chen's family? Every single one of them was so abnormal. Especially when their cultivation was not very high. The highest was only a Shen Immortal. Most of them were at the Heaven Immortal realm. How could their combat strength be so unbelievable? Dozens of them were used to fight. If they lost, then so be it. They were just bullying others with numbers. A few of them were still the same. The result did not change. However, now that they had fought a few one-on-one matches, they still lost every single one. Fortunately, Yang Chen's medicinal pills were very effective. The injuries were quickly healed as well. After Yang Chen took out a few stalks of 10,000-year-old ginseng to nourish his body, Long Kwong recovered his spirit without resting for too long. "Thank you for showing mercy." After Long Kwong was able to speak, the first thing he said to Gong Sunling was to thank her. Long Kwong was not a fool. When he completely abandoned his arrogant and condescending character, he acted very obediently and courteously. Gong Sunling waved her hand casually, indicating that he didn't have to worry about it. Originally, everyone taking turns to abuse Kwong Long was already a little bullying. They were bullying him because his mental state cultivation could not keep up with his physical body cultivation, and because he was not used to the strength of a golden immortal. If it wasn't for the fact that he looked down on others, the girls wouldn't have bothered to teach him a lesson. "I've asked all of them, except for Madame Gao. Let me ask Madame Gao one last time." Among Yang Chen's women, there was only Gao Yu left that he had yet to experience. Even though he had lost miserably before, Long Kwong was still unwilling to miss this opportunity. Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless gesture toward Gao Yu. This guy now seems to be beaten, but he still wants to save face, and must learn the power of Gao Yu. Gao Yu was non-committal. At this point, Gao Yu's victory or defeat was no longer important. Since this fellow wanted to experience it again, then she would let him know how powerful he was. However, Long Kwong's next sentence immediately changed Gao Yu's mood. She was determined to teach this fellow a lesson. "Yang Chen, your wives and concubines are all stronger than you. Aren't you very sad?" Long Kwong originally wanted to communicate with Yang Chen because they were in the same boat. However, his words became the trigger for the anger of the girls and also successfully aroused Gao Yu's anger. Long Kwong was unable to defeat Aolan, so he thought that all the cultivators in the world were the same as him. As long as their cultivation was not comparable to his girlfriend, they would have the same thoughts and emotions. However, he never thought that since everyone relied on their cultivation to compete, why did Yang Chen's wives and concubines, who were fighting him, all had lower cultivation than him, yet all of them were able to beat him to tears? However, what kind of person was Yang Chen? In the hearts of the girls, the reason why they had their current achievements was all because of their own husband. None of them had any thoughts of fighting with their husband. Normally, the girls hated that they couldn't protect their husband's authority at all times. At this time, Long Kwong actually jumped out and said such words. It really made the girls feel indignant. He didn't beat the diligent, he didn't beat the lazy, he only beat the blind. Right now, Long Kwong belonged to the blind, and he was extremely blind. Fortunately, the only one standing in front of him was Gao Yu. Otherwise, he would have been 100 times more miserable than what he had just experienced. "My flying sword is made from the horns of the water and fire dragons. You have to be careful." Gao Yu's expression darkened. She immediately took out her life treasure and held it in her hands. She said to Long Kwong, "In addition, whether or not my husband is sad is not something you have the qualifications to judge." This was simply returning Long Kwong's words back to Long Kwong. Gao Yu's sudden temper made Long Kwong feel a little baffled. However, Gaou's words of not having the qualifications also caused Long Quang's temper to rise. The previous series of failures had already caused Long Quang to suffer a great blow. He had originally planned to admit defeat, but he was infuriated by Gao. Long Quang once again erupted with his disregard for anything and was determined to teach Gao a deep lesson. In the next moment, he also took out his own life treasure. Long Quang's life treasure was very similar to Gao's. He also used his current dragon horn as a foundation to refine 2 flying swords. However, because his current physical body was of all 5 elements, his 2 flying swords were also of all 5 elements. The only drawback was that the time was too short, so it was unable to unleash its full power. However, after all, the flying sword was made from the material of the physical body. It was innately easy to control. Compared to the flying sword that was refined using external materials, it was much closer. In addition, his physical body was already at the golden immortal level. The quality of the materials was extremely high, so the might of the flying sword was not small. Under these conditions, an ordinary heaven immortal expert might not be able to compete with Long Quang's 2 life treasure flying sword even if they refined it from the beginning. Gao was only at the heaven immortal level. Refining the dragon horn was a time-consuming and laborious work. Even if Gao refined it for a long time, the flying sword would not be Long Quang's match. This was Long Quang's wishful thinking. He did not realize how powerful Gao was. Of course, this was also Aolan's fault. She was afraid that Long Quang would not be able to control himself in certain aspects, so she did not tell Long Quang the truth. For example, Yang Chen's alchemy was inherited from the 3 pure Tao fathers. For example, Gao's refining techniques were also inherited from the 3 pure Tao fathers. Aolan's kindness caused Long Quang to become even more arrogant. Even though he was very restrained now, under the urging of his anger, he still did not care and flared up. Using his life treasure was bound to bring about serious injuries. Chapter 2261. Long Quang knew very well that in Yang Chen's heart, Gao was the most important. However, this also gave him another illusion, that is, Gao is not the strongest. This was indeed the case. Yang Chen's family recognized that Zhu Xianying was the strongest, not Gao. Yang Chen's love and respect for Gao was incomparable to any of his other wives and concubines. On this point, not only the women, even outsiders like Aolan, Ao Lai, and Lin Zhengyuan were very clear. Therefore, Long Quang also knew. Because of this, Long Quang felt that Yang Chen would only give Gao the best things, the best cultivation techniques, but would not let her easily take any risks. How powerful could a cultivator who had all kinds of good things but never took risks and never risked his life be? This was Long Quang's first guess about Gao. After seeing Gao's water and fire twin dragon horn flying sword, this guess was put into reality. The 2 dragon horns were obviously the best things. They could clearly be given to a water attribute expert and a fire attribute expert, but because Gao was Yang Chen's favorite wife, she took up 2 of them. With this understanding, Long Quang was full of hope that he could win against Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Especially when he realized that Gao was easily angered by his words, it made Long Quang feel that he was lucky. This fully showed that Gao was not good at controlling her emotions. This also meant that Gao, who was at the Heaven Immortal stage, would not have much combat power. In addition, Gao and the other women were so concerned about the seemingly joking words that he and Yang Chen had just said. It seemed that they did not want others to think that way. And Yang Chen's cultivation realm was the lowest in their family. The women might be taking care of their husband's face, but to Long Quang, it was another breakthrough point. Long Quang stood opposite Gao. He still maintained his human form, and like Gao, he held 2 swords in his hands. The 2 of them gradually rushed down, cupped their fists at each other, took 2 steps back, and prepared to fight. As soon as the battle began, Gao completely released her aura. The sovereign's qi suddenly covered the entire area. Apart from Yang Chen, Gao, Gong Sunling, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, everyone else felt their cultivation being suppressed. It was because she had been buried together with Gaou in the mortal world for 20 years that Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue were not suppressed by Gaou's sovereign aura. However, they weren't having a good time either. Back when they were in the mortal world, the three women had only absorbed the aura of the human emperor. But now, Gaou's body was not only releasing the aura of the human emperor, but also the aura of the demon emperor and the immortal emperor that Li Cheng had given her. Of course, most importantly, Gaou had already absorbed enough of the Queen Mother's aura from her heavenly yuan pill. Although they weren't affected much, the three women still felt their cultivation being suppressed. The only two people who weren't affected were Gaou and Yang Chen. Not to mention Gaou, Yang Chen had also benefited from the supreme aura he had absorbed from the Jade Emperor's heavenly yuan pill. He wasn't affected by Gaou's aura suppression at all. However, Long Quang, who was standing opposite Gaou, was really depressed. He suddenly realized that he couldn't use his full strength in front of Gaou for some reason. A dignified golden immortal could only use the strength of a Shen immortal at most. The feeling of suddenly putting on shackles and fighting with others was too uncomfortable. At first, Long Quang didn't realize that this was Gaou's ability. He thought that the various failures and setbacks he had accumulated in previous battles had reduced his ability to control his body. This wasn't a good sign. However, Long Quang was also very glad that he discovered this problem when he was fighting Gaou, and not when he was fighting Zhu Xianying or Gong Sunling. However, even if he was a Shen immortal, he was still much higher than Gaou's heaven immortal cultivation, so he had an absolute advantage. Although Gaou was the one who took the initiative to attack, Long Quang still defended well. He even wanted to use a real guiding mentality to teach Gaou a lesson, to let her know that the experts of the Dragon Clan weren't just in name. In fact, the person Long Quang really wanted to teach was Yang Chen, but he was now Gaou's opponent. Previously, he had been messed up by Yang Chen's series of arrangements, so much so that he had accepted many inexplicable failures. Now that he was facing Gaou, Long Quang could be considered to have truly regained some confidence. Gaou's fighting style was very traditional. It wasn't the previous way of killing with one blow or falling into an inexplicable illusion or formation. It was a very old-fashioned way of using the life-flying sword to fight back and forth. To a large extent, this method depended on two aspects. One was the strength of the life treasure, and the other was the cultivator's own cultivation. The water and fire dragon horn flying sword flew up and down, colliding with Long Quang's two dragon horn flying swords from time to time, creating bursts of sparks. Long Quang finally discovered the power of Gaou, that is, the quality of the two life flying swords was definitely of high quality. If it wasn't for the restrictions of cultivation, the level of these two flying swords would definitely surpass the dragon horn flying sword that he had personally refined. Unfortunately, cultivation had become the only bottleneck that hindered Gaou. The battle between the two flying sword became more and more intense, and soon Long Quang realized that something was wrong. His dragon horn flying sword had not been refined for a long time, only a few decades. Although the materials were very high grade, it could not hide the shortcomings of the insufficient sacrificial refining. In the process of fighting with Gaou with the flying sword, his life flying sword had some damage. Although it was only a tiny gap and scar that was almost invisible to the naked eye, this was Long Quang's life treasure. Any slightest defect seemed to cause several times more damage to Long Quang's body. He had inevitably been brought into Gaou's rhythm and method. It was too late to change it. Yang Chen saw through Gaou's tactics. She didn't want to defeat Long Quang all at once, but she didn't want to let Long Quang have an easy time. Every time the flying sword slashed, she would intentionally or unintentionally control her flying sword to slash at the same part of Long Quang's two flying swords. At first, the power was not great, but Gaou was slowly increasing the power of her flying sword. Long Quang noticed that the damage to his life flying sword was the result of Gaou increasing the power, but she had not raised it to the highest level yet. This time, no matter what, he had to give Long Quang an unforgettable lesson. He had to let him know that the husband that he and his sisters shared wasn't someone that any random cat or dog could spit on, even if it was an expert of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 2262. When the gap on Long Quang's flying sword became bigger and bigger, Long Quang had already cursed Gao Yu countless times in his heart. Relying on the sharpness of her flying sword, she disregarded everything and damaged the opponent's life-flying sword. This kind of tactic was too despicable. However, Long Quang had no other choice. After his flying sword began to be damaged, his body was also affected. In addition, his cultivation was suppressed by the Emperor's qi. Even if he wanted to change this situation, he was suddenly powerless. Don't destroy Mr. Long's flying sword. Yang Chen finally started to speak at this time, preventing Gao Yu from further damaging Long Quang's flying sword. Gao Yu was absolutely obedient to Yang Chen's words. The direction of the flying sword changed slightly. It did not slash at the same place as Long Quang's life-flying sword, avoiding causing more damage. Although Long Quang's life-flying sword had only been refined for a few years, it used his own dragon horn. If anything were to happen, Long Quang would not be able to recover from it with just a few years of recuperation. Yang Chen did not let Gao Yu continue to destroy it because he was giving face to big sister Ao Lan. He did not want to be too ruthless. Destroying someone else's life-flying sword would cause too much resentment. There was no need to do so. Since her husband did not allow her to destroy Long Quang's flying sword, Gao Yu changed her tactics. Destroying Long Quang's life-flying sword was the best way to vent her hatred. However, since that was not possible, she had to find another way to vent her hatred. Gao Yu, who was seriously fighting with Long Quang with her flying sword, immediately changed her way of attack and surprised Long Quang as soon as she made her move. Over 100 flying swords suddenly flew out from Gao Yu's body. Each flying sword was a top-notch flying sword of excellent quality. Long Quang was directly surrounded by over 100 flying swords. One person controlling so many flying swords, there would definitely be a problem. Long Quang thought so. However, he had never thought that Gao Yu was not controlled by one person at all. The 100 spirits battle armor on her body simply had over 100 living artifact spirits. Each of them controlled a flying sword, forming a skillful and powerful sword formation that completely surrounded Long Quang. Long Quang, who was in his human form, was struggling to dodge the flying sword that would appear from time to time from a strange direction. He had never thought that a single person could control so many flying swords and not panic at all. Under such circumstances, Long Quang was unable to unleash his strongest power. In the next moment, Long Quang returned to his dragon form. While commanding the flying sword, he thought of Gao Yu flying over. Long Quang's cultivation was severely suppressed. Even though he had regained his dragon form, he was unable to escape the feeling of being unable to use his strength no matter what. This feeling of having the will but not the strength made Long Quang feel dissatisfied. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. After transforming back into his dragon form, it seemed that Long Quang was able to take the initiative a little more. Unfortunately, the time he had to take the initiative was too short. When the sword formation formed by over 100 flying swords continuously stabbed at Long Quang's body, Long Quang had already begun to go crazy. Every flying sword actually had the ability to pierce through Long Quang's skin. How was this possible? One had to know that Long Quang's body was originally an Earth-type dragon puppet. Earth-type dragons were the best at defense. Any one of his dragon scales could withstand at least a Heaven Immortal's attack. He could even use his dragon scales to refine a decent high-grade magic treasure. An ordinary flying sword wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin of a dragon's scales, let alone pierce through the dragon's scales and injure the dragon's flesh and blood. However, Gao Yu's flying sword did it. Over 100 flying swords, each of them had such sharpness. If not for his tyrannical spiritual energy, Long Quang would have been pierced into a sieve long ago. Now, Long Quang finally realized that his golden immortal level power was still the power of a golden immortal, but it could only be restricted within his body. Once he wanted to attack, he could only use the power of a Xian immortal. This wasn't a problem with himself, but with his opponent's ability to forcefully suppress his opponent's cultivation by a large realm. Thinking of this, Long Quang broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of freaks were Yang Chen's family? Why was it that any random person that jumped out was an unbelievable existence? If he wasn't careful, his body would be pierced by another 3 inches. Although he managed to break free from the flying sword in time, fresh blood still flowed out from the sword wound. The powerful recovery ability of the dragon race naturally wouldn't care about this kind of small injury. However, there was more than one such injury. Right now, Long Kwong's body, which was over 1,000 feet long, was covered with thousands of such small wounds. Every 10 feet on Long Kwong's body, there were several bloodstains that flowed down. Gao stared at Long Kwong's figure. He was in a sorry state under the attack of hundreds of flying swords. Seeing the opportunity, Gao's water dragon horn flying sword directly descended from the sky and accurately stabbed into Long Kwong's tail. The flying sword, which had become huge, pierced through Long Kwong's body and nailed him firmly to the ground. The intense pain caused Long Kwong to let out an extremely miserable scream, which was followed by another scream. After nailing Long Kwong's tail, hundreds of flying swords took advantage of this opportunity to directly break through Long Kwong's spiritual energy defense and pierced into Long Kwong's body. There were more than 100 holes all over his body, and blood was spurting out. The smallest wound was as thick as a person's waist. With just this, Long Kwong instantly became a pitiful worm that couldn't fight back. Gao's figure appeared above Long Kwong's head. The fire dragon horn flying sword in her hand, which had become huge, directly stabbed into Long Kwong's head without thinking. Fortunately, Gao still remembered her husband's words and did not directly stab into the middle. Instead, she avoided Long Kwong's head and stabbed into the side of his neck. This sword was equivalent to nailing Long Kwong's head firmly into the ground. Yang Chen walked over with an extremely exaggerated expression. Without saying a word, he threw the Lingji mushroom jade pill into Long Kwong's mouth. Then, he threw the pills into the holes on Long Kwong's body one by one. This was all the result of the 100 spirit battle armor. There was no need for Yang Chen to dig out Long Kwong's flesh and just throw it in. All of Gao's flying sword had already been retracted. She stood in front of Long Kwong and looked at him with a smile. She cupped her fists and said, "Mr. Long, I couldn't stop for a moment. I'm sorry, please forgive me." Long Kwong's eyes were blank, as if he had lost his focus. Right now, he could hardly feel the pain on his body. The battle just now had caused his confidence, which had been boosted with great difficulty, to fall to the bottom again. It turned out that his judgment was wrong. Then, was his judgment of Yang Chen correct or wrong? Chapter 2263. Who would have thought that Gao, who didn't seem to have any fighting strength, would actually be so valiant? At least, Long Kwong didn't expect it. At this point, in the battle between Long Kwong and Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Yang Chen's family had won. Long Kwong didn't win a single match from beginning to end. Every time, he would return in defeat and even be seriously injured. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's pills, Long Kwong probably wouldn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Finally, when Long Kwong regained his senses, his eyes had a focus and he began to move slowly. Only then did Yang Chen feel relieved. As long as he wasn't beaten to the point of being unable to recover, with Yang Chen around, Long Kwong wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. Long Kwong seemed to have accepted reality. His eyes slowly looked at Gao. Looking at Gao, his eyes were filled with admiration, not indifference like before. To be able to injure Long Kwong like this in such an open and above-board battle, even if Long Kwong wanted to find a suitable reason, he couldn't find it. To put it bluntly, this guy was a stubborn donkey that didn't want to walk. Gao was able to make all the girls willingly call her big sister. Could it be that it was only because of Yang Chen's favor? The consequences of not being clear for a moment were like this. I'm convinced. When the injuries on his body healed a little and he was able to stand up and move, Long Kwong immediately stood up and transformed into his human form, bowing towards Gao. This time, he was truly convinced. He was utterly convinced for no reason. Watch your mouth. Gao lectured Long Kwong as if she was lecturing her third grandson. Sometimes, it will give you a better chance of survival than cultivating to the zenith heaven golden immortal. In front of a woman who was stronger than him, Long Kwong didn't say a word of nonsense, even if this woman had pointed at his nose and scolded him. At any time, it was the words of the strong that were useful, and the dragon race was no exception. Alright, Mr. Long, you should go back and recuperate first. Yang Chen was afraid that Long Quang would lose face, so he said from the side, I believe that Mr. Long will definitely improve after a few years of closed-door cultivation. This was not Yang Chen lying to comfort Long Quang. With so many different battle experiences, although Long Quang had lost every battle, losing was also experience. As long as he went into seclusion for a period of time, he would be able to understand all the mistakes he had made in these battles. It was only natural for his cultivation to rise to a higher level. This was especially so for those who had sustained serious injuries in the previous battles. After being treated by Yang Chen's powerful medicinal pills, they had all recovered to normal. However, every time he was injured, it would allow Long Quang's dragon spirit to fuse more closely with his physical body. It would shorten the gap between Long Quang's mental state and true cultivation. This was extremely precious to Long Quang. After so many battles and admitting defeat, his mental state would also improve greatly. At the very least, Long Quang was no longer as overbearing as he was at the beginning. He was well behaved and spoke amiably. These were all changes that came from the bottom of Ao Lan's heart. They were not feigned for Ao Lan. With the improvement of his mental state, his combat prowess would naturally increase as well. It could not be said that losing was a bad thing. At the very least, it was a good thing for Long Quang. Otherwise, given his character, if he met a strong opponent in that kind of situation, it would not be a matter of being taught a lesson. Instead, it would be a matter of whether he could survive or not. The physical body of the dragon race was a good material that many cultivators coveted. Aside from Yang Chen's family, no expert would let it go easily. Now that Yang Chen had achieved his goal of teaching Long Quang a lesson, he did not want to kill him off. It was better to let Long Quang enter seclusion and reflect on himself. When Ao Lan returned, he would definitely see a brand new Long Quang. It might even be a pleasant surprise. I want to challenge you. However, Long Quang acted as though he did not hear anything. He looked straight at Yang Chen and suddenly said, I have already challenged all your wives. You are the only one left. I want to challenge you. Shut up. How dare you? Before Yang Chen could reply, Long Quang was scolded by a group of women. This fellow did not change his nature. He actually dared to challenge his husband. He really did not know how the word death was written. None of the women had a good expression on their faces. They were all glaring at him. I want to challenge you. Long Quang turned a blind eye to the angry glares of the women. He kept looking at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen to agree. This fellow's stubbornness was acting up again. He had already challenged Yang Chen's family. Only Yang Chen was left. If he did not take this opportunity to challenge him, he would not be able to feel at ease even if he went into seclusion. Challenge me? Challenge what? Yang Chen rolled his eyes and asked Long Quang in an extremely displeased manner, alchemy? I'll let you have both my hands and feet. Poochie. Yang Chen was absolutely confident in his alchemy. When he replied, his domineering aura overflowed, causing the women who were glaring at Long Quang to laugh uncontrollably. If he really wanted to compete with her husband in alchemy, it would be as her husband had said. Long Quang would not be a match for him even if he gave him both his hands and feet. Her husband's reply was really bullying. Long Quang was also choked. His face flushed red. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. He was very clear about his own level. If they were to compete in alchemy, he would not be a match for Yang Chen even if he gave him both his hands and feet. But that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to compete in battle. On second thought, Long Quang also felt embarrassed. Yang Chen's profession to the outside world was an alchemist. He, a dignified golden immortal expert of the Dragon Clan, fighting with Yang Chen, a human celestial immortal alchemist, was really not enough to make him lose face. If such a challenge were to spread, Long Quang would not be able to see anyone again. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Long Quang's mind, causing him to be overjoyed. Don't compete in alchemy, compete in fire control. Long Quang quickly said, aren't you an alchemist? I believe your level of fire control is definitely not bad. Let's compete in fire control. This is not fair. Yang Chen shook his head. This body of mine is not the original fire dragon body, so the starting point of fire control is the same as an ordinary cultivator. Long Quang didn't care what Yang Chen said. He was determined to compete with Yang Chen in fire control techniques. What Long Quang said was the truth. His body was originally of the earth attribute. Although the postnatal 5-element spirit root was full value, he didn't even have an innate fire seed at the beginning. He still had to find Ao Lai to get the purple sun dragonfire's fire seed. This way, he wouldn't be relying on the fire dragon's talent to bully others. Strictly speaking, the starting point was about the same. I mean, this is unfair to you. Yang Chen really rolled his eyes this time. Didn't this guy have any eyesight? Didn't he have the ability to read between the lines of other people's words? Competing in fire control with a cultivator with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was no longer a matter of fairness. This was a matter of whether or not his brain was enough. Yang Chen didn't want to be known as a bully.